Chapter 536. P.S. Thank you to Splendor Knight D. Hart for your tip. Old antique? Lin Fei didn't care at all. They just cultivated longer than old antique. Ruguoziji had enough time to cultivate and refine a large number of experts. He could completely defeat old antique. Old antique was just a joke. Whoosh! Suddenly, the entire space fluctuated. A deathly aura swept over as if it wanted to sweep through the entire space. Lin Fei, this is a death storm. Don't say I didn't warn you. Even a third or fourth tribulation human loose immortal would be killed by a death storm like this, the middle-aged man said with an amused smile. Death storm? With his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei could easily sense everything in this space. This place is known as the Death Despair. Every day, there will be death storms. The storms are long and short, tormenting us sky demons and destroying our will. You have to be careful. It's not easy to meet someone like you. I don't want you to die like this. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! A huge black storm swept over. A huge tornado appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Everywhere the tornado passed, the deathly aura destroyed everything. Lin Fei had heard long ago that some perilous realms were so dangerous that even loose immortals didn't dare to enter rashly. Azure Dragon Armor. Lin Fei quickly flew in front of the largest iron pillar. He grabbed the iron chain and wrapped it around his body. He didn't want to be swept up in the storm. The end of this space was Shinbifang. Lin Fei had no idea. Whoosh! The blades of death slashed at Lin Fei's body. Even though he was wearing armor, there were still marks left on it. These marks were deepening. It was too terrifying. Lin Fei realized how terrifying it was. The Azure Dragon armor's defense was so strong that even a profound sky spiritual treasure could block it. However, it couldn't block this death storm. Not far away, the bodies of the 9 sky fiends were continuously destroyed. But in the next second, his flesh and blood body was restored. Flesh rebirth. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such a divine ability. Every time they used flesh rebirth, they would consume their true essence, which was not necessarily a good thing for the heavenly demons. A 4 tribulation Skyfiend's body is strong, but it still can't withstand the death storm's attack. Who in the world found such a difong to suppress a sky fiend? In a few breaths, Lin Fei's Azure Dragon battle armor shattered, and his body was mangled. Not good. If this continues, my physical body will also be destroyed. Even though Lin Fei's true essence was vigorous and could constantly heal his wounds, he still couldn't withstand the onslaught of this storm. Kid, your battle prowess has already reached the level of a 4th tribulation scattered immortal, but you still haven't learned flesh rebirth. This is simply too surprising. The middle-aged man stood in the storm without understanding anything. You're really a weirdo of the human race. Lin Fei suddenly had an idea. My body refining technique is very strong. I didn't expect this death storm to be even stronger. You ate my wine, don't you think you should help me? I'm going to die. You won't have any good wine to eat. Smart kid, I really don't want to see you killed by the storm. However, whether you can survive the storm or not will depend on your capabilities. Listen carefully, this is the mantra for flesh rebirth. Lin Fei had not practiced flesh rebirth. This was a magic skill that could only be cultivated after becoming a loose immortal. Lin Fei had always thought that his Azure Dragon body refining technique was very strong. However, under the death storm, it was very weak. That was why he hadn't met a truly powerful opponent. Ding! Do you want to learn flesh rebirth? With this existence, Lin Fei wasn't worried about getting scammed. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for learning flesh rebirth. Lin Fei was very clear that this might be an opportunity for him to learn flesh rebirth and strengthen his defenses. Whoosh! Another storm descended. Lin Fei gave up resisting, and his physical body was torn to pieces. He died just like that? The middle-aged man was surprised as well. How could he meet a fellow who didn't know anything? The middle-aged man was clearer than anyone about how strong the death storm was. When human experts entered, they would die one by one. No one had ever survived. What a pity for a kid who grasped the spiritual sense of a heavenly immortal. The middle-aged man sighed. In the next second, he glared and an image appeared, turning into Lin Fei. It hurts. After recovering, Lin Fei couldn't help but say. During the first flesh rebirth, Lin Fei was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. If it wasn't for his strong soul force, he might not have been able to hold on. Not bad. You succeeded on your first try. However, fleshly rebirth is divided into 3 stages. Beginner, minor accomplishment, and great accomplishment. You haven't even reached the first stage yet. The middle-aged man was very surprised. Flesh rebirth might seem simple, and most people wouldn't dare to try it. However, Lin Fan succeeded. After the first flesh rebirth, Lin Fei was surprised to find that his physical body was much stronger. He realized the benefits of flesh rebirth. Continue. The death storm continued. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry and began to cultivate flesh rebirth. Every time he experienced pain, it would subtly temper Lin Fei's will. This death storm lasted for a long time, a total of 3 days. During these 3 days, Lin Fei continued to cultivate flesh rebirth. At the beginning, he could only resist for a short while. Now, he could resist for more than 10 breaths of time. Boom! Lin Fei regenerated his flesh and blood once again. The death storm passed and the entire space returned to normal. Lin Fei, you are really a proud son of heaven. You managed to cultivate flesh rebirth to the initial entry so quickly. As long as you are given time, I believe you can cultivate it to the great completion stage. The middle-aged man was impressed. It's all thanks to you. Lin Fei was wary and grateful at the same time. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to learn flesh rebirth. There's no need to thank me. Since Wuxia has some good wine and food, I'll accept it. Lin Fei had brought a lot of them, and now they were finally put to use. In the following days, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave the death space. He continued to fight with the scarlet refining heavenly demon while waiting for the death storm to cultivate flesh rebirth. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lin Fei. Your divine senses combat ability has reached the level of a heaven immortal, and your flesh rebirth has also reached a small success. You can also tell me your purpose. The scarlet refining heavenly demon laughed. In this month, Lin Fei had achieved something. Especially to cultivate flesh rebirth to a small success, this skill was very heaven-defying. To reach the final level, it required a large amount of time. I want to build a force. You should know the rest. Lin Fei did not hide anything. For an expert of this level, it was best to get straight to the point. Ambition is not bad. The scarlet refining heavenly demon admired Lin Fei. Maybe it was because he revealed a domineering aura from time to time, and didn't care about the rules. However, you don't have to think about this. When we were suppressed, the weakest were 8 or 9 tribulation-scattered immortals, and there were many heaven immortals. Unfortunately, they all died under the river of time. In this month, Lin Fei thought about many things, and also thought about the strangeness of this space. Scarlet refining heavenly demon, what you are talking about is the death-cold iron on your body. Wuxia, do I have the ability to help you out? The strongest scarlet refining heavenly demon couldn't leave the death space because of the chains on their bodies. The death chains were formed by a special substance. It deeply suppressed them. What can you do? The scarlet refining heavenly demon didn't think much of it. Our ancestor had the strength of a heaven immortal and was suppressed. You're just a human. Don't boast so much. Lin Fei was very perverted. However, they didn't believe that he could get them out of this place. This was a problem that even their ancestor couldn't solve. How could a human have a solution? Wuxia, how can I just let you out? The scarlet refining heavenly demon didn't believe it at all. Wuxia, if you can save us, my subordinates and I will help you for 500 years. To be able to make the scarlet refining heavenly demon say that, it meant that he didn't believe that Lin Fei could do it. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. 500 years is more or less enough. This is what you said. I want you to make an oath to the heavens, do you dare? Be it the monster race or sky demon, after making the oath, they would be monitored by the heaven Dao. Forget it, I will do as you say. The scarlet refining heavenly demon had a good impression of Lin Fei. I just hope that you can come in often in the future. Thus, the scarlet refining heavenly demon made the oath. The heaven Dao sent out a ripple, which meant that the oath was made. No matter what space it was, as long as one made the oath, the heaven Dao would monitor them. Scarlet refining heavenly demon, I don't need to come in, you can leave soon. Lin Fei could only use his last method, whether or not it would work would depend on the heavens. God flame appear. On Lin Fei's finger, a god flame appeared. With a flick of his finger, it landed on the death chain and started burning. Heavenly flame? No, this is a god flame. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was shocked. How can you have a god flame? Are you the reincarnation of a god? Other than the reincarnation of a god, mortals are unable to cultivate a god flame. Reincarnation of a god? Lin Fei smiled but didn't say anything. He would let the other party have his doubts. Kacha. Under the burning of the god flame, it took a full day to release the first sky demon. Lin Fei, you saved me, I will help you for 500 years. The moment this sky demon came out, he immediately made an oath. After tens of thousands of years, the sky demon didn't care about 500 years. After spending one day to save one heavenly demon, Lin Fei realized just how terrifying this death frost steel was. No wonder those heavenly immortals could do nothing about it. One after another, the sky demons were saved by Lin Fei. As soon as they came out, they made an oath to help Lin Fei for 500 years. It's been 1,000,000 years, I didn't think I would have the chance to come out. The scarlet refining heavenly demon walked down. Obsidian, you did well, but your strength is too weak. You haven't even learned our sky demon clan Sky Demon Devour. From now on, you will follow me and learn. Obsidian was very excited. This was the scarlet refining heavenly demon's advice. Thank you, scarlet refining heavenly demon. Big brother Qi Lian, your sky demon clan Sky Demon Devour, was it learned by the Raging Shark clan? Lin Fei was familiar with the scarlet refining heavenly demon and called him Big Brother Qi Lian. The Raging Shark clan deserves to die. Back then, some of us sky demons couldn't bear the pain and handed over the Sky Demon clan's secret art. That's why a small Raging Shark clan could rise. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was filled with killing intent. We have been suppressed for too long. Our strength has dropped. We need to absorb true essence to recover our strength. No problem. I can trick the Raging Shark clan's loose immortals to come in. You and I can easily suppress them if we join hands. Lin Fei guaranteed. I didn't misjudge you. The scarlet refining heavenly demon laughed. Thus, the loose immortals of the Raging Shark clan suffered a calamity. Lin Fei personally spoke and tricked the loose immortals one by one. A heaven immortal divine sense and a 9 tribulation loose immortal divine sense easily suppressed and refined the loose immortals. After refining a total of 10, Qi Liao heavenly demon and his 9 subordinates stabilized their strength. The 9 heavenly demons were all 4th tribulation scattered immortals. Qi Liao heavenly demon was in the middle stage of 6th tribulation, but his divine sense was only a step away from heaven immortal. Let's go out now. After continuously tricking them, it was no longer possible to continue tricking them. The Raging Shark clan harmed our Sky Demon clan. This time, we will kill them. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was filled with killing intent. His 9 subordinates were the same. This was a life and death enmity. When Lin Fei brought them out, the 100 over loose immortals were immediately dealt a heavy blow. To be able to survive from the death space until now, every sky demon was extremely strong. When these sky demons attacked, their resentment soared to the sky. Raging Shark Loose Immortal's powerful body could not block the attacks of the sky demons. The 100 over Loose Immortals were unable to form a formation. 20 Loose Immortals were killed on the spot. Ha ha ha, go back and tell your clan leader that I, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, am out. Your Raging Shark clan can wait for my revenge. After killing 30 Loose Immortals, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon retreated with his subordinates and left their encirclement. Those Loose Immortals could only watch helplessly. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon escaped, the Raging Shark clan was extremely shocked. Their clan leader, Tiger Shark, was even more furious. However, nothing could change the result of the Sky Demon escaping. Damn Raging Shark clan. If this Sky Demon's strength did not drop, I will definitely kill my way to their base. Outside the sea area, inside a valley. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was eating a sea beast unwillingly. Big brother Qi Lian, you don't have to worry. With your strength as a 6 Tribulation Loose Immortal, you will be able to recover to your peak strength very soon. Lin Fei was really worried that they would go crazy. Peak strength is hard. At least 10 years is a must. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon shook his head. However, let them live for a few more days. I will exterminate them sooner or later. Lin Fei also agreed. You guys escaped from a hopeless situation. The sea area will definitely put you guys on the wanted list. Let's return to the Earth first. Once we reach the Earth, no one will dare to do anything to you. When the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and the rest escaped from a hopeless situation, the Raging Shark clan will definitely put out a wanted list to chase after the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. Moreover, the sea area was a dangerous place. At the moment, it was not a suitable place to hide. Although the sea area looked big, it was not as big as the Earth. Alright, let's go to the Earth. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon also knew about the current situation. After enduring for 1,000,000 years, a little bit of time was nothing. Just as he said, the Raging Shark clan put out a wanted list to chase after the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. The sea area was in an uproar. Chapter 537. Sin Paradise. Recently, Blood Hand had been having a hard time. Ever since that mysterious expert left, the treasure tower often arranged for people to come over. Facing such a giant, Blood Hand didn't dare to say anything. Blood Hand wasn't a fool. He learned from others that it was that mysterious senior who had a treasure map that no one else could have. The treasure tower arranged for people to come over to monitor him. The treasure tower is really too much. Blood Hand was very resentful. Whether it was the mysterious senior or the treasure tower, he couldn't afford to offend them. Blood Hand was a small force in Sin Paradise, while the treasure tower was a first-rate force. With just a flick of their fingers, even 100 of him would be crushed. In Blood Hand's opinion, this kind of life was one day at a time. When would it end? Boom! Suddenly, a peerlessly powerful divine sense pressed down. Blood Hand knelt on the ground with a thud. Senior, spare me, spare me. As soon as Blood Hand knelt down, he immediately knew that he had met an expert. This is the trash you were talking about? It was a very disdainful voice. Blood Hand wanted to retort, but he didn't dare to open his mouth or raise his head. The powerful divine sense suppressed him, and he couldn't move at all. Blood Hand is a local. With him as an entry point, we can stand firm in Sin Paradise. We won't attract those old antiques. Another familiar voice sounded. Senior, spare me. Crimson Hands finally remembered. Feeling the pressure on his body loosen, he was finally able to move again. He carefully raised his head and saw 10 black-robed men brimming with killing intent. Crimson Hands was so frightened that his expression changed drastically. Each of the black-robed men was powerful enough to kill him. The people who appeared here were Lin Fei's group who had just returned from the Endless Sea. From the Endless Sea, Lin Fei rescued the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon and killed the sea race experts along the way. After getting on land, he didn't go anywhere but went straight to Sin Paradise. You're quite smart. Lin Fei looked at Blood Hand, who was the same as before. After the last time, Blood Hand learned to be smart. Resisting meant death, not resisting meant living. It was better to live than to die. Senior, I found out something that you can't imagine. Blood Hand heaved a sigh of relief after surviving. He immediately showed off. In Sin Paradise, the only person Lin Fei knew was Blood Rogue. Back then, he had left the Blood Hands behind so that he could continue to come here in the future. He hadn't expected it to be put to use so quickly. Tell me, what news do you have? After Senior left, the people who chased after you were all the ones who leaked the news from the treasure tower. Blood Hand might have been targeted by the treasure tower, but he had his own ways of finding out information through secrets that were not known to others. I knew it was done by the people of the treasure pavilion. Lin Fei had suspected it a long time ago. The people of the treasure tower have been stationed in our Bloody Hand Hall, and they have been constantly monitoring us. They want to report the news back to Senior as soon as you arrive. Bloody Hand hurriedly threw out the second piece of information. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon signaled to his two subordinates, go and capture that person. Remember, don't make any noise. Do you want me to lead the way? Blood Hand volunteered. Approximate location and how strong are they? Blood Hand's hatred towards the members of the Wisdom Treasure Pavilion was very deep, so he was more proactive than anyone else when there was someone who could deal with them. After a while, an Emperor Realm expert was thrown in front of them. Blood Hand, how dare you? Just wait to be destroyed by the Treasure Pavilion. The person who came was very arrogant. The Treasure Pavilion was a big force in Sin Paradise. To destroy a small Bloody Hand Hall, they only needed to send out a peak Emperor Realm expert. Bang! The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon came up and shrouded him, a mere intermediate stage Emperor Realm expert, yet you act like an old man. You humans are really arrogant. With this grab, the experts of the Treasure Pavilion immediately withered. The strength of the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was tyrannical, a monster that had lived for millions of years. The killing intent that leaked from his body was not something that an Emperor Realm expert could withstand. You are a heavenly demon, a rogue immortal heavenly demon. This Emperor was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. At least you are knowledgeable. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon coldly snorted, tell me everything you know, otherwise this daddy will be the first to eat you. I'll talk, please don't eat me. This Emperor Realm expert didn't dare to lie and said everything he knew. Just as Bloody Hand said, the Emperor Realm expert arranged by the Treasure Pavilion was actually monitoring Bloody Hand and waiting for Lin Fei to appear. When the time came, he would capture Lin Fei and force him to reveal the treasure map. Lin Fei, should we kill this Emperor Realm expert or? Big brother Qi Lian, this Emperor Realm expert is useful. Lin Fei shook his head, with the spies arranged by the Treasure Pavilion, we can also know some inside information about the Treasure Pavilion. Humph, consider yourself lucky. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon threw the place on the ground, take him away and suppress him. After understanding the intentions of the Treasure Pavilion, Lin Fei had killing intent towards them. With just a guess, he made a move on me. Fortunately, I am strong, otherwise, it would be hard to say. How are you going to make a move? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon sat down. Lin Fei had a plan. I planned to use the Bloody Hand Hall as a foundation to quickly expand my forces and recruit the evil people of Sin Paradise, becoming the first batch of forces. Now that he had the backbone, he needed a group of strong fighters. The most suitable method was to expand a force, recruit experts from all walks of life, and strengthen his forces. Sin Paradise was the best place to do so. This is a good idea. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon agreed, with my 9 subordinates, it won't be a problem to quickly expand my forces. Even if I encounter a true expert, the 9 of them can join forces to cast a formation and resist the attack of a 6 Tribulation Scattered Immortal. If it's one-on-one, they can even deal with a 5 Tribulation Scattered Immortal. Sin Paradise was overseen by Old Antique, and with Lin Fei's powerful divine sense, he could sense several tyrannical auras in Sin Paradise. Forcefully occupying it wouldn't work, so recruiting subordinates from the inside was undoubtedly the best way. The various forces in Sin Paradise wouldn't be against it. Blood Hand was dumbfounded as he listened on the side. These 10 black-robed men were all scattered immortal experts, and it would be a piece of cake for them to wipe out most of the forces in Sin Paradise. Blood Hand, from tomorrow onwards, with your identity, lead them to wipe out the small forces. Lin Fei didn't give Blood Hand a chance to speak. If you do a good job, there will be many benefits for you in the future. Rest assured, Senior, this lowly one will definitely do his best. In terms of strength, I'm not strong, but I understand Sin Paradise the best. Blood Hand immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Blood Hand, do you know of any powerful Lone Rangers near Sin Paradise? Lin Fei asked again. In order to establish his own forces, Lin Fei didn't only set his sights on Sin Paradise, but also on some powerful Lone Rangers. I know of this. Blood Hand was worried that he couldn't find a chance to express himself. If Senior wants, I'll immediately arrange for someone to send the information over. Lin Fei quite liked people like Blood Hand who weren't strong but knew how to do things. Even if these people were fence-sitters, as long as they had enough strength, they wouldn't dare to be half-hearted. Big Brother Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, we still need to deal with these Lone Rangers together. After getting a set of information, there were many powerful Lone Rangers recorded on it, and their strength was clearly marked. A two-pronged approach is not bad. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said, I also want to see if the human experts of the continent are as strong as they were in the past. The next day, Blood Hand ordered his subordinates to bring the Heavenly Demon and attack together, easily subduing the various forces. Once the Heavenly Demon appeared, the other party's leader would be beheaded, and the gang that lost its leader would be completely crippled. After killing some of the disobedient higher-ups, Blood Hand easily brought them into his sphere of influence. Sin Paradise was a place where the fist was the strongest. Every day, the big and small forces would change their banners, and the villains of the gangs were also used to constantly changing forces. Blood Hand easily took in the forces under his command, and his own force continued to grow like a snowball. In just a few days, Bloody Hand Hall had leaped from a small force to a big force in Sin Paradise, gradually falling into the eyes of some people. A rapidly rising force would inevitably attract some people's attention. Many big forces sent people one after another, wanting to recruit Bloody Hand Hall. Although Bloody Hand looked mighty, he clearly knew that he couldn't make the decision. All of them were rejected. On the other side, Lin Fei and Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon held the list in their hands and began to look for the Lone Rangers on the list. Daoist Leng Shui. Lin Fei punched the bottom of a valley, causing the huge valley to be razed to the ground. A rogue immortal expert called Daoist Leng Shui lived in this place. Since Lin Fei came with Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon, he didn't plan to use peaceful means before resorting to force. This wouldn't work for Lone Rangers. Sire, you have guts. Daoist Leng Shui flew out, and seeing the destroyed valley, his face was filled with anger. Lin Feitian's immortal spiritual sense crushed over, suppressing the other party without any hesitation. He gave the other party 2 conditions to choose, either to live or to die. Daoist Leng Shui completely gave up. He was suppressed by the other party in less than 1 move, and it would be easy for the other party to kill him, so he chose to live. Lin Fei, from the unseen world, this heavenly demon felt that the continent will be in chaos, and heroes will be born in troubled times. If you don't fall, you will definitely become an overlord of the continent. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon had seen many geniuses, but it was rare to see someone like Lin Fei who could kill in an instant. Big Brother Qi Lian, I will be embarrassed if you say that. Lin Fei laughed, I just want to protect myself and my family. I want to protect the people I love. Don't worry, for an overlord like you, Big Brother will definitely help you. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon recognized Lin Fei as a person with a bright future, and if he assisted him now, he would become a strong ally of the Heavenly Demon clan in the future. The experts of the Heavenly Demon clan had been exterminated, and they needed a strong ally. Lin Fei and Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon joined hands, and almost no one could resist them. All the Lone Rangers on the list were either killed or chose to join, there was no third choice. In a short period of time, almost all the Lone Rangers on the list were under them, and with the strength of Lin Fei and Scarlet refining Heavenly Demon, these Lone Rangers seemed to see hope. Chapter 538. Sin Paradise, Treasure Tower. What's going on with the Bloody Hand Hall? Asked the gray-robed old man on the highest floor of the treasure tower. In the past half a month, the Bloody Hand Hall's forces have been expanding, destroying one force after another, seriously affecting the interests of the major forces. Especially after the mid-sized forces were destroyed, the Bloody Hand Hall was feared. According to the information we received from the Bloody Hand Hall, it seems that the Bloody Hand Hall spent a lot of benefits to recruit several mysterious experts, each of whom is a loose immortal expert. Tell them to investigate the origins of the mysterious loose immortals. Said the gray-robed old man. Also, tell Bloody Hand to stop before going too far. Greed will get people killed. The expansion of the Bloody Hand Hall has affected the treasure tower. The treasure tower sells a large number of pills to various forces. Now that many forces have been subdued by the Bloody Hand Hall, it has unknowingly affected the interests of the treasure tower. Understood. Bloody Hand has been in high spirits recently. Although he is a puppet, he is very satisfied with being a puppet. He has never thought of this kind of achievement in his life. The major forces of Sin Paradise have repeatedly extended olive branches to him. In the past, they probably don't even know what he is. Leader, the housekeeper of the treasure tower has brought people. The Emperor Realm expert who was suppressed in the past ran up with the news. His life is in the hands of the heavenly demons, so he doesn't dare to have any disloyalty. Bloody Hand is not the same as before. He asked for their opinion. Lords, what should we do? Usually, Bloody Hand is personally in charge of things. If he encounters something he can't deal with, he will ask the 9 loose immortals and heavenly demons for them to make a decision. Let's see what their purpose is first. After the Bloody Hand Hall annexed the small forces, they need time to digest. The 9 heavenly demons are enjoying their wonderful days. Soon, the housekeeper of the treasure tower came down with a few subordinates. With the presence of a major force like the treasure tower, the housekeeper doesn't care about the Bloody Hand Hall at all. Just a few loose immortals, the treasure tower can easily destroy them. Bloody Hand, you are so arrogant. You don't even want to come down after seeing our housekeeper? Blood Hand was sitting on his seat with a condescending and domineering expression. This is the Blood Hand Hall, not your treasure pavilion. If you want to behave atrociously, go somewhere else. Blood Hand often remembered that he was now the boss of the Bloody Hand Hall. This face was very important, not to mention that there were 9 heavenly demons beside him. How could he weaken his momentum? As a puppet, he had to withstand everything. The Treasure Pavilion's manager revealed a cold light in his eyes. Blood Hand, you're really quite audacious. Are you prepared to go against our Treasure Pavilion? A powerful aura pressed over, not giving any face to Blood Hand at all. He was the boss of a mid-level force, so there was no need to be polite. Bang! A heavenly demon stood in front of Blood Hand, blocking his divine sense attack. His tone was cold as he said, "If there's a next time, I'll cripple you immediately." They had all been suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, so each of them had a bad temper. They didn't take a mere Treasure Pavilion's manager seriously at all. If they didn't have scruples, they would have crippled the other party without saying a word. The Treasure Pavilion's manager's expression changed. He felt a violent killing intent from the other party. His words were neither light nor heavy, but the killing intent was awe-inspiring. What a terrifying loose immortal, what a terrifying aura. Where did they come from? My master asked me to tell you that, Blood Hand, you should stop before going too far. The Treasure Pavilion's manager didn't dare to continue. If there was only one of them, there was nothing to worry about. However, there were 9 of them. If they really made a move, he would die without a doubt. Blood Hand laughed loudly. What do you mean stop before going too far? Do you think your Treasure Pavilion can stop everything by relying on strength in Sin Paradise? I, Blood Hand, really don't believe it. The Treasure Pavilion's manager thought that Blood Hand would restrain himself after hearing these words. Unexpectedly, Bloodhand talked back to him in public and didn't put the treasure pavilion in his eyes at all. He couldn't help but fly into a rage. Bloodhand, remember what you said. You're on your own. After speaking, he prepared to turn around and blacklist the Bloody Hand Hall. No need to leave. Boom. A group of people walked out of the void. Each of them exuded a powerful aura of a loose immortal. The two people in the lead were black-robed men. It's you, Lin Fei. You actually came back. The Treasure Pavilion's manager was shocked. He recognized Lin Fei as himself. He immediately recognized the black-robed men. Good memory. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. Since you came today, why go back? Stay and be a guest. Don't even think about it. The Treasure Pavilion's manager immediately understood why the Bloody Hand Hall's strength expanded so quickly. The person behind the scenes was Lin Fei. He was preparing to go against the Treasure Pavilion. This news must be reported to the Pavilion Master immediately. He immediately tore a teleportation talisman and prepared to teleport out. Get out. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil's Heavenly Devil hand had the power to cut through space and shook the Treasure Pavilion's manager who was preparing to escape out. Just this move showed the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil's super strength. The Treasure Pavilion's manager only had the strength of a third tribulation loose immortal. He had no ability to fight back against the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil. You are a Heavenly Devil. It is impossible for the Heavenly Devil clan to have such super strength. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil sneered. That was in the past. Don't confuse the present. He turned to Lin Fei and said, this person must know many secrets of the Treasure Pavilion. I will use Heavenly Devil's soul search to search his memory. This kind of person is useless to me. Big brother, feel free to do it. Lin Fei knew that the Treasure Pavilion couldn't sit still when the Treasure Pavilion arranged for the manager to come. No. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon immediately used the Heavenly Demon soul-searching technique. This was an extremely overbearing soul-searching technique of the Heavenly Demon race. The person who used it would be stronger than the person who used it. The Treasure Pavilion's manager knew about the Heavenly Devil clan. He naturally knew about the absolute art of the Heavenly Devil clan. After forcefully searching, the Treasure Pavilion's manager became an idiot. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil didn't hold back and directly devoured the other party's true essence. This guy really has secrets on him. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil sneered, the business of the treasure tower has been greatly affected, and they are trying to swallow up the Bloody Hand Hall. Fortunately, their memories have been searched, and I know the recent transactions of the treasure tower. This treasure tower is your enemy, so we will make them suffer. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Devil was an extremely vicious guy. He had always been extremely overbearing. Lin Fei had long been unhappy with the Treasure Pavilion. Good. The Treasure Pavilion has the idea of annexing the Bloody Hand Hall. I want them to know the consequences and regret. The Treasure Pavilion is the #1 auction house in Sin Paradise. We can make a lot of money from them. The Bloody Hand Hall's strength expanded. They also recruited 50 to 60 rogue immortals. Lin Fei's strength increased greatly. He was not afraid of the Treasure Pavilion. In a place like Sin Paradise, it was not a big deal. Even if the Treasure Pavilion knew about it, they wouldn't dare to do anything. Lin Fei was not afraid of the other party. If the Treasure Pavilion had such thoughts, Lin Fei would dare to make a move. The timid would starve to death and the bold would die. Lin Fei was the latter. He was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. Several secret transactions of the Treasure Pavilion were almost robbed at the same time. No one was left alive at the scene. The methods were cruel. The Treasure Pavilion was furious. Who can tell me what's going on? The gray-robed old man was furious. The reason why the Treasure Pavilion could become the #1 auction house in Sin Paradise was because of the treasures they collected from all over the place. Now that the treasures were robbed, it was a serious blow. It affected the auction of the Treasure Pavilion. Why isn't he back yet? The gray-robed old man remembered his butler. As several secret transactions had problems, he immediately arranged people to investigate. Reporting to the pavilion master, Butler Da's jade token is broken. The Bloody Hand Hall is really audacious. They even dare to kill my people. The gray-robed old man immediately understood. A mere medium force dared to go against him and even dared to rob the treasures of the treasure pavilion. They were really tired of living. Pass the order. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 great rogue immortals. This pavilion master will destroy the Bloody Hand Hall. The gray-robed old man's roar spread throughout the entire treasure pavilion. A medium force dared to challenge the treasure pavilion, which was no less than a provocation. The treasure pavilion didn't need any reason to destroy a medium force. No one dared to say anything bad about the treasure pavilion. When the news came out, all the forces in Sin Paradise were surprised. Arranging 5 great rogue immortals to deal with the Bloody Hand Hall was taking the Bloody Hand Hall too seriously. It was just a few rogue immortals. The treasure pavilion was going too far. No one believed that the Bloody Hand Hall could hold on. After all, the treasure pavilion was a first-class force in Sin Paradise. There were many experts in it. No one dared to disrespect the treasure pavilion. Now that the Bloody Hand Hall dared to send experts to plunder the treasure pavilion's resources, it was no different from provoking the treasure pavilion. The Bloody Hand Hall's unbridled expansion made all the major forces very unhappy. Since the Bloody Hand Hall didn't give them any face, the Supreme Treasure Tower was naturally willing to see the Bloody Hand Hall being annihilated. After the annihilation, the empty territory could be used to support a large force, and for them, it was ready-made. The treasure pavilion finally couldn't help but make a move. After receiving the news, Lin Fei laughed. It would be fine if the treasure pavilion didn't make a move, but once they made a move, they would definitely be in trouble. The Bloody Hand Hall's force is expanding very quickly, but it is still not a large force. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon said, "We need a big victory. We need to use absolute strength to tell the treasure pavilion and the major forces that we can't make a move on anyone. Even if it's an existence like the treasure pavilion, we will make them pay the price." Lin Fei felt that it was too slow to develop step by step. The treasure pavilion made a move. Lin Fei was prepared to defeat them in one fell swoop. He wanted to use the rogue immortals of the treasure pavilion to set off the strength of the Bloody Hand Hall. Only then could he truly stand firm in Sin Paradise. Chapter 539. The treasure tower's attack was completely within everyone's expectations. Only the result was out of everyone's expectations. They originally thought that the Bloody Hand Hall's loose immortals would be one-sided, but when the real battle began, everyone knew how terrifying the Bloody Hand Hall's strength was. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each of the 5 great loose immortals was tyrannical. Most importantly, they could use the 5 elements battle formation, which increased their combat strength by more than 10 times. In the treasure tower, the 5 great loose immortals held high positions and rarely made them personally take action. Once the 5 of them took action, they had never disappointed anyone. It was precisely these 5 great loose immortals who took action together, but as soon as they took action, they were suppressed by a powerful loose immortal from the Bloody Hand Hall. Even after activating the 5 elements battle formation, they still couldn't change the battle situation. The 5 great loose immortals were killed on the spot. The entire Sin Paradise was in an uproar. They couldn't believe this result. The famous 5 great loose immortals of the treasure tower joined forces to display a battle formation that increased their combat strength by 10 times, but they still couldn't resist the other side's suppression. All the forces immediately remembered the fierce name of Daoist Qi Lian. The Bloody Hand Hall had a powerful loose immortal guarding it. They were originally prepared to watch the show, but after seeing this scene, they finally realized the horror of the Bloody Hand Hall. The treasure tower lost 5 great loose immortals, but more importantly, it lost its reputation. On the same day, the Bloody Hand Hall launched an attack on the forces under the control of the treasure tower, killing the leaders of the subordinate forces one by one with lightning speed. The treasure tower suffered heavy losses and suffered heavy losses. The forces that could truly become the subordinates of the treasure tower were all existences worthy of cultivation. They were all killed in one day. The treasure tower had lost all its face. Although the Bloody Hand Hall wasn't a large force, the other forces treated it as a large force. The Supreme Treasure Pavilion returned in a crushing defeat. The Hall of Bloody Hand was no longer a force that could be easily destroyed. It could be considered a truly great force in Sin Paradise. There were countless evil people in Sin Paradise, and even more of them were neutral. Seeing the rise of the Bloody Hand Hall, they decided to join the Bloody Hand Hall. The Bloody Hand Hall's strength greatly increased, and it became a major faction in Sin Paradise. It had many experts under its command, and no one dared to underestimate it. The treasure tower suffered heavy losses this time. 80% of the forces under them were swept by us. Lin Fei was in a great mood. The treasure tower is unable to detect our strength now, so they don't dare act rashly and have become cowards. The one who went out to battle that day was none other than the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon, an old monster that had lived for millions of years. The 5 elements battle formation was broken effortlessly, and the 5 great loose immortals were killed. I think it's still not enough. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was not satisfied. We are showing off our abilities now, and the other big forces are eyeing us. If we are not careful, the Bloody Hand Hall will be destroyed. In my opinion, we should quickly wipe out one of the big forces. Within a month, the Bloody Hand Hall had expanded its influence and strength. Anyone would be satisfied with this, but Lin Fei was not. The continent was changing every day, and this little bit of development was nothing. Big brother Qi Lian, you're right. Lin Fei also agreed. Why don't we start with the treasure tower? We will kill a dozen of their loose immortal experts, and the treasure tower will hate us to the bone. Sooner or later, they will join forces with other forces to deal with us. We will strike first and thoroughly eliminate the treasure tower. Lin Fei was strong and fearless, and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was the same. He was arrogant and overbearing, and after escaping, he was even more overbearing. The Tower Master of the Treasure Tower should be around the strength of a 6th Tribulation loose immortal. If you and I attack together, we can completely kill their upper echelons. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon's eyes revealed an ominous glint. There's no time like the present. We will kill our way to the treasure tower tonight and catch them off guard. Lin Fei applauded loudly. The treasure tower must be plotting something. We will directly kill our way into their headquarters. There are countless resources in the treasure tower, and I am worried that the Tower Master of the treasure tower has an immortal artifact. Back then, Lin Fei had participated in the treasure tower's auction and auctioned off an immortal artifact. It was an immortal artifact that was even more valuable than a profound heavenly spirit treasure, and its might was extraordinary. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon didn't mind. The immortal artifact is a little troublesome, but if we work together and don't give him a chance to use it, we can definitely kill him. Qi Lian Heavenly Fiend had the strength of a 6th Tribulation bodiless immortal, attained the Flesh Rebirth Mastery stage, and his divine sense had attained the 9th Tribulation bodiless immortal stage. Coupled with the cooperation of Lin Fei, dealing with the Treasure Pavilion's master was nothing difficult. Lin Fei didn't hesitate. Tonight, the forces of the treasure tower were greatly affected. The strength of the Treasure Pavilion's headquarters was not greatly affected, and what they lost were the peripheral forces. Even so, the impact on the Treasure Pavilion was not small, and it was not something that could be recovered in a short period of time. In order to guard against a surprise attack from the Bloody Hand Hall, a group of experts were stationed outside the treasure tower to prevent the Bloody Hand Hall from destroying it. The treasure tower is truly cowardly. Lin Fei and the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon appeared outside the Supreme Treasure Tower. What kind of force is this? The Qi Lian Heavenly Demon didn't think much of it. Let's go in and destroy the treasure tower's ruler first and disintegrate their pillar. To catch bandits, one must first capture the king, and it was the same for killing. The two's divine senses were powerful, and no one could resist their hypnosis, and the way was unimpeded. One was a heaven immortal divine sense, and the other was a 9 tribulation loose immortal divine sense. Lin Fei didn't hide anything, and taught the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon spirit entrustment. When the two attacked together, they were truly invincible, and almost all the experts were hypnotized. The Tower Master is cultivating in the top space. Lin Fei hypnotized a three-tribulation loose immortal and forced him to reveal the whereabouts of the Tower Master. The Death Space's divine sense was tempered, and now that he used spirit entrustment, it was always successful, and the Heaven Immortal divine sense was truly put to use. Treasure Tower, top space. Bloody Hand Hall, this time, you won't be able to turn things around, and you will suffer a crushing defeat. The Treasure Tower's strength had suffered heavy losses, and the Tower Master, Ji Bao, listed the Bloody Hand Hall as his life and death enemy. The only thing he couldn't understand was how a small Bloody Hand Hall dared to attack the Treasure Tower. You want us to have nowhere to turn things around. Rumble. The space was broken, and two black-robed people rushed in. It's you. Ji Bao recognized Lin Fei at a glance, and immediately understood what was going on. The Bloody Hand Hall is controlled by you. Old dog, you guessed it right. Lin Fei's gaze was like a knife. Last time, in order to deal with me, you spread rumors and tried to frame me. Today, I will take your dog life. Attack. Lin Fei's Heaven Immortal divine sense swarmed out, and the huge space trapped Ji Bao in an illusion. Mountains of knives and seas of fire constantly attacked. In this battle, Lin Fei cooperated and attacked the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon Blade. The Qi Lian Heavenly Demon transformed into a Heavenly Demon everywhere, and the fierce Heavenly Demon Blade slashed down again and again, instantly injuring Ji Bao. Lin Fei, how dare you collude with the Heavenly Demon? You will become the public enemy of the continent. Ji Bao roared and blocked the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon's attack. Ji Bao did not expect that Lin Fei, who he could easily deal with, would have a terrifying Heaven Immortal divine sense, constantly creating illusions, making him tired to deal with it. Plus, there was a ferocious Heavenly Demon, so it was impossible for him to not be injured. Old dog, you should take care of yourself. Lin Fei laughed. Bang! The Heavenly Demon Blade slashed down, cutting off one of Ji Bao's arms, causing blood to flow, and his vitality to be greatly injured. No, if this goes on, I will die without a doubt. This Lin Fei is too cunning. I have to deal with the illusions on one side and this Heavenly Demon with the same strength as me on the other. If I am not careful, I will be killed. Ji Bao never thought that a small ant like Lin Fei would dare to kill his camp, and even want to kill him. His anger was burning, but he was still at a disadvantage. This is what you forced me to do. Ji Bao dodged the fatal blade and made a series of hand seals, 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. Rumble. A huge tremor occurred in the huge space. In Sin Paradise, the tall and magnificent building of Ji Bao Tower fell with a loud crash, and a huge cauldron emitted infinite immortal might, spreading all over Sin Paradise. Immortal weapon, Ji Bao Tower's immortal weapon. All the major forces were instantly alarmed, and tyrannical divine sense fell on Ji Bao Tower. 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, high-grade immortal weapon. Ji Bao Tower hid so deeply, I didn't expect it to be an immortal weapon. Everyone has been deceived. What is going on with Ji Bao Tower? Why did they activate the immortal weapon? Could it be that they encountered a major accident? A high-grade immortal weapon. Everyone underestimated Ji Bao Tower's true strength. No wonder they could stand in Sin Paradise. Ha ha ha, you are indeed very powerful when you join hands, but you are now inside the immortal weapon. I will suppress you one by one. Ji Bao Tower's immortal might protected his body, and the injuries on his body healed in an instant. Lin Fei and Qi Lian Heavenly Demon were shocked. After all their calculations, they neglected Ji Bao Tower, so it turned out to be an immortal weapon. Kill. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon slashed down with 1,000 feet long Heavenly Demon blade. Lin Fei also gave up on creating illusions, and the 3,000 immortal art great slicing technique turned into a huge blade that slashed towards Ji Bao Tower. Rumble. A black cauldron appeared around Daoist Ji Bao's body, and the terrifying attack was forcibly blocked by it. It's useless. This is the space of the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. I am an immortal existence. Ji Bao Tower activated the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, and his heart ached. Suppress. Ji Bao Tower waved his hand, and huge cauldrons came down from the sky. A vast and boundless immortal force enveloped the two, a power that surpassed true essence, and in front of this power, the two's strength seemed insufficient. This is immortal force, he is using immortal force. Shi Lian Heavenly Demon was shocked, no wonder he is so fearless. Immortal force surpassed the power of true essence, and it was a terrifying power. Lin Fei had a small success in flesh rebirth, and with the huge immortal force on his body, he was like a supreme mountain that pressed down on him to the point that he could not move, and his flesh felt like it was about to collapse. Good knowledge, this is the supreme immortal force. Ji Bao Tower said malevolently, I am going to suppress you, forever in this immortal artifact. The huge cauldron slowly descended, and no matter how the two fought back, this huge cauldron did not move at all. Every attack that had the strength to kill a loose immortal could not break the cauldron at all. The cauldron descended a bit, and the pressure on the two increased greatly. If not for their flesh rebirth reaching a certain level, this pressure alone would have caused their flesh to collapse. This was the first time Lin Fei saw the power of an immortal artifact, and it could actually suppress his strength. Big brother Qi Lian, is this immortal force really unbreakable? Immortal force is a supreme power that does not belong to our world. We have underestimated the power of Ji Bao Tower. A high-grade immortal artifact, they really hit it well. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon had to admit the power of immortal force. Immortal force is indeed unbreakable. If my immortal artifact had not been destroyed in the battle back then, a high-grade immortal artifact would have been easy to break, and I would have taught him a lesson. Lin Fei did not believe that immortal force was unbreakable, there must be a way to break it, and everything had a counter. His immortal artifact must be activated with immortal force, and once it loses immortal force, its power will be greatly reduced? That's right, an immortal artifact must be activated with immortal force in order to display its true power. If Ji Bao Tower uses true essence, you and I can break it in an instant. Lin Fei gritted his teeth, Big brother Qi Lian, leave this immortal force to me. Later, you will go kill Ji Bao Tower and snatch this high-grade immortal artifact. At the crucial moment, Lin Fei was prepared to use his supreme art, heaven and earth smelt. Ji Bao Tower is weaker than me, and without the immortal artifact to protect him, killing him will be easy. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon was also furious. Heaven and earth smelt, devour. Rumble. Lin Fei turned into a giant red heaven and earth smelt, and the vast aura of heaven and earth filled the entire immortal artifact. Lin Fei must be the reincarnation of a god, and this technique must surpass the celestial world's techniques. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon shouted, Ji Bao Tower, die. Lin Fei did not know if the heaven and earth smelt could refine immortal force, so he decided to devour it first and fight for a chance for big brother Qi Lian. The moment the heaven and earth smelt spun, the vast immortal force instantly lost control and was devoured by the heaven and earth smelt. What is this, my immortal force, why is it like this? Ji Bao Tower nearly vomited blood, and his face finally revealed fear. The unstoppable immortal force was gradually decreasing, and the power of the immortal artifact was gradually weakening. Hong! Qi Lian Heavenly Demon's blade sent the cauldrons flying. Die. Sky Demon 18 Blades. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon revealed his Heavenly Demon true body, which was thousands of feet tall. The aura of the Heavenly Demon was revealed, and the 1,000-feet-long Heavenly Demon blade slashed down. Block. Ji Bao Tower's brows twitched, and he was barely able to control the immortal force that was constantly flowing out. Dang dang dang. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon used Sky Demon 18 Blades, which was the true ultimate technique of the Heavenly Demon race. When it was used to the 13th blade, it sent Ji Bao Tower flying. Sky Demon 14 Blades. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon and blade combined, and supreme demonic might slashed down. Ji Bao Tower blocked the 13th blade, and his immortal force was exhausted. Many profound sky spiritual treasures appeared on his body, and he tried to block the domineering blade, but he neglected the domineering nature of the Heavenly Demon race. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon was suppressed for millions of years, and his ferocity was terrifying. Hong! The profound heavenly spirit treasure floating in the air, under the crimson refined heavenly devil's blade, the terrifying power was all shattered into pieces, and even the person's primordial spirit was killed. Chapter 540. As soon as Daoist Jibao died, he lost control of his celestial power and was in a wandering state. The pressure on Lin Fei immediately decreased. "Are you all right?" The Qi Lian heavenly demon flew up and saw that Lin Fei had turned into a huge monster. After absorbing a large amount of immortal power, Lin Fei was like an inflated ball. He was unable to digest the immortal power. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Lin Fei returned to normal. He still had lingering fear in his heart. Immortal artifacts are indeed not easy to deal with. If Lin Fei had not used the heaven and earth smelt at the critical moment to absorb the immortal energy, he would have been suppressed by Ji Bao immortal on the spot. Qi Lian heavenly demon said solemnly, "Dao Master Ji Bao hit a trump card. Your secret art is still the best. Now that Dao Master Ji Bao is dead, let's go and kill their higher-ups first." When the spiritual master of Ji Bao activated the immortal artifact, the higher-ups inside could not get out. It was a good opportunity for Lin Fei and the Qi Lian heavenly demon. The higher-ups should be killed. Leaving them alive will only bring disaster. The two of them hit it off and charged towards the higher-ups of the treasure pavilion right away. As mentioned earlier, when the two of them joined forces, they were truly like gods that had descended into the world, and no one was capable of stopping their joint attacks. The higher-ups of the treasure pavilion had all died at the hands of the two of them after a short hour. Outside the treasure pavilion, numerous formidable divine senses were constantly staring at it. They were temporarily unable to figure out exactly who it was that attacked the treasure pavilion and utilized an ultimate immortal artifact. The 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron was a high-grade immortal artifact. Even though their spiritual senses were very strong, they were still incapable of seeing through the immortal artifact and observing everything that was happening within it. Some people suspected that the fight had started in the Bloody Hand Hall. Someone immediately confirmed that the Bloody Hand Hall didn't send anyone. In other words, the Bloody Hand Hall didn't make a move. Mysterious. A layer of mystery shrouded everyone's hearts. Secrets that could not be discovered were the most frightening. The next day, the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron still stood there, giving off a massive celestial might that made it so that no one dared to get close. Anyone who got close would be crushed to the ground like a dead dog. The immortal artifact has been taken. After the 8 Desolation Hexagon Cauldron vanished and was replaced by the original appearance of the treasure tower, all the powers knew that the matter had come to an end. Before they could digest it, the Bloodhand Hall's troops arrived and instantly cleaned up the forces in the periphery of the treasure pavilion. Hall of Bloody Hand? A huge question mark popped up in the minds of the various forces. The treasure pavilion was destroyed just like that? This result was unacceptable to everyone. It was like a little brother saying that he wanted to get rid of the boss to take over. No one would believe him. Firstly, he didn't have the strength, and secondly, he didn't have the money, so he was nothing. Yet, he did it. If it was said that the reason the Bloody Hand Hall had the upper hand in the beginning was because the treasure tower did not make a move, but the treasure tower was where their headquarters was located, and all the experts were gathered in one place, so how could the Bloody Hand Hall deal with them so easily? Suspicious, extremely suspicious. After the Bloody Hand Hall occupied the treasure pavilion, it was announced that the treasure pavilion had been destroyed. Everyone had no choice but to accept the fact that the Bloody Hand Hall had truly become a major force. In a single night, the treasure tower was gone. The Bloody Hand Hall stepped on the bloodied treasure tower and became a major power in Sin Paradise. At the same time, they changed the power structure of Sin Paradise. The treasure tower is really rich and overbearing. After occupying the treasure tower, Lin Fei and the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon took care of the higher-ups. After a short rest, they entered the treasury with their men. Needless to say, the treasure pavilion was known as the #1 auction house in Sin Paradise, and the amount of resources it collected was an enormous figure, causing Lin Fei to become extremely wealthy in a short time. Big Brother Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon, you can take half of these resources for killing the treasure Daoist. Little brother, Big Brother appreciates your kind intentions. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon said, "For our Heavenly Demon clan, cultivation resources are nothing to us. Our clan needs to kill and refine experts to increase our strength. Cultivation resources are of little use to us." Lin Fei did not expect that Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon would refuse. "Don't think so much." The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon smiled. "These resources are just the capital for you to establish your own sect. Any major power, if they don't have resources, they won't give a damn about you. If you want to use these resources, feel free to take them." Lin Fei could only do this. "We need a lot of resources to occupy the treasure tower." In the past, Lin Fei was an independent person, so he did not need to consider anything. But now it was different, since he wanted to establish his own force, manpower and resources were indispensable. 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, you better refine it immediately. The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon reminded Lin Fei, "With this high-grade immortal tool, we will be able to sit firmly in Sin Paradise. I'll have to trouble Big Brother with the matters outside. With me in charge, those forces outside will not dare to act rashly." The Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon laughed. "I can't wait for them to appear. I'll kill them one by one to increase my strength." The 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron was divided into different spaces. This high-grade immortal tool was not the true main attack, it was mainly used as a support. It opened up many spaces inside, forming a true base camp. Fortunately, Big Brother Qi Lian and I attacked together and killed the other party before Spiritual Master Ji Bao escaped. Otherwise, he would not have been able to harm the other party even if he used the immortal tool to travel through the void. A day later, Lin Fei had completely refined the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron and memorized all the formations inside. He was glad that he was lucky when he killed Spiritual Master Ji Bao. The 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron was equivalent to a support immortal tool. When in danger, it could break through the void, making it a helpless immortal tool. After refining the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to go out. Since the treasure tower has been taken down, should consider a name. Lin Fei was excited. Creating a force in such a short period of time was something that he did not even dare to think about. After muttering to himself, Lin Fei decided on a name. Mythical Sect. Lin Fei's eyes flashed, his body was filled with domineering aura. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for creating the first force, Mythical Sect, establishing a sect, and becoming famous in the continent. Ding! Sect system activated. Ding! Sect newbie gift bag discovered. A series of notifications came from the system, causing Lin Fei to be dumbfounded. This system even came with the sect system? This was too amazing. Lin Fei quickly opened the sect system page and found out that Mythical Sect was rated as a 3rd-grade sect. He was shocked and surprised. Let's see what's in the newbie gift bag first. He quickly opened the golden gift bag, revealing a long grid. The grid was filled with treasures. Ding! You can choose any 3 treasures. This is the best opportunity to lay the foundation for the sect. Lin Fei did not dare to neglect the system's reminder. The system's reminders were usually not wrong. An hour later, Lin Fei thought about what he should choose. First, I want the Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art. This was a heaven-grade mystic art. The reason why he chose such a demonic art was because Lin Fei fancied its power and use. The Bloody Hand Hall had recruited a group of subordinates, but for a sect, there were still certain disadvantages. Who knows when it would explode, or if the sect encountered danger, they would leave at the first moment. Lin Fei had been thinking about how to deal with this. With the appearance of the Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art, Lin Fei knew how to deal with it. The biggest use of this demonic art was to devour the opponent's strength to increase one's own strength. Ordinary people needed time to cultivate, but once this demonic art was cultivated, time would become a thing of the past. The Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art had a total of 10 levels. Once this demonic art was cultivated, no one would be able to resist the temptation. Cultivating bitterly was not as fast as refining a person. The 10 levels of the Heaven Engulfing Demon Yuan art were different. The first level could absorb 10% of the opponent's true energy, and the 10th level would absorb 100% of the opponent's true energy. This kind of temptation, no one would refuse. With this demonic art, Lin Fei believed that even if he chased these people away, they would not leave. Instead, they would shamelessly stay and be loyal. This kind of method to increase their strength was something they could not refuse. With this demonic art, Lin Fei's previous troubles disappeared like smoke. Second, I choose the demon heart pill. Devouring large amounts of true energy could easily cause inner demons, so one had to take the demon heart pill. Lin Fei asked for the demon heart pill's formula. Even if this demonic art was spread, once it was used, without the demon heart pill, the opponent would definitely die, losing a life for nothing. This kind of demon heart pill was useful in the early stages and not needed in the later stages. Of course, that was only for the strong. Third, I choose the immortal sect formation. The first two were to lay the foundation for the sect. The third was the Mountain Gate formation, a formation at the level of celestial immortal. Once this formation was set up, even if a celestial immortal came, they would not be able to return. Lin Fei could not guard the sect all the time. If there was a celestial immortal level formation, he would not have to worry. On the Xiantian continent, there might be celestial immortals, but not many. With this level of formation, Lin Fei did not need to worry. The only thing that hurt was that this celestial immortal level formation required a lot of resources to set up. After all, a formation of this level required extremely expensive materials to set up in order to unleash its true power. Although Lin Fei felt the pain, for the future of the sect, this formation had to be set up. After all, wool comes from the sheep. In the space bag, Lin Fei saw the demonic art, the pill formula, and the formation. What a mysterious cultivation method. Are you really going to use it as a sect cultivation method? After seeing this demonic art, the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon immediately felt its depth. Although there is a certain gap between it and the demonic art of our Heavenly Demon clan, it is still the top cultivation method in the continent. Big brother, I have thought about it. If the sect does not have a powerful cultivation method, the people below will not really put their lives on the line. With this demonic art, no one can refuse it. After all, if you learn this demonic art, you can become an expert in the continent in the future. You can even ascend to the heavenly realm. Chapter 541. Inside the 8 desolate 6-directional cauldron. Lin Fei gathered all the members of the Bloody Hand Hall together and prepared for a formal lecture. The Bloody Hand Hall quickly eliminated the Supreme Treasure Tower, and the powerhouses that joined them undoubtedly gave them hope and motivation. If you don't want to mix, then don't mix. If you want to mix, then mix with the best. This has always been the philosophy of the strong. Daoist Leng Shui, what do you think Lin Fei wants to do today? In the immortal tool space, the loose immortals gathered together, forming a circle that outsiders could not enter. Daoist Leng Shui was the first to surrender. She admired the strength of Lin Fei and Daoist Qi Lian, but she did not regard herself as a member of the Bloody Hand Hall. It was nothing more than a heavenly oath to work for the other party for 500 years. Who knows? Daoist Leng Shui coldly snorted. The other loose immortals' temperament was almost similar to Daoist Leng Shui. They were all under pressure and made a heavenly oath. In the face of life and death, they had no choice but to choose. 500 years was nothing to itinerant immortals like them. Perhaps one could go into seclusion, the other could cultivate, and it would be over. After 500 years, they would regain their freedom. Lin Fei and Daoist Qi Lian's strength is really terrifying. Supreme Treasure Tower has stood in the Sin Paradise for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it was destroyed and Daoist Qi Lian was killed. Fortunately, we did not resist to the end. Otherwise, we would have been annihilated like Daoist Qi Lian. Every loose immortal thought of that scene, and their faces could not help but turn pale. Lin Fei and Reverend Qi Lian were too strong, so strong that they were unable to resist. Even if they used all their means, they would still be suppressed. They had seen what it meant to say that there was always someone stronger. Lin Fei and Daoist Qi Lian are here. When Lin Fei and Daoist Qi Lian appeared, the original discussion quietly quieted down. Whether it was the loose immortals or those who surrendered later, no one dared to say a word at this time, for fear of being accidentally destroyed. Everyone, listen up. Facing tens of thousands of people, Lin Fei was no longer afraid of this scene. He opened his mouth and suppressed the momentum of tens of thousands of people. Rumble sound shook their hearts. From today onwards, the Bloody Hand Hall will change its name to Mythology Sect. Lin Fei said in a heroic manner, "You will become the first batch of disciples of Mythology Sect." Everyone was puzzled, but no one dared to say anything. If a person wasn't cruel, they wouldn't be afraid. If it was someone weaker, they would have questioned him on the spot. "You should be proud of this," Lin Fei said. "It's because you guys have a treatment that others can't enjoy. After becoming a disciple of the Mythology Sect, you guys will be able to learn the peak ultimate arts of the continent, and all of you will be able to stand out. With your current strength, you guys are nothing but trash in my eyes, trash among trash. I alone can kill all of you." Lin Fei's aura was filled with killing intent. No one dared to doubt that he had the ability to kill them. Everyone's attention was on the top-notch unique skill that Lin Fei mentioned. The temptation was not shallow. "Bring them here." Immediately, someone escorted a group of people up, and they were the diehard supporters of the Treasure Pavilion. "You guys must really want to know what the Mythology Sect's heaven-grade ultimate skill is." Lin Fei was very satisfied with their reaction. Heaven-engulfing demonic origin technique. Lin Fei stretched out his hand, and demonic qi rippled. The diehard supporters of the Treasure Pavilion that he brought up quickly turned into dried corpses, losing all their essence, qi, and spirit. "Go." With a flick of his finger, a mass of qi wrapped in power landed on the bodies of some people in front. "Meditate and refine." Lin Fei's words were like a supreme divine voice, guiding them on how to proceed. I've leveled up. I'm finally a sage." A mystique venerable villain below suddenly leveled up to a sage. "I've also leveled up. I'm now a late-stage sage." Those who had just received the mass of qi had their strength increase explosively, breaking through their current cultivation level. It was like a dream. The itinerant immortals who had been watching were all stunned. What a terrifying ultimate skill. Could it be that Lin Fei has cultivated this kind of domineering ultimate skill? Is that why he's so powerful? That must be it. The itinerant immortals were tempted. Which one of them was willing to be a lone ranger? Wasn't he a guy who was not loved by his grandmother? What everyone saw just now is the mythical gate's ultimate martial art, the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique. Lin Fei had done that just now precisely so that they would have a process of acceptance. Anyone who learns this demonic technique can be as powerful as me. The prerequisite is that you have to contribute to the mythical gate. The sky-engulfing demonic origin technique has a total of 10 levels. Everyone present was stimulated. No one had ever thought of letting them cultivate a heaven-tier ultimate skill. More importantly, this ultimate skill was too domineering. When had a heaven-tier martial art not caused rivers of blood? This was especially so domineering. They had probably only thought about it in their dreams. Lin Fei's voice contained a supreme demonic voice. This was what he had learned from the scarlet refined heavenly demonic hand. The two of them often fought and exchanged martial arts. These people were all stimulated. "I want to make a contribution. I want to stand out." They were born into good families and have plenty of cultivation resources. Why don't they have to worry about cultivation? I want to kill them and refine them. Among them, the most excited were the mystic venerables of the mystic sect. If there were no accidents, they would be stuck at this level for the rest of their lives. No matter how strong they would not be able to get much stronger. However, with a heaven-tier martial art, they saw hope. They saw the scene of standing out. All they needed to do was to make contributions and accumulate merit points. Once a person had hope, they would become crazy. Lin Fei had given them a reason to be crazy. Those places that they had thought were unattainable were no longer difficult now. In front of everyone, Lin Fei taught everyone the first level of the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique. Everyone sat down cross-legged and cultivated this heaven-tier martial art. Their faces were filled with craziness. Little brother, you've succeeded. They are all possessed. If the scarlet refined heavenly demonic hand did not have the heavenly demonic clan's ultimate skill, he might have been addicted to this crazy feeling. Lin Fei had already expected this. What they lacked was hope. Now that I've given them hope, let's see how they digest this hope. The first level of the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique was suitable for anyone to cultivate. However, the later stages required realms. Only when the realms were there could they continue cultivating. To obtain the second level, they had to pay the price and willingly fight for the mythical sect. Ding! Player Lin Fei has obtained the power of faith. Lin Fei was stunned. The power of faith? Ding! The power of faith is a supreme power. As long as you cultivate the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique, the power of faith will continue to increase. You will be able to obtain the entire sect's power for a short period of time. What? There's such a good thing? Lin Fei was shocked. The power of faith was this terrifying? Obtaining the entire sect's power for a short period of time was equivalent to not fighting alone. Lin Fei immediately understood that as long as he cultivated the sky-engulfing demonic origin technique, he would have his own existence in his heart. He would be able to transcend the power of faith through space. Good, good. I didn't expect the sect system to have such benefits. Lin Fei was excited. I want to expand my influence. The more power of faith, the better. Waves of power of faith entered his body. Lin Fei could easily feel that there was a slight change in his strength. This change was very, very slight. Only Lin Fei, whose divine sense had reached the heaven immortal level, could sense it. Ji Treasure Tower had now changed its name to the mythical sect. Lin Fei had yet to establish a sect. The mythical sect was merely a name. A gang and a sect were two different things. If Lin Fei made his sect public, the major powers in Sin Paradise would definitely not let it go so easily. After all, the meaning of a sect was different. After Ji Treasure Tower changed its name to the mythical sect, the various powers were silent. They were very unhappy with the Bloody Hand Hall not following the rules. They were equivalent to a mad dog that bit people randomly. They maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After devouring Ji Treasure Tower, Lin Fei needed some time to digest it. If they didn't come looking for trouble, he naturally wouldn't look for trouble with them. This was exactly what Lin Fei was thinking. Big brother Qi Lian, the matters of the mythical sect are almost settled. Now that I have a firm foothold in Sin Paradise, I have the time to help you. Back in the Endless Sea, Qi Lian had mentioned that Lin Fei would help him. At that time, Lin Fei didn't think that things would stabilize so quickly. It should be said that it was beyond imagination. Qi Lian didn't misjudge Lin Fei and didn't hide anything. I was suppressed for 1,000,000 years. Back then, I had many good friends on the continent. If they didn't die, they should still be alive. Your mythical sect lacks experts. If my old friends are willing to come, your mythical sect will be able to become a first-grade sect in the shortest time possible. Lin Fei was very touched. Won't this be too troublesome? It's not troublesome. Qi Lian said. Every time there is a huge change in the continent, there will always be some people who are forgotten by the river of history. I hope that my friends can survive. The mythical sect grew stronger quickly. However, they lacked true experts. Those solo experts with the strength of loose immortals could only guard a certain place. They couldn't be considered true experts. It was a must that the mythical sect needed true experts to guard it. Qi Lian's 9 subordinates were currently the strongest. With them guarding the mythical sect and the 8 Desolation's 6-directional cauldron, the other powers could only watch helplessly. The Empire is in constant war. Chaos has appeared. Lin Fei and Qi Lian came out from Sin Paradise and flew towards the west. Everywhere they passed, they saw many battles between empires. Black armies were engaged in battle. Blood flowed like rivers and there were countless deaths and injuries. Compared to 2 months ago, the continent was much more chaotic. They flew towards the west and encountered many wandering bandits. They robbed homes and were extremely savage. After rushing for 7 days, they arrived at an empire called Taichu. It was a huge empire that could be ranked in the top 20 of the continent. On the Xintian continent, there were almost 100 empires. Among them, there were strong and weak empires. Taichu Empire's strength could be ranked in the top 20. It was a true Leviathan of the continent. Chapter 542. The Taichu Empire had a population of over 100 billion and produced countless powerful beings. Ordinary empires only had a population of tens of billions. A truly large empire would have a population of at least 100 billion. With a large population, the birth rate of geniuses would be higher, and it would imperceptibly strengthen the empire. Brother Qi Lian, is the person you're looking for still in the empire? Lin Fei suspected that Qi Lian had remembered the wrong place. They had been in the Taichu Empire for 2 days, but they were still unable to find the person that Qi Lian was looking for. There shouldn't be any mistakes. Qi Lian's brows furrowed. That old friend of mine once said that he was living in seclusion in the Taichu Empire. If I hadn't been suppressed and lost my communication talisman, I wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble. Qi Lian was suppressed in the death dimension, and all of his belongings had been taken away. Why would he need to spend so much effort to find a person? At the mention of this, Qi Lian was very angry. We still have time. Lin Fei replied, we can take our time to search. If that old friend of yours hasn't perished, then he should be in the Taichu Empire. Qi Lian had no other choice. This is all we can do for now. If he could not find the whereabouts of the other party, Qi Lian did not want to continue searching. He could not afford to waste time outside. After 1,000,000 years, it was unknown whether his old friend was still alive or not. In the next few days, Lin Fei and Qi Lian continued to search, but they could not find any news of him. It was as if he had disappeared without a trace. Qi Lian was depressed. Forget it, I can't find him. My old friend should be gone. He didn't want to continue and decided to find another old friend. After searching for so many days, Lin Fei still couldn't find the other party. He didn't have much hope. It had been too long, and it was still unknown whether the other party was still around. Just as they were about to leave, Qi Lian's eyes lit up with joy. Don't go yet, I sense a familiar aura. Immediately, Qi Lian led Lin Fei along the main street. After turning east and west, they appeared on a wide, bustling street. Little bastard, I'll kill you today. There were many onlookers on the street. It turned out that a disciple from an aristocratic family was attacking a young man and a young woman. Looking at the situation, the young man and the young woman were clearly at a disadvantage and were not a match for them. You know them? Lin Fei was also curious. These two didn't seem to have any connection. They should be the descendants of my old friend. Qi Lian smiled. Did you see that young girl? The bracelet on her hand is the one I refined in the past and gave to my friend. Lin Fei suddenly realized what was going on. He also noticed that the string was a profound heaven spiritual treasure. Big brother, you know how to forge weapons? Crafting equipment is nothing to me. Qi Lian was quite proud of himself. I didn't think that my old friend, who said that he wouldn't find a Dao companion, would actually find one. Whoosh! The man and woman clearly could not block the other party's attack. At the crucial moment, they withdrew their auras and erupted with a milky white light that enveloped the two of them, blocking the other party's killing move. Humph, you've got guts. How dare you steal my treasure? Now that you've been caught red-handed, let's see what you have to say. The person who attacked was a young master of an aristocratic family. He had a frivolous expression on his face, and when his gaze fell on the bracelet, a look of greed appeared on his face. Bullshit, this was passed down from our ancestors. When did it belong to you? The young man was furious and glared at the other party with murderous intent. Take them down for me. Kill the man and sell the woman. the young master sneered. He was determined to get this profound heaven's spiritual treasure bracelet. Boom, 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 the subordinates of the young master rushed to attack. The milky white power was constantly shaken, and the color began to gradually dim. Sister, what should we do? The young man panicked. Although they were temporarily safe, they could not withstand the repeated attacks of the other party. Sooner or later, they would fall into their hands. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to the imperial capital. The woman felt very guilty. Later, you used the teleportation talisman to leave. I'll hold them off. No. The young man shook his head. I'll hold them off. You go first. The young master laughed. You don't have to leave. I've set up a space-locking array on the street. You can't leave. The milky white light became fainter and fainter. It was about to be broken. The two of them were even more disheartened. Admit defeat. Another wave of terrifying power attacked, wanting to destroy their only hope. The crowd could not bear to watch anymore. There was no chance of survival in the hands of this young master. Just at this moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of them and blocked all the attacks. With a slap, including the young master, they were instantly smashed into pieces. A few ants and you dare to be cocky. The one who attacked was the red refining heavenly demon. With the temperament of the heavenly demon, there was no need for any reason to kill. Killing was killing. Go. The red refining heavenly demon waved his hand and a huge force wrapped around the two of them. He tore open the void and disappeared from the street. The young master of the Wang family is dead. What a terrifying strength just now. That person must be a loose immortal expert. This is called the evil that you brought upon yourself. I already said that the young master of the Wang family would die in the hands of others sooner or later. The crowd on the street dispersed. The young master of the Wang family was killed. If they continued to stay, it would be hard to guarantee that they would get into trouble. In the blink of an eye, the street was empty. Sister, this person is so strong. What should we do? They were going to die in the hands of the young master of the Wang family. In the blink of an eye, they fell into the hands of a strong loose immortal. The man and the woman were not lightly frightened. All right. You are safe now. On a mountain peak outside the imperial capital, the red refining heavenly demon put the two of them down. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Shengguan Shui was polite. In front of this kind of loose immortal, they did not dare to have any thoughts. Is your old ancestor still here? Shengguan Shui thought that she had encountered a passing loose immortal. Are you old ancestor's friend? Little girl, you are quite smart. The red refining heavenly demon laughed. That's right. I and your old ancestor are good friends. The Xian Tian spiritual treasure in your hands was also refined by me. It's just that your strength is too weak. You are unable to unleash its true power. Otherwise, a few mere emperors would not be able to break through the defense. After finding the whereabouts of his old friend, the red refining heavenly demon was in a good mood. Senior, please save my old ancestor. Shengguan Shui was overjoyed and hurriedly asked for help. What happened to your old ancestor? The red refining heavenly demon was very surprised. You lead the way. Without saying a word, he wrapped them up and directly tore open the void. Senior, my house is in the valley in front. Shengguan Shui pointed to a valley in front of them. The red refining heavenly demon waved his hand and entered the valley. Although the formation outside was powerful, it could not stop him. Soon after, he appeared in a small space. After all, when one's strength reached a certain level, they could break open space and create their own space. Since he was Qi Lian's old friend, creating a space was easy. So when the red refining heavenly demon and Lin Fei barged in, the experts in the valley were alarmed. Who are you? When these people came out and saw Qi Lian with Shengguan Shui, they thought that they were captured. Without saying a word, they attacked. Father, no. Shengguan Shui hurriedly said. This senior was too strong. He could easily enter the formation outside. He was not someone that the Shangguan clan could offend. Suppress. The red refining heavenly demon suppressed them one by one with a tyrannical aura. Old red refining heavenly demon, your temper is still so bad. Is there a need to make things difficult for them? Suddenly, a pale-faced middle-aged man flew out. Old ancestor. The Shangguan clan people were ashamed. They were suppressed the moment they attacked. If the other party wanted to kill them, it would just be a matter of a thought. Old ghost, I thought that you were dead. The red refining heavenly demon released his aura. Only then did the Shangguan clan people regain their freedom. The person who came out was the Shangguan clan's old ancestor, Shangguan Hong. He was an old ghost who had lived for millions of years. However, his expression was not good. You old devil didn't die. How can I die before you? Shangguan Hong laughed. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and thank me for not killing you. It was rare for the Shangguan clan to see the old ancestor so happy. The red refining heavenly demon waved his hand. Ignorance is not a crime. I won't blame them. Old ghost Shangguan, how did you end up like this? The red refining heavenly demon frowned. Who injured you? Shangguan Hong's face was pale. His injuries were severe and he was unable to recover. Don't mention it. I am ashamed to say it. I am a great loose immortal, but I failed miserably and ended up like this. No wonder I couldn't find you. You were hiding to heal. The red refining heavenly demon realized, this poison is really powerful. No wonder you had to hide to heal. Shangguan Hong laughed bitterly. It is good enough that I am alive. Is there really no other way? The red refining heavenly demon could not see that his old friend was severely injured. Especially the poison in his body. It was not easy to get rid of it. Otherwise, he would not be so weak. Shangguan Hong shook his head. It is very difficult. You should know that the red lotus heavenly fire is extremely poisonous. This poison has no antidote. It is good enough that I am alive. As for antidote, I don't want to think about it. Who did it? Tell me. I will kill him first. Even though the red refining heavenly demon was suppressed for millions of years, his temper was still as bad as before. No need. Those people are very strong. Shangguan Hong knew that the heavenly demon clan had been suppressed. It was not easy for them to get out. Naturally, he did not want to attract the attention of those forces. This is an old friend of mine, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for his help, I probably wouldn't have been able to get out. The red refining heavenly demon introduced. Lin Fei, this is my old friend, Shangguan Hong. Greetings, Senior Shangguan Hong. Lin Fei was very polite. Young Master Lin, you are really young and promising. Even though Shangguan Hong's strength had regressed a lot, he could see that Lin Fei was a proud son of heaven. He believed in the red refining heavenly demon's judgment. Senior, you flatter me. Lin Fei was quite humble. Do you have a way to help Shangguan Hong expel the poison? The red refining heavenly demon suddenly asked. Old demon, there is no need. This poison cannot be cured. Don't reject it. Lin Fei is not an ordinary person. Maybe he has a way. Lin Fei was very clear that this was a favor from Big Brother Qi Lian. If he could cure Shangguan Hong, it would be much easier for him to recruit Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that the red lotus heavenly fire was a very strange poison. The heavenly fire burned in one's body, burning one's true yuan every day. After burning one's true yuan, it would burn one's entire body and soul. This poison was something that Lin Fei had only seen in some ancient books. From the first time he saw Shangguan Hong, he could feel that there was a flame in his body. It was very vicious. The person who dared to use this poison must be very evil. The red lotus heavenly fire was a kind of long-term torture. Fortunately, Shangguan Hong was a powerful loose immortal. He refined the heaven and earth spiritual qi every day to resist the red lotus heavenly fire. If it was an emperor stage ranker, they would be tortured to death in less than 100 years. But even so, Shang Guanhong could not hold on any longer. He was at the end of his rope. Senior Shangguan, the red lotus heavenly fire in your body is at its limit. I have an idea. Since I can't get rid of the red lotus heavenly fire, can I use other flames to burn it and fight poison with poison? Lin Fei asked. I have thought of this and tried it before. But the red lotus heavenly fire is too vicious. It seems to be cleansed, but it will continue to breed again. It can't be truly removed, and then it will occupy the body again. As time passes, the red lotus heavenly fire will develop the ability to resist any other flames. Shang Guanhong said helplessly. Since Shang Guanhong said so, Lin Fei had an idea. The red lotus heavenly fire was just a flame of this world. He had a divine fire, so it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this kind of vicious flame. If Senior is willing, I can try to get rid of the flame. Lin Fei opened his palm, and a divine fire appeared in his palm. It was so hot that Shang Guanhong's expression changed. What a mysterious flame. I can't see through it. Shang Guanhong knew that the person that the old devil had his eyes on was definitely not an ordinary person. He did not think that he could use such a tyrannical flame. Old devil, how is it? I was right. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was glad that he brought Lin Fei here. Otherwise, with his ability, it would be difficult to solve this problem. Shang Guanhong was obviously excited. This flame is so tyrannical. Maybe it can defeat the red lotus heavenly fire. Big brother, I will have to trouble you to protect me. The divine fire in Lin Fei's hand was very tyrannical and had to be carefully controlled. I will protect you. Shang Guanhong did not refuse. Anyway, at this stage, there was no harm in giving it a try. 3 days. In 3 days, Lin Fei killed all of the red lotus heavenly fire, not leaving a single flame behind. Divine fire was the flame of heaven and earth. It was incomparably tyrannical. Even a rogue immortal could refine it. When the red lotus heavenly fire met the divine fire, it was directly burned to ashes. Because the red lotus heavenly fire occupied the home ground and was very cunning, Lin Fei only spent 3 days to completely wipe out the red lotus heavenly fire. Without the red lotus heavenly fire's attack, Shang Guanhong's aura immediately returned to normal. Although he still looked weak, he only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Chapter 543. Inside the Taichu Empire. A group of people was charging toward the city in an imposing manner. The expressions of some passers-by changed drastically in the face of this mighty group of people, and they hurriedly moved to the side, opening up a path to avoid being killed. Are you sure that son of AB*TCH is from the Shangguan clan? These people were none other than members of the imperial capital's Wang clan's faction. After all, a direct descendant of the Wang clan, who was one of the more favored ones, was killed in front of so many people. The Wang clan couldn't swallow this insult. We found out that the man and woman are from the Shangguan clan. The leader of the group looked somewhat familiar to the young master who was killed. He was the young master's third uncle, who held a high position in the clan. The Shangguan clan has gone too far. Wang Guan sneered, we didn't take care of the Shangguan clan, but they came looking for trouble. This time, I'm going to wipe out the entire Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan wasn't very prominent in the Taichu Empire, so most people didn't know about it. As a major force in the Taichu Empire, the Wang clan knew about the Shangguan clan. Even though the Shangguan clan wasn't very big, they had a high-level itinerant immortal among their ranks. Third uncle, that old bastard from the Shangguan clan is a bit troublesome. Wang Guan didn't care. Don't worry about that old bastard Shang Guanhong. It's been several hundred years, so he can't be that powerful. Everyone knows that his true essence is being devoured by the red lotus heavenly fire. It's already difficult for him to survive, so how can he kill anyone? Shang Guanhong was the only powerful person in the Shangguan clan. In order to destroy the Shangguan clan, Wang Guan brought his family's worshippers to deal with Shang Guanhong personally. It's in the valley ahead. The Shangguan clan wasn't really a hidden clan. the people of the Taichu Empire would know about it. Besides, a major force like the Wang clan could easily find the residence of a small clan. Break in. Wang Guan gave the order. The mighty group of disciples behind him instantly attacked, and the array formation in the valley was blasted apart. Old bastard Shangguan, come out and die. The Shangguan clan's spell formation was revealed, and ripples appeared on its surface. A loud rumbling sound echoed in the area. Shangguan Hong was in a good mood after the Yin fire was gone. He asked Lin Fei and Qi Lian to stay and entertain them for a few days. The Wang clan. Shangguan Hong immediately recognized them with his divine sense, and his face darkened. The Wang clan is really arrogant. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon said, this Wang family is really narrow-minded, it must be because I killed their direct descendant disciple. The three of them were in the middle of drinking, so they were not in the mood. Humph, the Wang family really thinks that I don't dare to act. Shangguan Hong was furious. After getting rid of the Yin flame, Shangguan Hong had recovered most of his strength. He would not allow anyone to trample on his dignity as an itinerant immortal. If it was before, he might have tolerated Shangguan Hong before he got rid of the heavenly red lotus flame. After all, the Shangguan clan still needed to survive in the Taichu Empire. Currently, Shangguan Hong was the most powerful person in the Shangguan clan. Even though he had a few itinerant immortals, they were nothing compared to the Taichu Empire, which was filled with experts. Shangguan Hong had to think about the Shangguan clan. Once he left, some forces would come looking for him. Because of this, Shangguan Hong kept a low profile, and the Shangguan clan kept a low profile. A low-profile clan could survive and endure many things. Now, Shangguan Hong couldn't take it anymore. Shangguan Hong was a powerful itinerant immortal, and his battle prowess was on par with Qi Lian Heavenly Clan. When an itinerant immortal was angry, he could kill thousands of miles, and even the empire would tremble. Rumble, the spell formation in the valley rippled from time to time. It didn't take long to break it. Old bastard Shangguan Hong is really patient. Wang Guan sneered. Let's see how long you can endure. Once the spell formation is broken, I'll wipe out the entire Shangguan clan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Shangguan Hong and the other two appeared. Your Wang clan is going too far. Shangguan Hong was furious. With a loud rumbling sound, the space around him collapsed, revealing his opponent's true strength. Old bastard Shangguan, you finally came out. Wang Guan was full of killing intent. You killed my nephew. I'll wipe out the entire Shangguan clan. His gaze fell on Qi Lian Heavenly Clan. With the Wang clan's strength, they didn't need much time to recognize him. I killed him. Come and kill me if you dare. Qi Lian Heavenly Clan laughed. I'll kill 100 of these little bastards. Wang Guan was furious. How dare you kill a direct descendant of the Wang clan? You and the Shangguan clan will pay the price. Do it. Wang Guan brought 4 great priests this time, and each of them had the battle prowess of a 5th tribulation itinerant immortal, including himself. Such a force could easily kill the injured Shangguan old bastard. Young Master Lin, Qi Lian, you don't need to do anything. Shangguan Hong stopped them. I haven't fought for 1,000 years. Some people in the Taichu Empire have almost forgotten about me. I'll make sure they never forget this day. Lin Fei and Qi Lian knew that Shangguan Hong was really angry. The anger of a peak 6 tribulation itinerant immortal was terrifying. Reincarnation of 10,000 swords. A golden longsword appeared in Shangguan Hong's hand. He slashed down in the air, and a 1,000-foot-long sword light turned into a huge reincarnation vortex. The Wang clan is in trouble. Qi Lian laughed. This is an immortal sword. 1,000,000 years have passed, and the old bastard's swordsmanship has reached an extremely high level. Lin Fei could also see the domineering power of this sword, as well as the irresistible power of an immortal sword. Rumble, the reincarnation vortex swept past, and the sword light contained the power of an immortal sword shredded the bodies of the weaker subordinates Wang Guan brought. Shangguan Hong's sword caused heavy casualties in the Wang clan. The 4 great priests immediately took action. A 1,000-foot-long black dragon rolled up and down in the air. Its aura was no weaker than Shangguanhong's. Roar! 2 sword lights shot out of the black dragon's mouth, one in front and one behind. They turned into 2 dragon claws that tore through the air and suddenly appeared in front of Shangguanhong. Old bastard Shangguan, if you were at your peak, I might be afraid of you. But now, you're just a sickly old man. How much combat power can you use? Prepare to die. Wang Guan laughed sinisterly. The 4 sinecures had made a move, and they had even employed a formation to kill Shangguanhong, who was not as strong as he was back then. They could have easily killed him. So what if Shangguanhong had an immortal sword? They could kill him if they wanted to. Humph, these 4 great priests want to kill me. Shangguanhong looked disdainful. Reincarnation Kingdom. Shangguanhong's sword momentum changed, and a destructive power suddenly burst out. The immortal sword turned into a reincarnation vortex, disintegrating the 4 great priests' joint attack. The reincarnation vortex kept expanding, and the entire space quickly turned into a whirlpool of heaven. Did you see that? This is the old bastard's real combat power. He inherited the 3,000 immortal arts, the reincarnation art. Later, he merged it into his sword technique and turned it into reincarnation. That's why the old bastard Shangguan is also called the reincarnation sage. Qi Lian explained. Lin Fei was shocked. Senior Shangguan is really powerful. He can even merge the 3,000 immortal arts into his sword technique. I think this reincarnation art is not an ordinary immortal art. No one can escape reincarnation. They should not be able to stop it. Watching from the side, Lin Fei could also feel great danger from the reincarnation. The 4 great priests were strong when they joined forces, but they could not compete with senior Shangguan. Boom! The reincarnation vortex crushed over and broke the 4 great priests' formation. The 4 people's expressions changed drastically. In front of this reincarnation, they felt they were too small. Crash! The 2 consecrators who were slow to react were immediately reincarnated, their bodies and Dao disappearing. You're healed. Wang Guan tried his best to resist the reincarnation vortex. His face was pale. He could not imagine this result. The 4 great priests could not suppress the old bastard Shangguan. At the same time, he quickly tore a teleportation talisman. Since you're here, leave something behind. Crash! Wang Guan screamed. An arm fell from the sky, and blood sprayed down. The Wang family came aggressively. Except for Wang Guan and the 2 priests, the others died in Shangguanhong's hands. What a pity. Shangguanhong shook his head and watched them leave. If I had another half a month, they would all be dead. Although the Red Lotus heavenly fire was expelled, Shangguanhong's injuries were too severe and he had used too much energy. He could not recover in a short time. If the Red Lotus heavenly fire was not expelled, he would probably die today. Shangguanhong was called the reincarnation sage. His combat power was above the reincarnation sage. Once he used it, it would consume a lot of vital energy. The Red Lotus heavenly fire devoured vital energy. Once the vital energy was consumed, Shangguanhong would not be able to hold on for long. Old geezer, you're lucky. Qi Lian laughed. The Wang family lost a lot this time. You killed 2 fifth tribulation scattered immortals. They're going to vomit blood when they get back. A large force like the Wang family did not care about low-level scattered immortals. They could continue to recruit them, but 5th tribulation scattered immortals were mid-level scattered immortals. Losing 2 mid-level scattered immortals was enough to make the Wang family sad for a long time. They would become a joke if they lost 2 mid-level scattered immortals for a disciple of the Wang family. Senior Shangguan, the Wang family is attacking. What do you plan to do next? Lin Fei suddenly asked. Plan? Shangguanhong immediately understood. Young Master Lin, do you have any suggestions? Senior Shangguan, the Red Lotus heavenly flame in your body has been neutralized, and you've killed 2 mid-tier itinerant immortals from the Wang family today, so they definitely won't let you off the hook. They'll attack you again sooner or later, so I think it's best that I leave the Taichu Empire. I think it's best for me to leave the Taichu Empire, Lin Fei said sincerely. I have a good place. They won't dare to attack. Senior Shengguan, you don't have to worry about your clansmen. Shengguan Hong laughed. Are you trying to persuade me? Chapter 544. Lin Fei and the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon tried to persuade Shengguan Hong. Shengguan Hong was no fool. He knew what the consequences of killing 2 mid-level loose immortals of the Wang family would be. Moreover, it was a sincere invitation, so he agreed. The Shengguan clan had many enemies in the Taichu Empire. If the Wang family took the lead, they wouldn't let it go easily, and it would bring disaster to the clan. Shengguan Hong was a mid-stage itinerant immortal, but he was outnumbered. It wasn't a good idea to stay in the Taichu Empire any longer, so he decided to leave with Lin Fei and Qi Lian. Lin Fei was his savior, and Qi Lian was his old friend. Naturally, Shengguan Hong had good intentions when he heard this. The Shengguan clan left on the same day. After all, they didn't have a lot of people, only a few thousand. It was easy to pack up. As expected, after the Shengguan clan left, Wang Guan, who was injured, turned the truth upside down. He said that Shengguan Hong had colluded with outsiders to kill people from the Wang family. He kept accusing Shengguan Hong of killing people from the Wang family. The entire Wang family was furious. Shengguan Hong had gone too far. If they didn't teach the Shengguan clan a lesson, the Wang family would lose face. The Wang family arranged for a high-stage itinerant immortal to lead a team to wipe out the Shengguan clan. However, when the high-stage itinerant immortal arrived, he found that the Shengguan clan was empty, and the dimension was destroyed. They didn't know where the Shengguan clan had gone. Within the Taichu Empire, the Wang family suddenly became a laughingstock. As a result, some of the smaller forces were targeted by the Wang family. A few days later, Lin Fei returned with Shengguan Hong's entire family. He arranged for them to live in the Legend Tower. The 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron was the safest place in the world. It was spacious enough, and it was still very big. Young Master Lin, I was right about you. Shengguan Hong was relieved when his family moved into the 8 Desolation 6-directional cauldron. I didn't expect you to have an immortal artifact. No wonder you say it's the safest place in the world. Lin Fei chuckled. I was lucky. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to invite you here. Since the people from the Shengguan clan were here, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. As for helping them, he didn't even need to ask them, they would definitely help him. There was no need to doubt the intelligence of a mid-level loose immortal. The fact that the other party had agreed to it was already enough to prove everything. Young Master Lin, you don't have to call me senior. Shengguan Hong said, just like Qi Lian, call me Big Brother Shengguan. Lin Fei rejoiced in his heart. He had once again brought their relationship closer. It was smoother than he had imagined. Big Brother Shengguan. Shengguan Hong laughed heartily. Since you call me Big Brother Shengguan, as your big brother, I might not be able to do anything else, but I can definitely help you take care of the Myth Tower. Thank you, Brother Shengguan. Now that Shengguan Hong had personally spoken up, it meant that he owed Lin Fei a favor. When a mid-stage loose immortal spoke up, his words were even more useful than swearing an oath to the Tao of the heavens. After all, it was a promise. As a loose immortal, promises were quite terrifying. In the future, it would severely affect the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, loose immortals rarely promised anything, but once they did, they would definitely do their best to fulfill their promise. In the short period of time they spent together, Shengguan Hong learned some information about Lin Fei from his old friend, Qi Lian. He acknowledged Lin Fei's ability. Who didn't want their clan to grow stronger and have a legacy of 10,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years? Lin Fei was so young, but his strength was so terrifying. Although he didn't believe that he was a reincarnation of a deity, it was certain that he was a reincarnation of an immortal. Befriending him now was equivalent to investing in him. In the next few days, Lin Fei and Sheng Guanhong discussed sword techniques. Both of them practiced sword techniques, sparring and exchanging pointers every day. Lin Fei's sword techniques improved greatly. When Lin Fei taught Sheng Guanhong the heaven-engulfing demonic essence technique, Sheng Guanhong was very surprised. To him, a large amount of energy needed time to replenish. If he had this ultimate technique, he would undoubtedly be able to quickly accumulate energy and become a sixth tribulation loose immortal. Sheng Guanhong could see that Lin Fei was sincere when he handed over the heaven-grade martial art. Therefore, he also taught his 3000 immortal technique, great reincarnation technique, to Lin Fei. Lin Fei used his innate talent to quickly learn it, which left Sheng Guanhong dumbfounded. Apart from reincarnated immortals, this kind of innate talent was really difficult to grasp. Among the 3000 immortal techniques, some were easy, some were difficult, and they required time to comprehend. The great reincarnation technique was more difficult to comprehend, and it required a very strong innate talent. Back then, in order to comprehend the 3000 immortal techniques, Sheng Guanhong had spent a full 10 years to comprehend the great reincarnation technique. Now that he saw that Lin Fei easily comprehended it, Sheng Guanhong couldn't help but be shocked. No wonder old demon Qi Lian came to find him. After returning from the Taichu Empire, Lin Fei exchanged insights and cultivated. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. The Qi Lian heavenly demon went out alone to visit his old friends. As long as he didn't encounter any high-level itinerant immortals, ordinary itinerant immortals wouldn't be able to harm him. Big brother Shengguan, I'll leave the matter of the God Myth Tower to you. After almost half a year, Lin Fei prepared to return to his hometown. Recently, he had been feeling uneasy. Furthermore, the continent was not peaceful, and there were endless wars. He was worried about his family and the woman he hadn't seen in 10 years. Don't worry and go back. I'll be here, Sheng Guanhong said. There's been a lot of commotion on the continent recently. Your family is a small empire, and there's a high chance that they'll be annexed. You can bring your family out, and it'll save you a lot of trouble. Lin Fei gave a few more instructions before leaving Sin Paradise alone. When he left, he still changed his appearance. After all, the matter of the Heavenly Secrets treasure vault had caused a lot of commotion. If news of what happened in Sin Paradise spread, it wouldn't be good. He had to endure for a while longer. If the Qi Lian heavenly demon brought his old friends back, he believed that the pressure would be reduced by a lot. Even if a few major forces attacked, they would still be very wary. One Sheng Guanhong was already so powerful. The other old friends of the Qi Lian heavenly demon would definitely not be weak. Even if every one of them was as powerful as Sheng Guanhong, they would still be a terrifying force. If there was a high-level itinerant immortal among them, the other party would be completely helpless and wouldn't dare to act rashly. Lin Fei didn't have to worry about returning to the falling empire. With a mid-level itinerant immortal like Sheng Guanhong and an immortal artifact in his hands, unless someone was tired of living. He had been away for more than 10 years. Lin Fei missed home, his first home in this alien world. Sometimes, he would sigh with emotion. After such a long time, there weren't many things worth remembering. Apart from cultivation, it was still cultivation. Lin Fei also knew that on this continent, if you didn't work hard, you wouldn't be able to make a name for yourself. Which man didn't want to make a name for himself? If that person didn't want to make a name for himself, then he was trash, a piece of trash. On Earth, Lin Fei behaved himself. That was because there were all sorts of rules and regulations. You couldn't get past them. You were completely suppressed and had nowhere to vent your frustrations. The Xiantian continent was different. This was a place where strength mattered. If your fist was bigger, you had the right to speak. As for the rules and regulations, they were just made for the weak. When you became an expert and kept breaking through, the rules and regulations would become a joke. Because from then on, you would have the right to set the rules and regulations. Lin Fei wouldn't be able to achieve this in his entire life on Earth. He wouldn't be able to achieve it even if he had 10 lifetimes. But in the Xiantian continent, he could. Lin Fei liked the Xintian continent. It was a place where a man fought hard. Now that he was at the Emperor stage and had the combat power of a fourth tribulation loose immortal, it took Lin Fei 3 days to return to the falling empire. After all, the falling empire was located in a remote place on the continent. Although there were constant wars on the continent, Lin Fei still hoped that at least the small empires wouldn't be affected. However, when he came down from the mid-level empires, he found that the wars in the small empires were even more intense. There were large numbers of martial artist armies everywhere. It was a vast, black mass. Lin Fei's unease appeared again. I wonder how the falling empire is doing now. Lin Fei was really worried about the falling empire. After all, his woman and family were there. Although he had arranged for the mystical beasts to stand guard, things were different now. He was still worried. The situation on the continent was different. Lin Fei couldn't help but worry. Large empires could hold out for a longer period of time in the face of war. But small empires would send powerhouses as soon as they attacked. Just one mystique venerable powerhouse was enough to wipe out all the higher-ups. Kill all the remnants of the divine prowess sect. Don't let a single one escape. In the distance, a group of men in black was chasing another group of men in white. Uncle Zhangwen, what do we do? One of the men in white was pale. There were bloodstains on his white robes. You guys leave. I'll hold off the people from the divine war sect. Zhang Wen's breathing was unstable. He was also injured, but his eyes were determined. Yunxiang, as long as you go back and bring the news to Lin Fei, he'll definitely avenge us. The person next to him was Lin Fei's senior brother, Yunxiang. His strength had already reached the late-stage mystique venerable rank. It could be said that his talent was outstanding. Uncle Zhang, you leave. I'll hold them off. Yunxiang said, I can use a forbidden skill and unleash the strength of a beginner-stage sage. I can buy time for you. As long as one of you can escape, senior brother Lin Fei will definitely avenge us. Among those present, Yunxiang's strength was the strongest. Even elder Zhang Wen's strength was only at the late-stage mystique venerable rank. Yunxiang gritted his teeth and unleashed a forbidden skill. He unleashed the strength of a beginner-stage sage in an attempt to buy time. A mere beginner-stage sage wants to stop us. Today, all of you will die. No one will be spared. The leader of the men in black sneered. He did not take the other party seriously at all. He suddenly took a step forward. Solar fist technique. Rumble, round after round of blazing suns crashed into Yunxiang's body, breaking through his defenses. His entire body was sent flying. Die. The men in black took another step forward and blasted their fists at the crowd. Chapter 545. Zhang Wen, Yunxiang, and the others all thought that they were doomed. The people who were sent to kill them were too strong. They were so strong that even though Yunxiang was a disciple of the divine sword sect and had the strength of an early sage, he was defeated in an instant. It was difficult for them to resist a high-level martial art like the Great Sun Fist technique. The burning sensation seemed to burn them completely. You want to kill the people of my sect with this kind of attack? Just when Zhang Wen and the others were in despair, the burning aura disappeared. Unknowingly, a black-robed man appeared in front of them. Senior brother Lin Fei. The first to recognize him was Yunxiang. Although Yunxiang and Lin Fei did not have many opportunities to meet after entering the divine sword sect, he still recognized him immediately. He would never forget that voice for the rest of his life. Senior brother Lin Fei is back. Great, we're saved. The disciples of the Divine Force sect felt lucky to have survived. Retreat. When the leader saw that the other party blocked his Great Sun Fist technique, he immediately realized that the situation was bad. Especially after hearing the other party's name, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Lin Fei, that monstrous genius. Just one name was enough to make them tremble in fear. More importantly, Lin Fei exuded the aura of an emperor. If you dare to attack, you must be prepared to pay the price. Lin Fei snorted coldly. He glared at them, and his eye sword swept across. The group of black-robed men who had chased after them were all killed. They could not even block the simplest eye sword, let alone attack. The people of the Divine Force sect swallowed their saliva. They knew that the people who were chasing them were very strong and that they could not fight back. However, in front of senior brother Lin Fei, all of them were killed with one look. They did not even dare to think about it. Lin Fei's divine sense could see 5 million miles. When he saw the disciples of the Divine Force sect being chased, he rushed over immediately. He had been paying attention since they entered the Boyuo dynasty. Fortunately, his divine sense was strong. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to attack. At the same time, he had a bad feeling. Even the Divine Force sect was being chased. They had the support of the Divine Sword sect. After all, every single person who became a disciple of the Divine Sword School was someone that none of the sects in the dynasty dared to offend. Otherwise, they would just be waiting for their sects to be annihilated. However, there was still someone who dared to make a move against them. What did this mean? Of course, he disapproved of the Divine Sword School. Lin Fei, you have become an Emperor Realm expert. Elder Zhang Wen was dumbfounded by what he saw. In front of Lin Fei, a powerful sage could not even withstand a single look from him before being killed. This was way too strong, wasn't it? Although Elder Zhang Wen had long known that Lin Fei's talent was outstanding, to be able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in 10 years was too unbelievable. He had walked a path that they would never be able to walk in their entire lives. Lin Fei waved his hand and balls of true essence entered their bodies. These injured disciples immediately recovered from their injuries. Even Yunxiang's forbidden technique was able to restore them to normal. It's been a while, Lin Fei said. Who are they? How dare they attack our sect? Senior brother, you have to take revenge for us. Yunxiang's body was covered in blood. When he saw Lin Fei appear, he immediately found his backbone. What happened? Tell me slowly. Lin Fei had stayed in the Divine Force sect for 5 years. He had feelings for the sect. Now that someone attacked the Divine Force sect, it was equivalent to making things difficult for him. Those despicable people from the sect of God of War colluded with a mysterious power to attack our sect of God of Martial. In order to protect us, our sect master was killed by them. Yun Xiang had grown up in the sect of God of Martial, and he had deep feelings for them. What? The sect leader is dead? How is this possible? What force did the Divine War sect collude with? Lin Fei was shocked. The situation was more serious than he had imagined. I don't know either. In any case, a group of experts suddenly appeared in the Divine War sect. Each of them is extremely strong. The one who chased me just now was one of them. The royal family of the Unfalling dynasty was also massacred by them. Yunxiang wished he could speak out all the grievances in his heart. Now, the Unfalling dynasty is finished. It has fallen into the hands of the Heaven Suppression dynasty. Lin Fei's impression of the Divine War sect was still that of a small sect. He didn't expect that after more than 10 years, the Divine War sect would launch a thunderous attack. Not only did they get rid of the sect, but they also wiped out the upper echelons of the dynasty. What about the others in the sect? Yunxiang shook his head. We split into several teams. If they all encountered the same experts just now, I'm afraid they will be in trouble. A team led by a sage could easily kill them. Then, it would be easy for other teams to do the same. The clan is in danger. The Divine Force sect had fallen. Lin Fei immediately thought of the clan. Go. Lin Fei kept them in the warship and hurried back to the clan. If the clan was still in the same place as before, Lin Fei wouldn't have anything to worry about. But after arriving at the imperial capital of the dynasty, the upper echelons of the dynasty had been wiped out. The Lin family's days might not be good. Lin Fei knew that he had left quite a reputation in the dynasty. If they investigated and found out about his achievements in the Divine Sword sect, they would definitely make a move on the clan. Lin Fei didn't want this to happen. Just as Yunxiang said, the entire unfalling dynasty was in chaos. There were massacres everywhere. The flames of war were everywhere, and corpses were everywhere. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Fei arrived in the sky above the imperial capital. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was in chaos. There was no one in the royal palace. Everything was in ruins. The royal palace was completely destroyed. When he saw that the Lin family wasn't destroyed, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. These people are really bold. They actually dared to capture the Lin family. Although the Lin family wasn't destroyed, there were experts guarding outside. There were also people guarding inside. This meant that the entire clan was under the enemy's control. Lin Fei was very angry, very angry. Although he didn't have deep feelings for the clan, he still had the blood of the Lin family flowing in his veins. No matter who you are, I will kill all of you. Lin Fei blacklisted them. After scanning with his powerful divine sense, Lin Fei was relieved. He let Yunxiang out. When he saw that he was in the sky above the imperial capital, he was shocked. Don't worry. They can't find us. With Lin Fei's current strength, unless it was a mid-level loose immortal with an extremely powerful divine sense, they wouldn't be able to find him. Senior brother, those people below are from the heaven-suppressing empire. Yunxiang recognized them immediately. I remember them. They were the ones who killed their way up here with the people from the Divine War sect. Lin Fei was extremely disgusted by the heaven-suppressing empire. Let's go down and see what kind of background this heaven-suppressing empire has. With a sweep of his divine sense just now, Lin Fei had already determined where the people from the heaven-suppressing empire were. The mission went smoothly. The Divine Force sect was almost destroyed. This area is almost unified. It won't take long to clean up the remaining forces. In a spacious hall below, it was obvious that this was a hall from a family. We can start building teleportation towers. In the hall, several people were discussing. They were obviously very happy and excited. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a tyrannical divine sense crushed over, instantly suppressing them and making them unable to move. Everyone's expression changed. Who are you? These people's expression changed. They didn't expect that an expert would appear in such a remote place. At this moment, they were suppressed and unable to move. You are Lin Fei of the Lin family. One of the silver-armored people recognized Lin Fei. Everyone's expression changed again. On the information, Lin Fei was listed as an enemy with outstanding talent. Lin Fei, let us go, or your family will be finished. Bang! With a glance from Lin Fei, that person's body exploded, leaving a pool of blood. Threaten? I'm not afraid of threats. Lin Fei shook his head. If any of you want to threaten me, just say it. I don't mind sending you to heaven. The rest of the people didn't dare to speak. This Lin Fei was too ferocious. With a glance, he could kill people. The information didn't record him being so ferocious. Lin Fei, what do you want? We are from the heaven-suppressing empire. You'd better let us go. We can pretend that nothing happened. Bang! That person's body exploded as soon as he finished speaking. Lin Fei was disdainful. You dared to detain my Lin family, and I will let you go just like that? To think that you can think of something like this. Your skin is really thick. These people dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. In the blink of an eye, 2 experts were killed. No one wanted their turn. If you want to live, it's actually very simple. Lin Fei smiled. As long as you tell me your purpose this time, I might let you go. This is your only chance, it depends on how you grasp it. Lin Fei, don't even think about it. Even if you beat us to death, we won't say it. Fear flashed across these people's faces. Their tone was firm and their attitude changed greatly, causing Lin Fei to be very surprised. Bang! Lin Fei killed another one of them, wanting to force them to speak. It's useless. We won't say it. You don't have to waste your energy. Lin Fei was really angry. These people's tone was firm. Could it be that he really had no other way? Soul-searching technique. If they didn't say it, it didn't mean that Lin Fei had no other way. He didn't have the mood to continue interrogating and directly used the soul-searching technique. Bang, 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 Lin Fei was about to search to the end. Suddenly, these people exploded one by one, turning into a pile of rotten flesh on the ground. Even their primordial spirits exploded. What a powerful restriction. No wonder they don't dare to say it. I'm afraid they can't say it. Fortunately, Lin Fei's divine sense was tyrannical. If it was someone else, the explosion alone would be enough to make them suffer. Senior brother, did you find anything? Yunxiang was also very surprised. Lin Fei shook his head, just a little bit more. There is a restriction in the depths of their memories. Someone must have tampered with it. Whether it's interrogating or soul-searching, they will immediately trigger the restriction if they step into this part of their memories, causing them to die. Ordinary people can't do such a thing. This kind of restriction, Lin Fei had only heard of it from others. Today was the first time he encountered it. Ah, who did this? Yunxiang was surprised. Could it be a big force? It's hard to say now. I can't say for sure either. Lin Fei couldn't say anything. This force hid very deeply. Unfortunately, I was so close just now. Otherwise, I could know their purpose. They were all dead. Lin Fei couldn't do anything. He couldn't let them resurrect. In the future, there would be a chance to know their purpose. I'd better save the family first. Lin family. Since Lin Fei soared to the sky, the Lin family became famous in the falling dynasty. Their power was also constantly expanding. Especially after Lin Fei joined the Sword God sect, the Lin family became a unique force in the dynasty. Even the royal family had to be polite to them. Patriarch, is this the only thing we can do now? In the hall of the Lin family. All the elders were fuming with rage. Elders, do you think we can fight against them? The current patriarch was still Lin Zhongwu. They came in a threatening manner. Even the royal family was destroyed. Do you think we can fight on? But we have helpers. As long as they make a move, we can definitely defeat them. At this time, a young man sitting next to Lin Zhongwu spoke. Don't forget, they will help us. But that's because our family is in a life and death situation. That's why they will help us. Young patriarch's words make sense. This young man was Lin Fei's second brother, Lin Feng. He was the young patriarch of the Lin family. The old patriarch, Lin Zhongwu, didn't care about ordinary matters. This time, the matter was very serious. Lin Zhongwu came out to take charge to prevent problems within the family. Our family is at least better than the other families. It's all thanks to Lin Fei. These people are really strong. I really don't know where they came from. The royal family was breached in less than 2 hours. Thinking back to the battle that day, the elders of the Lin family couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The formation of the royal palace was broken in a single move. His Majesty, the king, was killed with a single slash. They also knew that it was all thanks to Lin Fei that the Lin family didn't suffer any damage. However, they also knew that it wasn't good for them to fall into the hands of the other party. Who knew what would happen in the future? But to resist? They really couldn't fight against the other party. I think we should just take one step at a time. Lin Feng was also helpless. The strength of the family wasn't bad. They had nurtured many experts. However, in front of true experts, they were still powerless. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been suppressed so quickly. Of course, they could make a move. But once they made a move, the strength of the family might be greatly damaged. After all, the entire dynasty was in the hands of the other party. It was not appropriate to risk breaking out of the encirclement. Rumble, suddenly, there was a shocking movement outside the hall. What happened? The group of elders stood up with a vigilant look on their faces. At this moment, if there was any movement, they would inevitably be shocked and afraid. They thought that those people had attacked the Lin family. They are all dead. Someone pushed the door open and said excitedly. What, they are all dead? How is that possible? Everyone in the hall was stunned. Many of the people guarding them were experts. How could they all be dead? This was impossible. It's true, they are all dead. It was like a white light and they were all dead. The subordinate was also terrified. Lin Zhongwu and Lin Feng couldn't sit still. Who attacked? Chapter 546. After the leader of the unfalling dynasty died. Far away, the leader of another dynasty immediately received the news, and his subordinates immediately passed the news to him. What's going on? What's happening over at the unfalling empire? In the great hall of the heaven-suppressing empire, the middle-aged man sitting on the throne was enraged. Investigate. Investigate for me. We must find out what's going on. All the dynasties in this area had been destroyed by the heaven-suppressing dynasty. The upper echelons of the royal families had all been killed, and the rest had all surrendered and joined the heaven-suppressing dynasty. His Majesty was furious, and the people below immediately began to move. One team after another was sent out, ready to investigate the matter of the fallen empire. If they did not investigate clearly, they would be the ones who would suffer. Everyone knew that His Majesty had a fiery temper and that life and death could be decided in an instant. Who knew how many people had died in the hands of His Majesty? Huang Long, don't be so hot-tempered. Be careful that you don't scare your subordinates. Out of nowhere, a middle-aged man appeared in the main hall with a strange tone. What are you doing here? The yellow dragon on the throne roared. Why can't I come? The hook-nosed middle-aged man said, You've been invading for some time, and the higher-up sent me here to see if you've completed the mission. It seems that your luck isn't good. You can't even control a small dynasty. Bullsh T, who said I can't control it? I've already arranged for people to start building the teleportation tower, and it will be completed in a few days. You, on the other hand, scram as far as you can. I don't like to see you. Ha, the higher-ups want me to tell you that you must complete the mission within half a month. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. The hook-nosed middle-aged man left behind a long laugh and disappeared into the void. Damn it. Huang Long slammed his palm on the throne, turning it into dust. Just you wait. You just have a good sister. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The boss of the heaven-suppressing empire was Huang Long, and he was in charge of the missions in this region. Men, pass down my order. We're to build with all our might, day and night. If anyone dares to skimp on materials, this king will be the first to destroy him. Huang Long was enraged. Huang Long did not care about being the emperor of dynasty at all. In front of such a colossus, the position of emperor was really nothing. If one wanted to be a great duke, they would have to be under one person and above tens of thousands. Only by completing this mission would Huang Long have a chance to achieve all of this. Otherwise, he would only be able to become a small marquis, which was far from enough. This was not what Huang Long wanted. No matter what, this mission must not be messed up. If anyone dared to cause trouble for the Yellow Dragon during a mission, no matter who they were, the Yellow Dragon would annihilate them at the first opportunity. They would also exterminate their entire clan, not even sparing a single chicken or dog. Third brother. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He rushed out and saw Lin Fei standing at the door. After a moment of shock, the two of them hugged each other. You're already the young clan head. Don't be so mushy. Lin Fei chuckled. Lest everyone laughs at you. Just now, when Lin Fei attacked, he killed all the enemies. In the entire dynasty, there was no one worthy of Lin Fei's personal attack. The most powerful ones were all dead. There was almost no need for him to do anything to kill a bunch of brats. Their realms were different. Just a spiritual entrustment would cause them to commit suicide. Lin Feng let go, extremely excited. You've become an emperor. When he sensed Lin Fei's aura, Lin Feng could not help but be shocked. Ever since he became the young clan head, Lin Feng was no longer ignorant. He immediately sensed it. I'm already an emperor now, Lin Fei replied casually. Your cultivation isn't slow either. You're already a mystique venerable one. In more than 10 years, Lin Feng had risen from a lowly level to a mystique venerable one. His talent was not bad at all. Of course, compared to the disciples of the Divine Sword Gate, this cultivation speed was considered slow. Third brother, you're hurting me. Lin Zhongwu and the others were all dumbfounded at this moment. The masters who were guarding the Lin family were at least at the sage level. However, in the blink of an eye, they were all dead. It was difficult to digest this news. Lin Fei, the genius disciple of a former branch, had already become an emperor. Before them, even a little aura was enough to make them feel immense pressure. It was as if he did not even need to move a finger to kill them. One look was all it took to kill them. The heavens have opened their eyes. Lin Zhongwu felt very fortunate. Fortunately, we cleaned up Lin Wufa's line back then. Otherwise, the Lin family would have lost a master. Lin Zhongwu was a great perfection saint and was only one step away from becoming an emperor. He could guarantee that among all the emperors he had met, Lin Fei was the most powerful. That aura alone made him feel suffocated. Perhaps, Lin Fei's strength was not only at the level of an emperor. Lin Zhongwu had a guess. In more than 10 years, Lin Fei's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. They had wanted to resist him, but Lin Fei had killed them all in an instant when he returned. Lin Zhongwu could not do this. The entire Lin family might not be able to do it. Lin Fei was already standing at a level that they could not reach. This was something they could not have imagined back then. In more than 10 years, no matter how talented he was, he would probably only be at the mystique venerable one level. Even if Lin Zhongwu died now, he would not let down his ancestors. It was because of his wise decision back then that he would be able to create a huge family in the future. Lin Fei, it's great that you're back. Lin Zhongwu greeted him with a smile. Lin Fei nodded. From the last time they met, he could feel the reverence in the old clan leader's tone. 10 years ago, he might have been reverent, but 10 years later, he no longer needed reverence. Instead, it was the old clan leader's turn. As the saying goes, 10 years east, 10 years west. No one could predict the future in this world. Because of this, Lin Fei met them for a while and chatted for a while before leaving. He asked Lin Feng to bring him to see his parents. Lin Zhentian was no longer the clan leader. He did not have to worry about anything in the Lin family. His strength had unknowingly increased. Although it was not as fast as Lin Feng, he had at least reached the Xianzong initial stage. When he saw that Lin Fei had returned, he was immediately elated. Little brat, you're finally willing to come back. It had to be said that Lin Zhentian's temper was still the same as before. Even though Lin Fei had grown up, he was still a little brat in his eyes. Lin Fei chuckled. This was the most considerate feeling. Third brother. A young girl walked out. Her eyes were big and she looked like a curious baby. Little sister. Lin Fei immediately recognized that this was his younger sister, Lin Yan. The cute little girl from back then had now become a beautiful young lady. Lin Yan giggled, third brother. Lin Fei did not have a sister in his previous life. He was happier than anyone to have a sister in this life. Come here, third brother has prepared something good for you. With a wave of his hand, a white spiritual treasure appeared and fell into Lin Yan's hand. This is a high-rank mysterious spiritual treasure. If you refine it, you can even block an emperor for a while. Lin Yan was dumbfounded. Even Lin Zhentian was surprised. Quickly take it back. This thing is too precious. A high-rank mysterious spiritual treasure, they had only heard of it in their lives. They had never seen it before. This was too precious. Lin Yan was only at the profound spirit initial stage. Wouldn't this make people hate her? Father, the continent is not peaceful now. I can't stay here forever. With a mysterious spiritual treasure to protect me, I can be at ease. Lin Fei smiled. I have many mysterious spiritual treasures of this level. You don't have to feel bad. When the time comes, you will all have them. Third brother is the best. Lin Yen rushed up and kissed him. Lin Fei was speechless. Where did he learn this trick? Lin Fei easily helped his little sister make the mysterious heavenly spiritual treasure recognize her as its owner, causing Lin Jintian to feel very helpless. Son, you don't know how noisy little Yen is. Now that she has the mysterious heavenly spiritual treasure, if she doesn't become the little demoness, then she will really be lawless. I only have a little sister. If I don't treat her well, who will? Lin Fei disagreed. I like my little sister to be happy every day. Anyway, if anything happens, I will take care of it as her big brother. There is nothing to worry about. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, Lin Fei could feel from their bloodline that he loved his little sister very much. Perhaps it was because he had received a lot of information on Earth. Girls should be raised well to prevent them from being kidnapped. Lin Fei wanted to raise his little sister into a demoness. In the future, if anyone dared to have any ideas about her, they would have to see if they were worthy. Lin Jintian felt helpless. In fact, he was very happy in his heart. Who didn't want to raise their daughter to be the apple of their eyes? Big brother, second brother, these are for you. Lin Fei had killed many loose immortal experts. He did not lack mysterious spiritual treasures. In a place like the Fallen Empire, it was very difficult to obtain a mysterious spiritual treasure. However, for the current Lin Fei, he did not lack profound heaven spiritual treasures. In any case, he could get all sorts of armor for free. When mysterious spiritual treasures were taken out one by one, big brother and second brother were surprised. After all, they had never owned a mysterious spiritual treasure. Seeing their little sister have one, they were already very envious. These are all for us? You can divide them among yourselves. Lin Fei said with a smile, second brother is the patriarch, so you can choose more. In the future, you can use them to protect yourself. I will only be at ease when you are safe. They did not doubt Lin Fei's words at all. They also did not ask where these mysterious spiritual treasures came from. They only understood that as long as Lin Fei was alive, he would be the pillar of their family. Lin Jintian and his wife also had mysterious spiritual treasures to protect them. Lin Fei was very concerned about the safety of his family. The Fallen Empire was gone. The movements in the continent were getting bigger and bigger. He was glad that he came back. If he fell into the hands of others, he would not be able to do anything. Now that he came back, Lin Fei did not want to see any accidents and take the entire family away. The Fallen Empire was completely gone. Continuing to stay here was not a good thing. Chapter 547. Lin Fei first ensured the safety of his family. At least for a short period of time, those experts would not be able to do anything to them. This meant that there was enough time. With enough time, Lin Fei would not have to worry about anything happening, and there would be a chance to turn back. Any expert, as long as they could not act immediately, Lin Fei's divine sense could cover millions of li. It was not for show, and he could kill them immediately. First, his parents, big brother, second brother, and little sister. After fixing them up, he took out some profound heaven spiritual treasures and gave them to the elders of the family to increase their strength. This was something that was quite necessary. Lin Fei was not an ignorant person. With his own people guaranteed, the others also had to benefit. This was a responsibility. Fortunately, he did not need to be responsible for this. Second brother Lin Feng became the young family head, and everything would be handled by him. As for integrating the family into the sect, Lin Fei temporarily did not have this idea. These things could be discussed in the future, and there was no hurry to do it. When Lin Fei took out a large pile of profound heaven spiritual treasures, true treasures, and the like, the Lin family was shocked once again. The first time was because of Lin Fei's powerful strength, and the second time was because of the large number of true treasures and profound heaven spiritual treasures. This would be a huge value. In the end, they were people from a small place, and their family could not be compared to others. True treasures and profound heaven's spiritual treasures were not seen many. The former was fine, but the latter was probably not seen in their lifetime. Spirit treasures were also rare things. For a family, having spirit treasures was equivalent to having a magnificent army, and it was very significant. But now, seeing the mountain of true treasures and spirit treasures, their eyes were almost dazzled. Fortunately, they did not lose their reason and rush up to snatch. As for how it would be distributed, Lin Fei did not care. He did not need to deal with this. In any case, Lin Feng would deal with it, and it would strengthen the family's strength. In fact, even without these true treasures and profound heaven's spiritual treasures, they would be infinitely united around second brother Lin Feng. But Lin Fei felt that he still needed some stimulation. After leaving this matter behind, Lin Fei went to see the monster that had come out of the great Emperor Senfu. It was precisely because of their protection that the Lin family had been able to remain safe until now. They had played a significant role, and according to reason, they had to pay a visit to them. Seeing that Lin Fei had returned with such power, the two leaders of the demonic beasts were shocked. They rejoiced in their hearts that they hadn't attacked back then. If they didn't kill this kind of person, he would become a great enemy in the future. Now, they had finally seen it for themselves. In just a little more than 10 years, he had already become so powerful. In another 100 years, he might even become a celestial immortal and fly up to the heaven realm. Now that Lin Fei had returned and was going to take his family away, he had asked for their opinions. Whether they rejected or agreed, Lin Fei would agree with their decision. After thinking about it, the two leaders decided to leave, especially after hearing about the changes on the continent. Lin Fei released them and cancelled the Heavenly Tao Oath. Without the Heavenly Tao Oath, they could leave with peace of mind. The two leaders didn't expect that Lin Fei would cancel it so easily. The suspicions in their hearts suddenly vanished, making them feel very guilty. After sending off the two leaders, Lin Fei set up a formation outside the Lin family. Lin Fei had some things to deal with for the time being. He couldn't leave for a few days, so he set up a formation to defend against the incoming enemies. Xianxia County. Lin Fei directly went to Xianxia County. When he arrived at Xianxia County, he found that the entire county had been turned into ruins. It was a lifeless place. Lin Fei had a bellyful of anger, but nowhere to vent it. His powerful divine sense spread out to search, but he couldn't find a single living person. Yinxiang, what happened in Xianxia County? While Lin Fei was at a loss, he released Yinxiang. Xianxia County is also destroyed? Yinxiang was also shocked. Seeing Lin Fei's expression, he knew what had happened. The golden phoenix of Xianxia County's biggest power, Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, was Lin Fei's woman. Now that Xianxia County was destroyed, it would be strange if senior brother Lin Fei wasn't angry. You are more familiar with this place. Think about it, who did it? Lin Fei also didn't know who did it. Logically speaking, Xianxia County is a small place. They shouldn't have done it. Yinxiang frowned. Then, a thought popped up in his mind, and his expression changed. Junior brother, did you remember something? Lin Fei saw Yinxiang's expression change and asked hurriedly. The other powers of the Buluo dynasty shouldn't have done it. The only one worth killing is the War God sect. Yinxiang said. A group of mysterious experts appeared in the War God sect. Maybe it was them. The only one worth killing is Miss Golden Phoenix. War God sect. Lin Fei's killing intent was revealed. Let's go. Whether it was the War God sect or not, they destroyed the Divine Force sect. Lin Fei had to take action. It was fine if Golden Phoenix wasn't here, but if she was, he would kill them all. Lin Fei brought Yinxiang through the void. When they appeared again, they were already in the War God sect's territory. A team from the War God sect. When Lin Fei appeared, he immediately saw a team of disciples with the War God sect's insignia embroidered on their chests. Just as he was worrying about where to find the War God sect's disciples, Lin Fei rushed up and killed the entire team, leaving the leader behind. He directly used the soul-searching art. It's really them. Lin Fei's killing intent surged. From the leader's memories, Lin Fei knew the ins and outs. It turned out that the war god sect's crown prince had fallen in love with Golden Phoenix. If he didn't dare to do it before, then after the Divine Force sect was destroyed, this crown prince would bring people to do it. If Lin Fei had arrived a day earlier, he might have been able to stop it. But now, he was brought to the war god sect by the crown prince. When Yunxiang saw Lin Fei's furious expression, he didn't dare to ask. He knew that the war god sect was in trouble. However, he still reminded, "Senior brother, the war god sect's mysterious experts are very powerful. I think we should take our time to think about it." Lin Fei coldly snorted. No matter how powerful the mysterious experts are, as long as they aren't high-level loose immortals, I can kill them. Yunxiang had always believed that Lin Fei's strength had reached a terrifying level, but he didn't expect that his combat strength would be so strong. High-level loose immortals were 7th Tribulation loose immortals. Lin Fei originally wanted to send Yunxiang back to the battleship, but then he thought about it and took out the battleship. This is the method to control the battleship. If the war god sect dares to attack the Divine Force sect, then use this battleship to take revenge. This battleship was a profound heaven spiritual treasure battleship that had been plundered from someone else. Its defense alone could block a low-level loose immortal's attack. At the same time, the battleship had its own offensive spell formation, which was equivalent to a first-class killing weapon. Many thanks, senior brother. None of the Divine Force sect's disciples who had survived weren't angry. Now that they had a chance to take revenge, their eyes turned red. Enemy attack. When a black battleship flew over with a murderous aura, relying on its powerful collision force and rapid speed, the war god sect's disciples were smashed to pieces before they could even give a warning. This is so cool. Yunxiang stood at the bow of the ship. This battleship is too flashy. If our sect had a battleship like this, we wouldn't have been slaughtered. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the huge collision force of the battleship crushed everything in its path. Everywhere the war god sect's disciples passed, none of them survived. Very quickly, Lin Fei, Zhang Wen, and the others appeared in front of the war god sect's mountain gate. At this time, the war god sect had long since changed its previous posture. Just the mountain gate itself was grand and majestic, especially the tall war god, the founder of the war god sect, Daoist war god. They are the remnants of the Divine Force sect. Kill them. A group of people from the war god sect rushed out and immediately recognized the people on the battleship. They were the remnants of the Divine Force sect that they had been chasing all along. They didn't expect them to take the initiative to come to them. That battleship is amazing. You guys go up and trap it. An elder from the war god sect revealed a greedy look. Although he didn't know where the Divine Force sect got such a battleship from, it didn't matter. Anyway, it would belong to the war god sect sooner or later. Lin Fei already had a belly full of anger. Where is Zhan Xiaofeng? This Zhan Xiaofeng was the crown prince of the war god sect. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the statue of Daoist war god in front of him turned into dust. He grabbed with his hand, and the mountain gate formation that had always been the protective umbrella of the war god sect was broken. That elder also landed in Lin Fei's hand. Who are you? Lin Fei grabbed with his hand, and the elder was immediately crushed. He turned to Yunxiang and said, "You guys come up behind me. I'll go in first." Bang, 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 sword intent filled the air, and every sword intent killed an enemy. Suddenly, Lin Fei entered an unstoppable state. Lin Fei is too powerful. Yeah, I'm afraid these people don't even have the interest of senior brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei rushed in, and whoever blocked his way was directly killed by the sword intent. Now that the invincible sword intent covered the surroundings, it was really a killing weapon. You are really daring. The war god sect was full of experts, but in Lin Fei's eyes, they were nothing. Lin Fei pointed with his finger, and the person's body exploded. A mere emperor stage cultivator dared to show off. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with this kind of person. Although he didn't know where the golden phoenix was, Lin Fei's powerful divine sense swept out. He didn't conceal his powerful divine sense, and it directly swept through the entire war god sect. When this divine sense swept out, the entire war god sect was shocked. Especially in the main hall, a group of black-clothed people were discussing, each of them emitting a strange and evil aura. What a powerful divine sense. Who exactly came to the war god sect? A high-level loose immortal? That's impossible. According to our investigation, there are no high-level loose immortals in this area. There are only a few low-level loose immortals living in seclusion, and we've almost cleared them all out. Let's go out and meet this expert. Let's see what gives him the right to act so atrociously in the war god sect. These black-clothed people had strange auras, and they didn't fear the opponent. There were few experts in this area. If the opponent tactfully left, they might not do anything. But if he didn't leave, they didn't mind killing this expert. They had the strength to deal with him. Zhan Xiaofeng. Chapter 548. Zhan Xiaofeng had been in high spirits recently. First of all, his strength had risen along the way. Even though he had paid a price, he had finally become an emperor stage powerhouse that everyone respected. In this continent, he was completely qualified to establish his own sect, become a sect leader, and become famous. Apart from that, the second good thing was that their enemy, the divine martial sect, had finally been destroyed. Why did it have to be said that? It was simple. 10 years ago, the divine martial sect had a genius disciple. His performance in the dynasty war was extraordinary. After he joined the divine sword sect, the divine martial sect's strength increased greatly. As for the divine war sect, they had been suppressed everywhere. If not for the fact that they had swallowed everything, they would have long been swallowed up. More than 10 years had passed, and they had thought that they would never be able to defeat the divine force sect. Who would have thought that one day, they would be able to annihilate the divine force sect and even kill their sect master? Wasn't this something to be happy about? The third good thing was that he had finally caught Jin Feng, whom he had chased for 3 years. Zhan Xiaofeng felt that there was nothing more happy than this. Jin Feng, the master of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, the #1 sect in the Unfalling Dynasty. Compared to Xianxia, this strong woman had even expanded her power to another dynasty. Following the destruction of the divine martial sect and the annihilation of the Unfalling Dynasty's royal family, Zhan Xiaofeng personally brought people to capture Jin Feng and even killed most of the high-ranking members of the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building. Then, he devoured the Golden Breeze Drizzle Building, turning it into one of his major forces. Jin Feng, you don't need to struggle. You are destined to be my woman. Zhan Xiaofeng looked at Jin Feng arrogantly. Your subordinate has betrayed you. You have lost the right to speak to me. I will not force you. I will grind away your willpower, and finally, you will voluntarily become my woman. Dream on. Jin Feng was the same as before. She wore a black battle robe, looking valiant and valiant. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. She had been in power for a long time. Zhan Xiaofeng did not mind. A woman like Jin Feng was different from other women. He could not use force. To deal with a woman like Jin Feng, he had to break her willpower. When her willpower was broken and she lost her spiritual support, Jin Feng would be in despair. I'm not in a hurry. Zhan Xiaofeng laughed. Your strength has already been sealed. You can't even commit suicide. This young master has plenty of time. If 10 years isn't enough, then 100 years. This young master can afford it. As for you wanting that man of yours to return, I advise you to forget about it. He has probably already forgotten about you. Provoke the other party. Zhan Xiaofeng might not be good at other things, but he was very good at playing with women. He had summed up a set of experiences, continuously experimenting and verifying, and was able to find the right medicine for almost every woman. Even if he couldn't tame a woman like Jin Feng in this short period of time, Zhan Xiaofeng enjoyed the pleasure of taming her. Zhang Xiaofeng would only feel satisfied when women were tamed one by one. What he pursued was the enjoyment of the mind. As for the body, that was secondary. In Zhang Xiaofeng's words, women were all the same. There was no difference. But the joy of taming them was different. Some women, you can use threats. Some women, you can use material. Some women, you can use sweet words and honeyed words. Some women. Among them, Jin Feng was the one that Zhang Xiaofeng was the most infatuated with. From the first time he saw her, he had set her as his goal to tame. But at that time, this woman was too domineering. The unfalling dynasty was famous for being domineering. Zhang Xiaofeng could only hide his thoughts in his heart. Now, it could finally be realized. He won't. Jin Feng's gaze was resolute. Your sowing discord is useless against me. Don't place your dirty thoughts on me. I would rather die than submit. Jin Feng had always lived for a man in her heart. She belonged to this man, the man who had been waiting for her to return. Zhang Xiaofeng, a loud rumble reverberated through the entire Gate of War God. As an Emperor realm expert, Zhang Xiaofeng was not afraid of anything. Especially in the Gate of War God, who would dare to barge in? Who? The loud rumble caused Zhang Xiaofeng's hair to stand. A sense of danger enveloped his body. Kacha. A black-robed man appeared before him. The other party stretched out a hand. That hand seemed to contain the entire world. All his paths of retreat were sealed. He felt a sharp pain in his throat, and he lost the strength to move. Who are you? Let me go. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes narrowed. That powerful killing intent caused his spirit to collapse. In terms of killing intent, Lin Fei's killing intent was invincible. Zhang Xiaofeng, who had relied on external help, had a weak spirit. How could he withstand Lin Fei's immense killing intent? I am the man you were talking about just now. Lin Fei carried Zhang Xiaofeng like a little puppy. He came before Jin Feng and struck out with a single hand. The seal on Jin Feng's body was released. You're back. Jin Feng felt as if she was dreaming. That man who had left to roam the world had finally appeared once again. Although a long time had passed, his appearance was the same as before. It was just that his face had a more mature aura. You are my woman. Of course I have to come back. I know. You are Lin Fei. Zhang Xiaofeng remembered. You dared to barge into the Gate of War God. If you know what's good for you, let me go immediately. Otherwise, I will make sure you die a horrible death. Zhang Xiaofeng had no idea how terrifying Lin Fei was. After a short moment of panic, he was filled with confidence. He knew that the Gate of War God had another batch of experts, all of whom were in the rogue immortal realm. Rogue immortals could kill countless of him with a single move. Zhang Xiaofeng was very relaxed. He wasn't worried that Lin Fei would dare to attack him unless he didn't want to live anymore. That kind of situation wouldn't happen. Lin Fei's eyes were cold. He sealed Zhang Xiaofeng's strength and stepped on him. You will soon find out what you don't want to see the most. Let me go. Zhang Xiaofeng screamed. He didn't even notice Lin Fei's expression. I feel like I'm dreaming. Jin Feng was a strong woman in the eyes of others. But in front of Lin Fei, she was just a little girl. The scene of the past kept coming back to her. Jin Feng threw herself into Lin Fei's embrace. Only when she smelled that long-lost scent did she feel that everything was so real. Lin Fei patted Jin Feng's back lightly. You're not dreaming. In the future, we can see each other every day. We won't have to suffer from lovesickness anymore. Lin Fei felt that he owed Jin Feng a lot. He had left for more than 10 years. He left Jin Feng to control a huge faction. He also developed the Golden Breeze Drizzle building into the #1 faction in the dynasty. He even expanded it to another dynasty. Lin Fei was moved by such perseverance. She could endure it for more than 10 years. Thinking about himself, it was too outrageous. He felt very guilty. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in a short while, many figures appeared in the sky above the hall. Who are you? Let Zhang Xiaofeng go. A middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Xiaofeng flew up and stared at Lin Fei. Father, save me. Zhang Xiaofeng finally saw hope. He's Lin Fei. Kill him. Seeing that his father had come with experts, Zhang Xiaofeng could almost see Lin Fei dying in front of him. So what if he had the strength of an emperor? In the end, he would still die in the War God sect. You're Lin Fei of the Divine Martial Sect. Zhang Xian revealed a look of surprise, followed by killing intent. Let my son go before I get angry. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place today. As the sect master of the War God sect, Zhang Xian's control was not as good as before. The War God sect's strength continued to grow, and they even destroyed the Divine Martial Sect. Their disciples either died or surrendered, reaching a new height. Zhang Xian knew of Lin Fei. He was a disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. Later on, he went to the Sword God sect. It was said that his talent was outstanding, and his evaluation was dangerous. It was normal for a small dynasty to not know much about the matters above. Lin Fei hugged Jin Feng. Don't move. With me here, no one can hurt you today. Be good and listen to me. Then his gaze landed on Zhang Xian. Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can go on your way. Kill yourself. Kill myself? Zhang Xian wanted to say that he was joking. He was an unaffiliated immortal. Even though he was only a tribulation unaffiliated immortal, he was still an unaffiliated immortal. If he killed himself just because you asked him to, did he think he was a god? Smack. Zhang Xian really killed himself. He fell from the sky and killed himself. Ah! Father! Zhang Xiaofeng screamed. He did not expect that his father would die so quickly and in front of him. You killed my father. I'm going to kill you. Zhang Xiaofeng's eyes were bloodshot. Lin Fei looked at them coldly. If your sect of War God had behaved yourself, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Everything was because your sect had crossed my bottom line. Letting your father commit suicide is already letting him off easy. As for you, you can just disappear from this world. Not just anyone can touch my woman. Not people like you, not others. Boom! A burst of flames burst forth from Zhang Xiaofeng's body, burning him to death. In just a few breaths of time, no one could react. From today onwards, Zhang Xiaofeng would no longer exist in this continent. He had truly disappeared. Just now, Lin Fei had burned Zhang Xiaofeng to death with the divine fire. Even his primordial spirit had been burned to death. Soldiers could be reincarnated, and when they reincarnated, they could regain their memories. But if the primordial spirit was destroyed and burned by the divine fire, there would be no more primordial spirit power left. Jin Feng suddenly felt that her man was very tall. A high and mighty unaffiliated immortal, an emperor, had been killed just like that. They couldn't even resist. Strong, too strong. The elder who had always been following Zhang Xian was furious. The death of their sect master was something they couldn't even react to. The genius of the divine martial sect is indeed capable. The man in black who had been standing behind Zhang Xian didn't seem to be affected by Zhang Xian's death. I killed your dog. Don't you want revenge? Lin Fei, your talent is not bad. I wouldn't care even if you killed 100 of Zhang Xian. The leader of the men in black said indifferently, however, you killed someone in front of us. This is not good. On account of your talent, if you pledge allegiance to us and become a spy of the Divine Sword Sect, I can pretend that this never happened. You want me to become your spy and help you pass on the inside information of the Divine Sword Sect? Lin Fei laughed at himself. That's right. The man continued, you are qualified to be our spy. We will use resources to raise your strength. At that time, controlling the entire Divine Sword Sect will be a piece of cake. That is a position that is below only one person and above tens of thousands. You will never be able to reach that position in your lifetime. As long as you join us, that position will be within your reach. Lin Fei touched his nose, so my spy is worth so much money. Then can you tell me what kind of power you are? That way, I can have an idea in my heart, in case I choose the wrong target. I can't just join you because of a word, right? That would be too stupid of me. The leader of the men in black was gloomy. Obviously, he was not so easy to deceive. Your strength is not bad, but you met us today. As long as you agree to become our spy, we will let bygones be bygones. It doesn't matter if Zhan Xian and his son are dead. I will give you 10 breaths to answer. Otherwise, we will personally kill you and leave you here. The first time they saw Lin Fei, they actually wanted to kill Lin Fei. However, as they easily killed Zhan Xian, they found a second way, which was to become spies of the Divine Sword sect. As for the previously thought that his divine sense was powerful, they did not take it to heart. They thought that it was an expert who happened to pass by and used his divine sense to check on this place. They were not willing to provoke a suspected high-level individual immortal. It was not worth fighting with such an expert. Perhaps they would be the ones to suffer losses. At that time, they would have to mobilize experts to keep watch, which was completely inappropriate. Don't even think about it. I will not become your spy. Lin Fei shook his head and refused. He had wanted to ask some questions so that he could understand something. However, they were too cunning. As for you, I can give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you tell us the power behind you. You can choose one. The leader of the men in black laughed loudly. It was a smile that looked at the other party's stupidity. Since you have chosen the other path, then you can stay. If they could not come to an agreement, then they would kill. Although it was a pity that they had lost an opportunity to plant a spy, it was not a big deal. In any case, they did not lack such a spy. Kill. Vacuum vortex. As soon as the leader made his move, huge vortexes appeared in the sky. Each powerful vortex formed a powerful airflow that crushed the space. Just this move alone showed that this man in black was very powerful. You want to use this attack to kill people? Lin Fei snorted coldly. His fingers formed a sword. Sword art, reincarnation. Whoosh! Ever since he learned the great reincarnation art from Shangguanhong, Lin Fei easily integrated it into his sword art. A huge hole appeared in the reincarnation vortex, disintegrating the opponent's vacuum vortex one by one, and enveloping the group of men in black. Heaven and Earth Furnace. The huge furnace flew out, surrounded by divine fire. The surrounding area was instantly turned into a piece of flat land, a piece of ruins. Chapter 549. My back hurts so much that I can't write. If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow. Chapter 550. P.S. I woke up early in the morning to write. Coupled with the arrival of the typhoon, heavy rain, and thunder, I am really worried that there will be a power outage. Seeing that I am so diligent, please give me a few monthly tickets to encourage me so that I can finish 10 chapters today. If you can give me a small tip, that would be the best. Using the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei could already move his mind at will. His strong control brought them into the inner space directly. This is the divine flame. The leader's expression changed as he recognized the raging flame at first glance. Lin Fei was very surprised. I didn't know that you guys were not simple. I didn't expect the divine flame to recognize you. Lin Fei had used the divine flame to kill people several times, but no one could recognize it. Instead, these men in black with weird auras could be recognized at first glance. If Lin Fei still suspected that they were ordinary forces, then he was very wrong. I didn't expect that you would have the legendary divine flame. You will be our biggest obstacle. You are destined to have no peace and will not be able to survive on the continent. The leader of the group laughed sinisterly, and his whole body exploded with a bang. The black-clothed men behind him also exploded. They all self-destructed in front of Lin Fei. If not for the self-destruction of the loose immortals in the heaven and earth smelt, Lin Fei would also be in a mess, especially with Jin Feng by his side. They have all committed suicide. Jean Feng was shocked. The Golden Phoenix was aware of the strength of these men in black. Each one of them was a legendary loose immortal. She had never imagined that they would commit suicide right after saying those words. What a pity. Lin Fei shook his head. This was a mystery that he couldn't solve. He could have solved it this time, but with their self-destruction, he lost all clues. It would be a lie to say that he didn't feel regret. From this, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The force behind this was not ordinary. At least they could recognize the divine flame at first glance. Most importantly, they chose to self-destruct decisively. This kind of determination was not something that ordinary people could do. Lin Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing the remaining quintessential essence. Even if the furnace exploded, the remaining true essence would not dissipate. It was destined to become Lin Fei's. He reappeared in the main hall. Lin Fei's powerful divine sense swept out. Jianghu Yunxiang had used his powerful battleship to kill his way in. Almost no one could stop him, especially this group of mysterious black-robed men who had self-destructed one after another. They had completely lost the power to stop him. The War God sect brought this upon themselves. Lin Fei knew that the War God sect was doomed. Since they had chosen this outcome, they would have to accept the other outcomes sooner or later. Either they would be destroyed by others, or they would be enslaved by others. Lin Fei personally refined some of the remaining experts in the House of War God. The mysterious black-robed man had committed suicide, and the loss was not small. Therefore, even though some of the emperor-level experts in the War God sect were not considered much, mosquito meat was still a kind of meat. They had to make do with it. At least their efforts were not in vain. 2 hours later. The War God sect suffered heavy casualties. Almost none of the upper echelons were left. They were either killed or escaped. The disciples below were all killed by the warship. The might of a profound heaven's spiritual treasure was not something that a low-level cultivator could withstand. Master, we've finally avenged you. Elder Zhang Wen threw his head back and laughed. The other disciples were the same. All of them had injuries on their bodies. Senior brother, it's really all thanks to you this time. Yunxiang flew over. Lin Fei smiled. There's no need to say such polite words. If I had returned earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Yunxiang was very clear that if Lin Fei hadn't made a move today, the mysterious black-robed man would have attacked. Even with the warship, they might not have been able to kill their way in. You can't be blamed for this. Yunxiang said, we can only blame ourselves for not destroying the War God sect back then. We left them to grow into a scourge. In this regard, Lin Fei couldn't say anything. He could only say that everything was fated. The mysterious black-robed man had invaded. They could support the War God sect, but they could also support another power. It was the same no matter where they were. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's confidence, he wouldn't have given them the chance to self-destruct. He had lost a chance to understand the power behind the scenes. The War God sect had been destroyed. Lin Fei, Yunxiang, and the others went to the sect of Battle God's treasury to search. There weren't many cultivation resources inside, especially materials. They couldn't find any. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the things in the treasury, so he gave them to Yunxiang and the others. Every time he killed a loose immortal, Lin Fei would obtain a large number of treasures. The collection of a loose immortal was far more valuable than the War God sect. Junior brother, what do you plan to do next? Lin Fei asked Yunxiang after making an inventory. Martial uncle and I plan to collect the disciples who are wandering outside first. Yunxiang thought about it. We can't let them continue wandering outside. We'll think of something when the time comes. Lin Fei said to Yunxiang, the upper continent hasn't been peaceful recently. The unfalling dynasty has been destroyed, so it's best for you guys to move to another place. They'll send more people here sooner or later. You guys won't be in a good position if you stay here. I have a friend in Sin Paradise. You guys can go there. At least your safety will be guaranteed. The unfalling dynasty was gone, and Lin Fei had destroyed this group of mysterious black-clothed men. It was impossible for the other party not to send people to investigate. They would definitely come back, and from the bottom of his heart, he did not want Yunxiang and the others to continue staying here. Yunxiang was a decisive person. Lin Fei's words were reasonable. Staying here was just looking for trouble. It was necessary for them to leave. Sin Paradise? It seems like. Yunxiang was a little worried. You can go find a power like the mythology tower. Lin Fei said, I'll leave this battleship for you. It'll be safer on the way there. Ordinary people won't dare to have any ideas. Hang this on the battleship when you reach Sin Paradise. Lin Fei took out the mythology tower's flag. He had brought it with him casually, but he didn't expect to use it so soon. Senior brother, how can I do that? Yunxiang said. It's fine. I still have it. Lin Fei smiled. You don't have to refuse. You can't just go there like this, right? After some refusal, Yunxiang finally accepted it and rode the battleship to Sin Paradise. Xiao Feng, do you have anyone else in the Unfalling Dynasty? Lin Fei suddenly asked. If not, we'll leave the Unfalling Dynasty today. Lin Fei had settled everything that needed to be settled, so it was time for him to leave. One could imagine that after he destroyed the forces here, there would be another group of people. Although Lin Fei wasn't afraid of any trouble, waiting for them to come up was pointless. Jin Feng shook her head. No, but I still have to deal with some people. Who do you want to deal with? I'll go with you. After killing Zhang Xiaofeng, Lin Fei sensed anger from Xiao Feng. It was good to vent her anger now. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good for her cultivation in the future. Jin Feng wanted to deal with the traitors of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building. Zhang Xiaofeng had used all kinds of means to rope in some of the higher-ups of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building, overthrowing Jin Feng's authority from the inside. For a strong woman, this was the most unbearable thing. Now that she had regained her freedom, the first thing she wanted to do was to take revenge and kill those who had betrayed her. When Jin Feng reappeared in front of those people, the elders of the Golden Breeze Drizzle building were in disbelief. Especially when they saw Lin Fei, their faces turned pale. Those elders knew clearly how Jin Feng had gotten her position in the first place. He had used absolute force to help Jin Feng get to this position. They knew very well about Lin Fei's means. But he had never thought that this terrifying man would come back with an undefeatable strength. Jin Feng had nothing to discuss with these traitors. She killed all of them. As for the people below her, she didn't care about them. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Lin Fei comforted her. Very uncomfortable. Jin Feng nodded. I helped them to this position, but they still betrayed me. You don't have to think too much. You can develop the Golden Breeze Drizzle building to this level. You are more powerful than anyone else. If you don't feel satisfied, I will hand over my force to you. I believe you will do better than me. Lin Fei hugged Jin Feng. Ah. Jin Feng was startled. No, how can I do that? Why not? The matter of the mythology building had been bothering Lin Fei. When he saw Jin Feng, Lin Fei knew that she was the most suitable candidate. After experiencing that incident, he believed that she would be better in this aspect. As for her strength, this was not a problem at all. Now you have to go back with me and meet your future parents. Jin Feng was a strong woman. But when she heard that she had to meet her parents, her face was full of shyness. After removing that layer of clothing, she was actually a woman, a very traditional woman. Can I? She was nervous and worried, but she didn't show it. Why not? Lin Fei smiled. After my parents see you, they will be very happy. You are beautiful and powerful. Anyone who sees you will like you. But I have a bad reputation. The Golden Breeze Drizzle building was second to none in the Falling Dynasty. It also extended its influence to another dynasty. Jin Feng, the female gang leader, was famous. In addition to her beauty, she was also ruthless. You don't need to think too much. What bad reputation can you have? That's because people respect you. Lin Fei snorted. Let's go back and meet your parents. When Lin Fei brought Jin Feng back, Lin Zhentian and his wife were shocked. They were really shocked. Jin Feng was his son's woman. Lin Zhentian couldn't imagine that she would be his son's woman. She was a famous strong woman in the falling dynasty. He didn't expect that one day she would become his daughter-in-law. At first, they were shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Although Lin Fei's cultivation speed was fast, there was one thing he cared about the most, and that was when he would bring back a woman. Now, it was good that he didn't bring back a woman, but when he did, it was a strong woman who was as beautiful as a flower. Chapter 551. I didn't expect to have to leave the unfalling dynasty while I'm still alive. On the huge warship, Lin Zhongwu sighed and looked down at the old site of the Lin family. He didn't know when he would be able to return. The situation of the unfalling dynasty no longer allowed them to stay. After Lin Fei returned with Jin Feng, he told Lin Zhongwu about his intentions. They were going to relocate and abandon this place. We can come back in the future. Lin Zhentian also sighed. The past few days felt like a dream. He originally thought that his life would be like this, but when Lin Fei returned, everything changed. Those tyrannical fellows were easily destroyed by Lin Fei. The War God sect, which had allied with outsiders to destroy the unfalling dynasty, was also destroyed when Lin Fei appeared. The entire Lin family was moving, and no one dared to say no. Lin Zhongwu had spoken, and his subordinates all agreed. Lin Fei had several warships. With the small population of the Lin family, it was enough to take out 2 warships. After all, the interior of each warship was very large, and it was more than enough to store the people of the Lin family. Let's go. The 2 warships tore through the void at the same time and began long-distance space travel. Ordinary warships couldn't travel through space. Only the Xiantian spiritual treasure-level warship in Lin Fei's hands could travel through space. After Lin Fei's family moved, the troops of the sky-suppressing dynasty finally arrived. But when they saw the situation of the unfalling dynasty, they were almost dumbfounded. More importantly, the War God sect was destroyed. Something big happened. The leader of the investigation team was so scared that his face turned pale. It didn't matter that the War God sect was destroyed. It also didn't matter that the people who arranged for them were dead. But those mysterious forces had also disappeared. There was only one word to explain it: they were all dead. Such a big thing had happened. If it was spread back, everyone would definitely be alarmed. Investigate, I want to know who did it. The majestic team immediately began to investigate. If they could find some clues, they could go back and give a reason so that they wouldn't be called incompetent. What? You don't know who did it? After 3 days of continuous investigation, they didn't manage to get anything out of him. The leader sent him flying with a slap. His expression was extremely ugly. Trash, you are all a bunch of trash. You can't even handle such a small matter. What they didn't know was that when Lin Fei left, he deliberately used spirit sustenance to hypnotize everyone. With his tyrannical divine sense, it wasn't troublesome to use it at all. Investigate, continue to investigate. If you can't find anything useful, don't come back to see me. The leader was truly enraged. I'll take advantage of this free time to help you improve your strength. Even if there were battleships traversing through the void, it would still take several days to reach Sin Paradise. Taking advantage of these few days, Lin Fei was ready to improve his strength for his parents, big brother, second brother, Jin Feng, and the others. It was a very necessary thing. Lin Fei did not believe that the words left behind by the black-clothed men were baseless. Those who could recognize the divine flame were definitely not simple people. There were very few people who could recognize it at a glance. The power behind them must be very, very powerful. It was completely necessary to improve the strength of his own people first. If it was in the past, Lin Fei might not have the ability to do so. After all, improving one's strength was not an easy matter. It involved many aspects. However, to Lin Fei, it was not a troublesome matter. Son, if it will affect you, then don't do it. Lin Jintian did not care about strength. The only thing he cared about was not hurting his son because of this. Now, Lin Jintian was proud to have such a son. As a father, the happiest thing was not how powerful he was, but that his son was more promising than him. Lin Jintian had never imagined that there would be such a monstrous genius among his ancestors. But now, he had already become a hegemon. Lin Jintian had never imagined that there would be such a monstrous genius among his ancestors. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. It won't affect me at all. Although he couldn't improve their strength to the monarch realm in one go, Lin Fei was quite confident that he could improve their strength to the sage realm. Split. Lin Fei opened his mouth and spat out dozens of milky white balls of energy. They contained pure quintessential essence, all of which had been compressed. Ever since he returned from the Saint Hall, Lin Fei was used to compressing true yuan to increase his accumulation. Don't look down on an energy ball. Only Lin Fei could control it easily. Not everyone could control a Sky Immortal's divine sense. An ordinary person could at most control 1 or 2 energy balls. If they did not control it well, it would cause a huge explosion. And this was only the first step. No one was willing to share their true yuan with others. Lin Fei did not care. His current strength was equivalent to the strength of 100 loose immortals. He surpassed any loose immortal of the same level. A mere bit of true yuan was nothing. Calm your mind and focus on refining. How much you can refine will depend on you. Lin Fei inserted the energy balls into their bodies one by one. Then, he sat down cross-legged. His divine sense wandered around each of them, observing their movements to prevent qi deviation. Immovable Wisdom King. An immovable Wisdom King was visualized by Lin Fei. He sat cross-legged in the air and suppressed all uneasiness and instability. The advantage was that they could be like a boulder and focus on refining the energy balls. They did not have to worry about being affected and qi deviation. At the same time, they could refine it step by step and would not have a weak foundation. Lin Fei had put in a lot of effort to do this. One day later, Lin Zhongwu was the first to refine it. I didn't expect that I would become a monarch one day. Lin Zhongwu's accumulation was deep enough. This time, he refined the energy balls and advanced to the early stage monarch realm. Even he felt that it was unbelievable. All along, Lin Zhongwu thought that it was good enough that he could become a sage. He didn't expect that he would use Lin Fei's help to reach the monarch realm. I became a sage. The second was Lin Jintian. His refining speed was not slow and he also advanced to the late stage sage. His face was also filled with excitement. The energy balls they refined were all compressed by Lin Fei. Every time he compressed his true essence, the density would not increase. Although he was only at the late stage sage, if he cultivated some powerful martial arts, it would not be a problem for him to fight against a monarch realm expert. If the true essence that Lin Fei compressed was only raised to this level, it would be too worthless. After Lin Jintian, the others also broke through one after another. Big brother Lin Xiao advanced to the middle stage sage, second brother Lin Feng advanced to the late stage sage. As for Lin Yan, she was not in a hurry to improve for the time being. Then it was Jin Feng who advanced to the monarch realm in one fell swoop. This was naturally Lin Fei's doing. At the same time, Jin Feng was able to bear it. You better choose one of these martial arts first. Don't be greedy. One martial art is enough for all of you. Lin Fei could learn all kinds of martial arts with the help of the huge system. He didn't need to worry or comprehend them. They were different. If they wanted to learn a martial art, they needed a lot of time to comprehend it. Heaven rank, soul-locking palm. Heaven rank, big collapsing fist. When the heaven rank martial arts appeared in front of them, they had already accepted it. Every move that Lin Fei used was something that ordinary people could do. Especially in terms of raising their strength, it was really unimaginable. The realm and strength that they had always thought was difficult to break through in the past seemed so easy and simple now. It was like a country bumpkin coming to a big city. It was completely beyond their imagination. These heaven-rank martial arts were all snatched by Lin Fei from others. He had enough magical power himself. The important thing was that these martial arts were no longer suitable for him. As for the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei would not give them to them for the time being. This kind of immortal art was very difficult to cultivate. When they successfully cultivated heaven-rank martial arts and had a certain foundation, they could cultivate it. At that time, it would save them a lot of trouble. Little phone, this is the wind and thunder whip that I specially prepared for you. Lin Fei had long prepared a profound heavenly spiritual treasure for Golden Phoenix. This wind and thunder whip contains the concept of wind and thunder. When it is used, it is extremely overbearing. Ordinary people will not be able to block your whip. It is the most suitable for you. This wind and thunder whip was snatched from a powerful loose immortal. Lin Fei had to spend some effort to kill the other party and obtain this profound heavenly spiritual treasure. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei, the 3rd grade sect mythical sect has been promoted to the 2nd grade sect. Lin Fei instantly felt that his strength had taken a big step forward. He vaguely had the battle strength of a 5 tribulation loose immortal. Previously, Lin Fei's battle strength was around a 4 tribulation loose immortal. However, with the opening of the sect system, he could obtain a part of his strength. In such a short period of time, he had taken such a big step forward. Lin Fei was extremely shocked. Could it be that big brother Qi Lian found those old friends? Lin Fei immediately thought of a possibility. Apart from this, there seemed to be no other reason. Good. It seems that the mythical sect has to expand its influence so that my strength can increase quickly. The promotion of the sect was equivalent to the increase of his own strength. Lin Fei had found a shortcut. The current Lin Fei had accumulated too much. With every increase in strength, his battle strength would also increase. This was not an easy thing to do. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei, the mythical sect has been promoted to the 2nd grade sect. Reward, 300 million points, 50 million elemental chi value. Ever since he had the system, Lin Fei had been constantly lacking points. The points in the system had always been few and far between. There were many treasures that he could not purchase. Now that he had 300 million points, Lin Fei suddenly felt that he was rich and overbearing. He could purchase many treasures and did not need to worry about points. Promotion to the 2nd grade sect required 300 million points. This made Lin Fei look forward to the next promotion. How many benefits would the system give him? 500 million or 1 billion? Chapter 552. With the existence of the system, Lin Fei easily grasped these sky-tier martial arts. No matter what martial arts they chose, Lin Fei would be able to guide them, making it easy for them to learn it. As the saying goes, the master leads the way, but the cultivation is up to the individual. Even though Lin Fei had the system, he couldn't say what he had comprehended. After all, these were two different things. Comprehension was rather complicated and mysterious. It could be said that it couldn't be explained clearly, and it was difficult to express it in words. This was why many absolute arts needed comprehension. After everyone chose their martial arts, Lin Fei explained to them individually what they needed to pay attention to and how to cultivate it. He made sure that they learned the most suitable martial arts. In this world, there was nothing that was not suitable, only something that was more suitable. Suitable martial arts could only be unleashed in their hands. Other unsuitable martial arts might look impressive, but if you couldn't unleash the corresponding martial arts, it would be useless. Luckily, they didn't choose blindly. After their strength had increased, their intelligence and judgment had also improved. They knew very well what they should choose and what they shouldn't choose. Lin Fei quickly explained the contents of the meeting. Then, everyone returned to their own rooms and began to consolidate their strength and cultivate the Tian class martial arts. Let me see what kind of good stuff the system store has now. After checking with his divine sense and confirming that there were no problems, Lin Fei opened the system store. He believed that this time, he would definitely be able to buy something useful for him. After opening the store, a series of dazzling items appeared, dazzling his eyes. Lin Fei calmed down and didn't continue clicking. What should I start with? He had no choice, there were too many things in the store. After obtaining 300 million points in one go, in addition to the points from before, Lin Fei had about 380 million points on hand. He could definitely choose something suitable. Of course, the premise was that items that were worth more than 1 billion points were temporarily out of Lin Fei's reach. Pills? The first thing Lin Fei considered was the medicinal pill. As of now, pills weren't of much use to Lin Fei. Now that he had the heaven and earth smelt, he could just disregard pills and whatnot. Even if he were to buy them, they would be useless. Lin Fei was the first to give up on medicinal pills. They were of great use to others, but to him, they were of little value. Battle armor? This was also abandoned by Lin Fei. His flesh rebirth had already reached small success, and its defense was even stronger than that of battle armor. Was there still a need for battle armor? Of course, there was nothing he needed. Therefore, this battle armor was also abandoned. Weapon? This. Lin Fei was a little hesitant. The killing sword in his hand was of a very high grade and was currently constantly recovering. He could conclude that as long as he had enough profound heavenly spirit treasures, it should be able to become an immortal sword very quickly. So, I'll just keep this as a backup. After giving up on these things, Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss. What should he choose? Divine power? Secret technique? Lin Fei came up with 2 other options. Subconsciously, Lin Fei wanted to focus on offensive power. Among the 3,000 immortal arts, Lin Fei had cultivated quite a few. Each of them was shockingly powerful, but he felt that it wasn't enough. His combat power at the quasi-fifth tribulation realm would be even higher when he encountered enemies in the future. It was necessary to increase his combat power. Originally, Lin Fei's first choice was a body-tempering cultivation technique. After cultivating flesh rebirth and experiencing the baptism of the death storm in the death dimension, every cell in Lin Fei's body had grown countless times stronger and could contain more quintessential essence. He gave up on the first body-tempering cultivation technique. From now until he became a sky immortal, Lin Fei didn't need to continue with body-tempering cultivation techniques. Martial arts it is then. Lin Fei clicked on the martial arts section of the shop. Immediately, pieces of martial arts appeared. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. 4 grades appeared. Lin Fei clearly didn't fancy these 4 grades of martial arts. Immortal arts? After 4 grades, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the immortal arts section. There were immortal arts for sale in the shop. Previously, Lin Fei's eyes had been fixed on the first few grades. At that time, the system didn't have many points and didn't care about the higher grades. The price was too high and it would be a blow to one's confidence. Therefore, Lin Fei hadn't paid attention to the things at the back. He quickly clicked on the immortal arts section. There were several grades in the immortal arts, from low to high. Heaven Immortal, Profound Immortal, Golden Immortal, Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal, Immortal Lord, and Immortal Emperor. Heaven Immortal, Air-Shattering Palm. Lin Fei randomly clicked on an immortal art. The first sentence made Lin Fei very disappointed. Heaven Immortal Level Immortal Arts, the cultivator must have immortal power. Seeing this sentence, Lin Fei didn't know what to do. Using immortal power to cast immortal arts seemed to be a matter of course. Looks like there's no way to learn this immortal art. Although Lin Fei really wanted to learn immortal arts, he didn't have immortal power in his body. How was he going to learn immortal arts? Just as Lin Fei was about to give up, an idea flashed in his mind. Who said I don't have immortal power? I almost forgot about it. Lin Fei thought of something. When immortal power was mentioned, it felt very familiar, as if he had experienced it before. Back in the immortal space, he was suppressed by Ji Bao perfected and was almost suppressed. Lin Fei used the heaven and earth smelt to absorb immortal power, but he couldn't suppress it. Lin Fei knew that it was because he wasn't strong enough. True essence could be refined, but immortal power was a higher level energy. It wasn't that easy to refine. Lin Fei felt that it was normal that he couldn't refine immortal power for a while. If he had the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless immortal, he should be able to refine immortal power completely. Since he couldn't refine immortal power, he wondered if he could use it. If he could use immortal power, it would be a killer move. Its power would definitely be earth-shattering. Lin Fei sent his spiritual sense into the heaven and earth smelt and found the suppressed immortal power in a corner. He tried to refine it, but he couldn't after a few days. In the end, he gave up. If he wanted to use immortal arts, he needed immortal power, and immortal power had to enter his body. Looks like I'll have to risk it. Lin Fei was a hard-working person. If he didn't risk it, opportunities wouldn't fall from the sky. He had to fight for it himself. Let me try and see how strong this immortal power is. Lin Fei took out a fist-sized immortal power and sent it into his body. Once this immortal power was suppressed by the god fire, it instantly wreaked havoc in Lin Fei's body. An unbearable pain rose from his heart. His entire body was covered in blood. This immortal power is really overbearing. If my body hadn't reached such an unbelievable realm, that immortal power would have killed me. Lin Fei was shocked. Lin Fei didn't last for long before his body exploded. Immortal power didn't belong to this world. It was violent and destructive. It belonged to the mainstream. Using his flesh rebirth, Lin Fei recovered immediately. He wrapped the immortal power once more. I don't believe that I can't outlast your immortal power. Lin Fei planned to completely merge the immortal power. Even though it would take time, he didn't care about time. If Lin Fei was a true rogue immortal who didn't pass the tribulation, it would be much easier to merge the immortal power. But he wasn't a rogue immortal and couldn't merge the immortal power. If he couldn't fuse with a celestial power, then he could only keep refining and fusing the celestial power with the body. This goose was the only way Lin Fei could find. Pung! Pung! In the room, Lin Fei's body kept exploding. Then, he started the long process of merging again. After failing over 1,000 times, the violent celestial force was finally assimilated. Every time the flesh exploded, it would naturally affect the celestial force. After failing over 1,000 times, Lin Fei finally refined the clump of immortal power. With a thought, he controlled it, and his entire body gave off a transcendent aura. Strands of immortal power emerged from his fingers. Not bad, not bad. This immortal power is really strong. Lin Fei was very satisfied. I didn't waste so much time. Maybe, those high-level rogue immortals are stronger than mid-level rogue immortals. They should be able to control the immortal power and merge it into their moves. It has a stronger destructive power. Lin Fei's guess was right. Low and mid-stage loose immortals had to be loose immortals themselves. The immortal energy in their bodies was hidden within their flesh and blood, and could not be used. But once they became high-stage loose immortals, once their immortal energy reached a certain level, they would be able to control it. That was why high-stage loose immortals were so terrifying. Rogue immortals at the Emperor realm could at most fight mid-level rogue immortals. Any higher and they would be inferior. They couldn't use immortal power and couldn't fight high-level rogue immortals. This was also why rogue immortals were the strongest existences on this continent. Once they advanced to high-level rogue immortals and survived the tribulation, they could use immortal power. They were truly invincible experts on this continent. It was easy for a high-level rogue immortal to kill hundreds of mid-level rogue immortals. Immortal power was a supreme power. It wasn't something that ordinary people could resist. There were very few people at the Emperor realm like Lin Fei who could control immortal power. But once he refined it, he would be equivalent to stepping into the ranks of high-level rogue immortals. Continue. Lin Fei continued to refine immortal power. It was a long process of training. 5 days later, the warships appeared in the territory of Sin Paradise. Due to the continual wars between the dynasties and empires, Sin Paradise suddenly became the base camp of the villains. All kinds of villains could be seen in the periphery, robbing passers-by. Look, 2 warships appeared in front. Brothers, let's go and rob the warships and kill everyone inside. Just these 2 warships alone will greatly increase our combat power. Kill. Rob the warships. When the 2 warships appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the forces in the periphery of Sin Paradise. Don't underestimate these villains. They all had extraordinary strength. It was just 2 warships. To them, it was just a little troublesome. They could still rob them and make them their spoils of war. However, as soon as they did, a flag appeared in the air above the battleship. As soon as the flag appeared, the vicious people gaped in shock, and then fled like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 553. In a short period of time, Sin Paradise's mythology tower had developed rapidly, and its strength had expanded rapidly as well. It had always been a faction that everyone wanted to join. Wasn't the Jibao Tower amazing? They had used their immortal weapons, but so what? They were still destroyed. Most importantly, anyone who became a member of the mythology tower could learn a top-notch technique as long as they were recognized. After this news came out, countless people wanted to join. The mythology tower's movements were huge. They could destroy the Jibao Tower, but the other big shots did not say anything. This showed how terrifying they were. After seeing the mythology tower's flag, these factions did not dare to make a move unless they had a death wish. If they made a move here, their entire faction would be destroyed. In Sin Paradise, the faction that could not be offended the most was the mythology tower. That kid Lin Fei is truly incomparable to the past. On the bow of the warship, Lin Jintian and the others felt their hearts palpitate when they sensed the tyrannical auras. But in the blink of an eye, those people had scattered. They could not believe what they saw. They've grown up, Lin Zhongwu said. These factions, whose weakest was a mystique venerable, had saints and emperors at every turn, had fled after seeing the flag. This was the first time they had seen it. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they could not imagine how much influence this flag had. Any one of these factions could destroy the fallen empire. Now, for a flag, they had given up on attacking. Just how terrifying was the mythology tower's strength? When the warship stopped in Sin Paradise's plaza, the people who came to receive them all emitted powerful auras, giving them a fright. Every one of them was a peerless savage. But now, all of them were extremely polite, which was quite a shock to Lin Jintian and the others. After disembarking from the warship, someone naturally collected the warship and brought it into the 8 Desolation 6 Direction Cauldron. Only after arriving at the Myth Tower did Lin Fei reveal himself, appearing within the Myth Tower. For the time being, he didn't want to reveal any traces of himself to avoid attracting the attention of certain people. I didn't expect you to return so soon. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon greeted him, but when it saw Lin Fei, its expression changed. Good lad, you're really a monster. You even refined the immortal power from back then? I thought I could crush you. Lin Fei laughed, if I don't work hard, I'll be bullied by you. In a short period of time, the Scarlet Refined Heavenly Demon also advanced from a 6 Tribulation Scattered Immortal to a 7 Tribulation Scattered Immortal. His body emitted immortal chi, and he officially became a high-level Scattered Immortal. Many experts must have been devoured. The stronger Lin Fei was, the happier the Qi Lian Heavenly Demon was. You're back just in time. I was just about to introduce an old friend to you. I was a little worried at first, but now you don't have to worry anymore. Father, go and rest with them first. I'll come over later. Lin Fei turned and said to his father, Lin Jintian. I'll take a look around this place. I've never seen the inside of a celestial artifact. Lin Jintian said with a smile. On their way here, they had heard that the place they were currently at was a celestial artifact, a high-grade celestial artifact at that. Immediately, someone came out and brought Lin Jintian and the rest away. Xiao Feng, come with me. Since Lin Fei had the intention to let Jin Feng control the Mythology Tower's forces, he naturally had to let Jin Feng gain some experience so that she could have a better understanding of everyone. It won't affect you, right? Jin Feng was still a little nervous. Ever since they came in, those subordinates were all mystic venerables of the mystic sect, giving Jin Feng a lot of pressure. Bullsh *T, how can it affect me? Lin Fei pulled Jin Feng. Big brother Qi Lian, this is your sister-in-law. Don't be too stingy. You brat, you only know how to extort your big brother. The Qi Lian heavenly demon laughed. Sister-in-law is really beautiful. In the future, pay attention to this guy so that he doesn't sneak out to eat. If he dares to bully you, just tell Big Brother. Big Brother will back you up. Jin Feng was flattered. She knew that this black-clothed burly man in front of her was a legendary high-level loose immortal. Unexpectedly, he called her man brother. Big Brother doesn't have anything good to give. This is a first-grade battle armor. It just so happens to be worn by women. Wearing this battle armor, it can withstand 3 attacks from a mid-level loose immortal. A battle armor could withstand 3 attacks from a mid-level loose immortal. One could imagine how precious it was. Most importantly, it was worn by women. Thus, it had to be special. Lin Fei bluntly accepted it. No need to be polite with him. I can rest assured after you refine this thing. In terms of battle armor, Lin Fei also had a lot. There were not many suitable for women. The battle armor given by the Qi Lian heavenly demon was the most suitable. Thank you, Big Brother. Jin Feng also mustered up her courage. You brat, do you really think that Big Brother is a bottomless pit? If this goes on, sooner or later, I will become poor. Inside a small space. There were all kinds of flowers in full bloom, forming a scene of hundreds of flowers in full bloom. This place was a space inside the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron. As mentioned before, the 8 Desolation 6 Directional Cauldron belonged to an auxiliary immortal tool. Different from an offensive immortal tool, the auxiliary role occupied most of the space inside. Otherwise, spiritual master Ji Bao would not regard it as a treasure house. Old ghost Shangguan, I didn't think that there would be a day when you would come out of the mountain. Is this brat really as powerful as that guy Qi Lian said? In the space, beside a lake, several people were sitting together, tasting the wine on the table. One of them was asking one of them a question. How should I say this? Shangguanhong drank a mouthful of wine. Well, you guys think that I am too high. You say that I am unfair, but I can't say such words that go against my heart. So, I won't say a word, so as not to affect your judgment. Just now, old ghost told me that Lin Fei brat is back. You guys take care of him personally. Ever since the Red Lotus heavenly fire was successfully expelled, Shangguanhong cultivated the devouring heaven demonic yuan art. His strength recovered very quickly. His clansmen were also arranged to go out to gain experience. Following the arrival of a few of old devil Qi Lian's friends, Shangguanhong had a headache. These guys were all people who wanted the world to be in chaos. They were really not easy to talk to. For example, the one who spoke just now was purely an old man who drank wine. Don't look like he was drunk all day long. He was very powerful, because these 4 old friends of old devil Qi Lian had a famous name. They ate, drank, whored, and gambled, the 4 great true immortals. They compared themselves to true immortals because their days were really free and easy. It was not an exaggeration to compare them to true immortals. The one who drank wine was true immortal drunkard. No one could compare to him in drinking wine. There was no wine he didn't know. In order to enjoy the joy of drinking wine, he had broken into countless sects and stolen countless wines. Whenever this guy drank, he would kill people. That was why he was called the evil wine man. Every sect hated true immortal drunkard to death, but they couldn't kill him. Later on, no one dared to hide any good wine and directly drank it. They didn't dare to stay for fear of meeting true immortal drunkard again. There was nothing they could do about it. Who told true immortal drunkard to be so famous? As for the other 3, they were also famous. Of course, their reputations weren't very good. They belonged to the righteous and evil side of the continent. Of course, the evil side was more common. That's good too. No matter how nice it sounds, it's better to see it with my own eyes. True immortal drunkard drank the wine in one gulp. Of course, if that brat has any good wine, I don't mind being a consecrator. The other three laughed. Old ghost, your words are pure bullying. Who doesn't know that all the good wine in the continent has been drunk by you? No one dares to stay. True immortal drunkard said angrily, bastard. Who would steal wine from me for no reason? You heartless fellows. In fact, everyone would rather call them the four great evildoers. This reputation overshadowed their names. When the four great evildoers were mentioned, almost everyone would gnash their teeth. Unfortunately, the four great evildoers were too strong. No matter what they wanted to do, they couldn't do anything. Shang Guanhong looked at the four great evildoers and smiled bitterly. The strength of the four great evildoers was not inferior to theirs. It was unknown whether or not Lin Fei could invite them. For one of the four great evildoers to have the title of evildoer, they were definitely not ordinary people. Countless large sects and factions wanted to recruit them, but they could not. Shang Guanhong naturally hoped that Lin Fei could recruit them. That way, the mythology tower's strength would increase several-fold, and there would be no need to worry about anything. After all, Shang Guanhong was just one person. Old Demon Scarlet Serpent was also two people. If they had many people on their side, including many experts, it would be a very troublesome matter. However, if Shao Chun recruited the four great evildoers, the benefits were obvious. Although recruiting the four great evildoers would bring a large number of enemies, it was a disadvantage. This is a disadvantage. However, it could not be denied that the four great evildoers were extremely powerful. Otherwise, those sects would not have tried to recruit them, and would not have been willing to block the enemies of the four great evildoers. Shang Guanhong did not doubt that Lin Fei had the strength to do so. The mythology tower's strength would continue to expand, especially after learning the heaven-engulfing demonic essence art. The strength of the entire sect would definitely increase. Of course, if Shao Chun wanted to increase his strength quickly, he still needed to do something, and that was to fight continuously. That was the key. Only by fighting continuously would there be improvement. Hence, once the mythology tower had the four great evildoers joining them, they would be able to launch an attack. Time equaled strength. Even someone like Shang Guanhong could not wait to start fighting. Only after fighting would he be able to kill experts and refine them, increasing his own strength. Shang Guanhong had been a high-level loose immortal for a long time. Unfortunately, the Red Lotus heavenly fire had devoured his quintessence and even his immortal energy. If Shang Guanhong wanted to quickly recover to the strength of a high-level loose immortal, such as refining a loose immortal and absorbing their immortal energy, he might not have been able to do so in the past. However, after learning this demonic technique, he finally found a shortcut to recover his immortal energy. The four great evildoers were not easy to recruit. This was what Shang Guanhong was most worried about. He wanted to help, but he could not. This was his greatest regret. Chapter 554. The Four Evildoers. Shang Guanhong was accompanying the four evildoers. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon told Lin Fei about the four evildoers so that he could be prepared. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon nodded, that's right, they are the four evildoers. Perhaps not many people know their names now, but hundreds of thousands of years ago, the four of them were top-notch characters. Each of them did earth-shattering things. Big brother, your move is really extraordinary. Lin Fei did not expect that the people Qi Lian found would be people from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Moreover, they seemed to be at their peak. I wonder if these four evildoers have any weaknesses so that I can recruit them? Big brother Qi Lian must have brought them back for Lin Fei to recruit. He had to understand the other party first before he could make a move. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Originally, your strength was a weakness. Qi Lian Heavenly Demon said, each of them is a high-level loose immortal. They can control celestial power perfectly. Otherwise, they would not have made a name for themselves as the four evildoers. Now that you have celestial power, you are qualified. all 4 of them are high-level loose immortals? Lin Fei's eyes lit up. For a sect, the most important thing was the loose immortals. Among the loose immortals, low-level loose immortals were the core members. Middle-level loose immortals were the ones holding the fort. The strength of a sect was determined by the number of high-level bodiless immortals they had. Furthermore, these high-level bodiless immortals had to be bodiless immortals, and not other high-level bodiless immortals. Even if Lin Fei had the battle prowess of a high-level loose immortal, if he did not have celestial power, he would be a level lower than them. They would not even look at him seriously. This was the benefit of being in the same realm. Lin Fei's strength was not bad before, but it was impossible for him to be chosen by the 4 evildoers. At most, he would be regarded as slightly more powerful. After controlling celestial power, he would have the ability to stand on the same level as them. Celestial power was the only proof of a high-level loose immortal. Even if Lin Fei's control of celestial power was not perfect and there was not much celestial power in his body, with celestial power, his attack power would increase greatly. He could be regarded as a peak expert of their level. It's good enough that I was able to invite them back. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon was quite proud. However, if you want to recruit them, I think you need to start from somewhere else. In terms of strength, you are not their match. If I was at my peak, I might be able to fight against them, but now I can't. I can only invite them over. The next step will depend on you. Lin Fei felt a lot of pressure. Big brother Qi Lian had no way to recruit him, so he didn't seem to have much confidence, right? Indeed, after those words, Lin Fei was not very confident. Other than his strength, there seemed to be nothing else he could do. Now, I will introduce you to the specific information of the 4 great evils. Think about it yourself, it might be useful later. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon said helplessly. Tell me, I'll remember it. Even though the chances were not high, Lin Fei's face was still filled with fighting spirit. How would he know if he did not try? He had to try. Alright, a person must have fighting spirit. I thought that one sentence would be enough to defeat you. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Then you have disappointed me too much. Big brother, you are looking down on me too much. Lin Fei snorted, even if I don't get another chance, I still have to give it a try. The 4 great fiends have already returned. If I don't go and give it a try, how the hell am I going to cultivate? I might as well just kill myself. Lin Fei was not the kind of person who would give up. Big brother Qi Lian had invited them back, which was giving him face. If he did not meet them, how would big brother Qi Lian be able to raise his head in the future? Go, I have to go, why not go? The 4 great evils are not great demons, so what if they are great demons? I will definitely be afraid of them. Well said. The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Big brother has high hopes for you. First of the 4 great evils, the first is the wine immortal. Just by hearing this guy's name, you can tell that he is a person who is not greedy for wine. In the entire continent, as long as there is good wine, it will not escape this old ghost's nose. I am curious, what kind of nose does this guy have? For the sake of drinking wine, he has been chased by many people. The second one is the flower demon. He usually calls himself the flower demon. Don't be fooled by this name. This guy is not a flower lover, he is a perverted demon. Any woman that he takes a fancy to will definitely not be able to escape his clutches. You should know that countless young ladies of aristocratic families have been cheated of their first time. Right now, there is still a large group of women chasing him. So powerful? Lin Fei was also shocked. Don't worry, he will not make a move on your sister-in-law. These years, I heard that this guy has given up on lust. In his words, there are no women in this continent worth pursuing. His only thought is to go into closed-door training and go to the heaven realm to harm the girls. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fellow's goal was quite high, and he didn't want to harm the girls of the continent. However, those girls who were chasing him must have been because of love. Women can develop feelings because of love, but similarly, women can also develop hatred because of love. In order to take revenge on a man, women on Earth can make him wear a green hat, cheat on him, go out to find a man, or fight you to the death. This is already very extreme. But this is the Xiantian continent, where all the girls are powerful. They don't want to cheat on you. What they want to do is to kill the other party. The women on this continent are not so easy to negotiate with. Killing you will not be negotiable. This is the most normal thing for the flower demon to be chased. The third one is called Big Belly True Immortal. He is different from the first two. This guy is not interested in women and wine. What he likes most is to enjoy all kinds of food. Then how did he become one of the four evildoers? Jean Fong was curious. No matter how she looked at it, a person who eats doesn't seem to have any connection with the evildoers. Is that what you think? The red refining heavenly demon asked Lin Fei with a smile. Lin Fei thought for a while. I think so. After all, he only eats and drinks. He doesn't do anything bad. Wrong, you are all wrong, very wrong. The red refining heavenly demon shook his head. Who said that eating and drinking is not related? It is related. This fellow likes to satisfy his appetite. The most frightening thing is that, for some reason, this fellow has perfect culinary skills. Before I was suppressed, I had tasted it several times. The texture and taste are simply indescribable. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's the god of food. So powerful? Lin Fei was surprised. This evaluation was too much. The red refining heavenly demon seemed to know that he had said something wrong. He stopped hurriedly and went back to the main topic. Because of this cooking method, Big Belly True Immortal has to eat different dishes every day. Where does he get the ingredients? You can say that the continent is so big that it can be found everywhere. This is true. However, some ingredients are not easy to find. Last time, this guy went to a first-grade sect to cook a dish and killed the sect leader's pet. The reason is very simple. It is said that the dish needs heart and liver. Now you understand. Lin Fei suddenly understood. Awesome, really awesome. I finally understand. Every time this Big Belly True Immortal needs ingredients, he goes to some big sections. The red refining heavenly demon sighed. If it is only in the big sects, it would be fine. But this guy, no matter where he goes, he can't control his desire for good food. Then, you know. Obviously, Lin Fei could understand this mentality. If he couldn't control his mouth, it would definitely be troublesome. There were too many high-quality ingredients in the Xiantian continent. Of course, if you wanted to get them, you had to pay a certain price. In this case, even Lin Fei himself wanted to have a taste of it. Lin Fei really wanted to give 2 words to this kind of talent who devoted himself to food, foodie, an absolute foodie. Apart from this word, there was almost no other word to describe him. In order to eat, he could make so many enemies for himself. He could simply ignore everything for the sake of food. What a weirdo. What about the 4th one? Lin Fei really wanted to know the last one. The last one likes to gamble. He is known as the invincible true immortal. The only thing he likes to do is to gamble. No matter who you are, as long as he is interested, you must gamble with him, as long as you can beat him. Unfortunately, so far, there are only a few people who can beat him. Lin Fei didn't need to guess to know that this invincible true immortal must have gambled everywhere. After a long time, he must have won many things from people, which was why he became one of the 4 great fiends. Now that you know about the 4 great fiends, it's up to you how to deal with them. I can't help you. The scarlet refining heavenly demon was very helpless. If you can start with their hobbies, maybe you will have a chance to recruit them. Lin Fei pursed his lips. You might as well let me bang my head against the wall and kill myself. The 4 great fiends all had their own unique skills. Unless Lin Fei was out of his mind, he wouldn't be a match for them at all. Now it seemed that he could only take it one step at a time and deal with it as it came. As they were talking, they came to a space and stepped in. Immediately, they found themselves in a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. Swoosh swoosh, 4 powerful divine senses blasted over at the same time. Are they going to check on me? Lin Fei immediately understood what they wanted to do. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei swarmed out. He didn't control himself at all. He turned into a giant and pressed down with his enormous hand, suppressing the 4 divine senses. The divine sense of a celestial immortal was not to be underestimated. You are a celestial immortal. The first sentence was from True Immortal Flower Demon. You are not a true immortal. The second sentence was from Invincible True Immortal. Kid, you have some skill. The second sentence was from True Immortal Potbelly. I'm done. The Wine Immortal Potbelly said. With just one counterattack, the 4 divine senses quietly dissipated as if they had never appeared. Lin Fei also retracted his divine sense. Kid, Lin Fei, greets the 4 great fiends. Chapter 555. Even though they had only exchanged blows for a short period of time, many things had happened. At the very least, Lin Fei's first impression of him gave them a feeling of power. He was able to suppress the divine senses of 4 high-level loose immortals. This wasn't something that ordinary people could do. When the divine senses of 4 of them attacked at the same time, an unprepared person would most likely instantly fail and make a fool of himself. For Lin Fei to be able to block it was a testament to how powerful he was. The 4 fiends could sense that Lin Fei had been completely unprepared. He had been able to block their probing attacks with a single thought. This alone was enough for them to view him highly. Just because they viewed him highly didn't mean that they would approve of him. If the 4 fiends approved of him so easily, they wouldn't be the 4 fiends. Kid, you've grasped immortal power? Invincible True Immortal glanced at him casually, a look of surprise on his face. Even though he had heard from Scarlet Demon that this young man was very powerful, they hadn't paid him much attention at first. After all, how powerful could a single person be? The combat power of a loose immortal was already a limit. But after probing him, they realized that this kid was indeed formidable. Even though he wasn't a loose immortal, he had grasped immortal power. Just this alone was enough to show that this young man was very incredible. I gained some insights recently, so I grasped it, Lin Fei replied casually. Little girl, your luck is quite good. You should grab hold of a man like this. Otherwise, someone else will steal him away. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed loudly. Although it was a simple smile, it was clearly filled with charm. Could a man use a charming smile? You could call it charming, but in truth, it was a different kind of charm, a different kind of charm. Jean Feng's face turned slightly red. She couldn't take such words. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed loudly. Interesting. Do you want Big Brother to teach you a few moves? I guarantee that any man will become your slave. Scarlet Demon snorted. Flower Demon, you old thing, don't mess with her. Jean Feng is my sister-in-law. Flower Demon stretched out his thumb and middle finger. Old fiend, when did you become so friendly? How rare. Shang Guanhong smiled as he walked over. He was very surprised that Lin Fei was able to control immortal energy. When a mid-level loose immortal stepped into the high-level loose immortal realm, one needed to control immortal energy. It seemed like a very simple step, but many mid-level loose immortals would never be able to take that step in their entire lives. Lin Fei passed just like that. More importantly, the other party was at King Realm and hadn't gone through the tribulation yet. This was terrifying enough. Shang Guanhong finally understood why Qi Lian was so enthusiastic to help. Lin Fei really had a bright future. Perhaps he really was the reincarnation of a god. At the very least, Shang Guanhong had never heard of an Imperial Realm expert being able to control celestial power. Shang Guanhong was very clear about how domineering celestial power was. He himself had gone through a tribulation and his body had been strengthened by the lightning tribulation. That was how he was able to fuse celestial power. Lin Fei had yet to transcend his tribulation, yet he could control this. It was indeed surprising. Undefeatable old ghost, this guy is pretty good. Despite his young age, he has already grasped immortal power. True immortal flower fiend was communicating with his divine sense. Very promising, undefeatable true immortal said. Invincible true immortal said. However, if you want my help, that alone won't be enough. You know how much I like to gamble. If he can win against me, then everything will be fine. Undefeatable, I like it the most. True immortal wine also interjected. This Lin Fei is the most promising one I've ever seen. Those disciples of great clans are far inferior to him. It's no wonder that old ghost Qi Lian would invite him over. I want to agree. At the very least, this guy has to be stronger than me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Pot-bellied true immortal also said. Their first impression was quite good. In terms of strength, they completely approved of him. Helping someone like him was not a disgrace to them. This was also why Qi Lian said that Lin Fei's strength was a bit low before. They were all high-level loose immortals who could control celestial power. You want 4 people who could control celestial power to help someone like Lin Fei, who was weaker than them. That was an insult. For high-level loose immortals, no matter who they were dragons among men. They simply couldn't pass this trial. Lin Fei had passed the first stage of the test. His powerful divine sense and control of celestial power had just barely met their requirements. The first trial wasn't important. What was important was that he had to defeat the 4 of them. That was the key. Kid. I heard from old ghost Qi Lian that you're a good person. True immortal wine took a sip of wine. But that's not enough. Do you know why we're called the 4 true immortals? Big brother Qi Lian told me. Lin Fei knew that they were going to make a move. Good. It's good that you heard about it. Undefeatable true immortal slapped the table. You're barely passable. We, on the other hand, are used to being free and unfettered. We came out this time to give Qi Lian some face. Now that we've given you face, we're treating you well. If you want to, you'll have to defeat us. Lin Fei felt helpless. Senior undefeatable, you want me to spar with you? Isn't that bullying? Bullshit. Undefeatable true immortal snorted. I've never been one to bully the weak. When I say defeat me, it's actually very simple. All you have to do is beat me in a gamble once, and everything else is negotiable. Undefeatable, that's what the 3 of us mean. Only if you surpass us in every aspect, we'll admit that you're stronger than us. True immortal flower fiend extended his thumb and middle finger. So that was the case. In truth, Lin Fei had already guessed that the 4 fiends would definitely come up with some difficult questions to make things difficult for him. In terms of power, Lin Fei might be able to give it a try. But in terms of 4 aspects, that wasn't easy. Eating, drinking, gambling, and whoring. Lin Fei wasn't good at any of these 4 aspects. How could he possibly beat them? At this time, Sheng Guanhong and Qi Lian Heavenly Demon couldn't say anything. This was the opinion of the 4 fiends, and there was nothing they could do about it. As long as I surpass you in one aspect, you'll agree, right? Lin Fei asked solemnly. That's right. Although we, the 4 fiends, don't have much of a reputation, we definitely won't be careless when it comes to matters like this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many enemies, the pot-bellied true immortal said with a laugh. If I were you, I'd choose to give up. There's no way you'll be able to defeat us. In the end, you'll just be too ashamed to face us. They were speaking the truth. In every aspect, the 4 of them were at the king level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many enemies. Just by looking at how well they were doing right now, one could already tell. Their words weren't just for show. They had the confidence to back them up. Wanting to defeat them would be extremely difficult. What should I do? Do I really have to give up? Lin Fei was unwilling. He was truly unwilling. With the 4 fiends joining the alliance, the mythology school's power would definitely increase dramatically. Things that were previously impossible would be possible. Is there really no other way? Lin Fei didn't believe it. There has to be a way. Let me think. This is true immortal wine. If I want to defeat him, I'll have to start with wine. Lin Fei's mind spun quickly. Senior wine, if I want to defeat you, can I take out a type of wine? A wine that you can't name after drinking it? True immortal wine scoffed coldly. On this continent, including those small worlds, what kind of wine have I not drunk? If you can really take out a wine that I can't name after drinking it, then you are stronger than me. His tone towards the end was filled with disdain. Over 1,000,000 years, even true immortal wine himself didn't know how much wine he had drunk. In any case, it was uncountable. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could take out a wine that he had never drunk before. Okay, this is what you said. Lin Fei was pumped up. Sheng Guanhong and Qi Lian Heaven Demon were surprised. Out of the four of them, the hardest to deal with should be true immortal wine. You want to use an unknown wine to defeat him? How would that work? True immortal wine was amazing in this aspect. The moment you took it out, he would probably know what kind of wine it was. This was simply displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. Are you really confident? Qi Lian Heaven Demon asked. In fact, he was also very curious as he didn't know what other wine Lin Fei had. Lin Fei said. Actually, I don't have much confidence. Let's try my luck. Qi Lian Heaven Demon instantly lost interest. If you want to try your luck in front of Old Wine Ghost, you might as well say that you want to kill a heaven immortal. Can you wait for a moment? I will be right back. Go ahead. Lin Fei came out of the space and realized that he was nervous. System, you must give it your all. At this crucial moment, Lin Fei thought of the system shop. There were many things in it, and wine was one of them. Lin Fei didn't know if the wine in the system was the same as the wine in the continent. Right now, he could only try his luck with this. Thus, Lin Fei secretly hoped that this wine was not produced in the continent. As for whether it was or not, Lin Fei himself wasn't sure. Let me see what is good about it. Lin Fei immediately opened the system and opened the wine section to search for the wine that he had in mind. These wines were much cheaper with points. Flower peony, brewed from peony, tastes sweet. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately rejected it. General Kill, like raging flames. This was also rejected by Lin Fei. If Lin Fei wanted to win against the other party in this area, then it must be a feeling that the other party had never tried before. I wonder if that true immortal wine ghost has ever gotten drunk before? Lin Fei thought, since he dares to call himself a true immortal wine ghost, he shouldn't have committed a crime. I will start from this aspect. Drunk immortal? Soon, Lin Fei set his sights on a type of fine wine. A wine that even immortals would get drunk from? Seeing this simple evaluation, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Wasn't this the wine that he was looking for? Drunk immortal, a wine that even immortals would get drunk from? Only 10 million points per bottle, it was too cheap. Chapter 556. Lin Fei had no idea how powerful true immortal alcohol intoxicated was. The items provided by the system shouldn't be unreliable, right? Lin Fei mused to himself. If true immortal alcohol intoxicated can get drunk, that would be perfect. This was a good way to deal with true immortal alcohol intoxicated. As for the others, that was a question worth considering. Celestial immortal alcohol intoxicated can be used against true immortal alcohol intoxicated. As for the next three, this was a rather complicated problem, and Lin Fei had no choice but to consider it carefully. How should true immortal flower fiend deal with this? Lin Fei wasn't very confident. Should he compete in picking up women? Needless to say, he was definitely no match for him. What should he compete in, then? Could he compete in that area? Lin Fei quickly tossed this thought out of his head. He was too wretched. But how was he supposed to defeat true immortal flower fiend? If he had to deal with just one of them, Lin Fei wouldn't have to worry so much. But how should he deal with three of them? Lin Fei forced himself to calm down and think about how he should defeat them. How about this? Of the 4 of them, I'll beat 2 of them first. Then, I'll take my time with the other 2. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fei finally came up with a plan. 1 against 4. Lin Fei wasn't very confident in his chances, but he could defeat them one by one. Lin Fei believed that if he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to come up with a way to deal with them. True Immortal Alcohol Intoxicated already has a plan. As for the next 3, which one should I choose? This is a question worth thinking about. True Immortal Flower Fiend was hard to deal with, so he immediately rejected the idea. As for the next 3? Pot-bellied True Immortal Alcohol Invincible True Immortal. Between the 2, Lin Fei had to choose one. How about the pot-bellied True Immortal? Lin Fei considered it for a moment. This one was easier to deal with. Let's see if this shop has any way to deal with this pot-bellied True Immortal. If Lin Fei wanted to defeat the pot-bellied True Immortal in terms of eating, he would have to defeat him in terms of eating. The best way to do this was to cook a delicacy that would defeat him in terms of eating. But what kind of dish should he cook? This was a question worth pondering. Opening the system shop, Lin Fei opened the one related to ingredients. In the system, this was a relatively small market. Now, it was a great help to Lin Fei. So many ingredients. The system store sold a large number of ingredients, and the prices weren't expensive. Dragon meat, crystal dragon meat, fragrant and tender, 500,000 points. Looking at the price, Lin Fei vomited blood. Dragon meat is so cheap. However, thinking about it carefully, the system's coverage was very broad. This dragon meat might seem very precious in the eyes of others, but to the system, it might not be worth much. Phoenix Heart contains fire elemental energy, fresh and delicious meat, sold for 1 million points. Violent Interstellar Bear, its meat is extremely pure, priced at 1.5 million points. Every single ingredient on the list dazzled Lin Fei. This was the first time he realized that there were so many ingredients in this store. He regretted looking at them. If he had known earlier, he would have eaten these things often and improved his physique to a powerful level. There are recipes. Apart from the ingredients, Lin Fei also saw a large number of recipes. In the past, he had done some research on recipes, but when he saw these recipes, those common recipes were simply not worth his time. I should choose a recipe, then cook an ingredient that he has never eaten before. There were many recipes, and the prices were very cheap. 3 Kingdoms Confrontation. Very soon. Lin Fei's eyes fell on a recipe. It was a very domineering name, and he knew it just by looking at the name. He carefully looked at the recipe. It turned out that the 3 Kingdoms Confrontation was made by cooking 3 kinds of overlord ingredients through a series of methods. After cooking, the 3 ingredients would transform into illusory shadows and constantly fight. This is the 3 Kingdoms Confrontation. Lin Fei confirmed the recipe. This recipe should be able to defeat the pot-bellied True Immortal. No matter how rich the species in the Shantian continent was, it was probably not as good as the ingredients in the system. Lin Fei really did not believe that the pot-bellied True Immortal had eaten these ingredients before. 3 kinds of ingredients, a recipe, and a variety of other ingredients cost Lin Fei more than 8 million points. For someone as rich as him, it was nothing. Including the tableware, the immortal intoxication, and a set of wine utensils, it was exactly 20 million points. In the space filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers. Old Qi Lian, your friend won't admit defeat, will he? Wine Immortal laughed. Bullshit. Qi Lian snorted, there is no way Lin Fei will admit defeat. He always surprises me, and I believe this time will not disappoint me. Although he said so, in fact, Qi Lian was not confident in his heart. He was well aware of the extent to which his 4 good friends excelled in these 4 aspects. Anyone would feel powerless in front of them. This time, it was a bit dangerous. In front of his 4 friends, Qi Lian naturally did not want to show any weakness. He had to at least maintain his face. This kid Lin Fei really knows how to surprise people. I believe you will know after spending some time with him. Shangguanhong said. These words were indeed from the bottom of his heart. Surprise? That is interesting. True Immortal Flower Demon laughed. I really want to see what kind of surprise there is. He's back. The invincible True Immortal spoke. As expected. Lin Fei returned with a face full of smiles. I've made you all wait. I'm really sorry. There are so many of these things, but I don't know what to choose. Where did you hide your wine? Even I can't sense it. Wine Immortal had been drinking the whole time. He put down his cup and sniffed the surroundings. There is something special about it. Wine Immortal had always been very sensitive to wine. Even if it was hidden, he would be able to find it. It was just that amazing. But now, Wine Immortal had failed for the first time. He could not find the whereabouts of the wine. This had never happened before. Drunkard, did you bring too much wine? True Immortal Flower Demon looked startled. You have a nose of a drunkard. How can you not smell it? Invincible True Immortal was surprised as well. This was his first time hearing this. Did you not bring it? Lin Fei laughed inwardly. He hadn't taken out Celestial Immortal Inebriation yet, so of course he wouldn't be able to smell it. This was the system dimension. If he could sense it, that would be incredible. The Crimson Refined Heavenly Demon and Shangguanhong were both surprised, and then excited. This was a good sign. I brought the wine, Lin Fei said. However, can I say something first? Hurry up and say it. Wine Immortal was the most anxious of all. His anticipation for the wine was greater than anything else. You want me to fight against 4 of you in one day? You know how exhausting that is. I can only choose 2 of you, and I have 100% chance of defeating you. You have to defeat 2 of us. Before Lin Fei could finish speaking, Invincible True Immortal interrupted him. You sure talk big. Why don't we make a bet? A bet? Lin Fei was surprised, and then he was overjoyed. He had been conflicted about how to fight against Invincible True Immortal. Now, it seemed like this was his chance. He hesitated. What? You don't dare? Invincible True Immortal saw his hesitation. If you can defeat 2 of us, then I'll consider this bet a loss. Lin Fei's blood rushed to his head. Who said I don't dare? I'll take this bet. Invincible True Immortal's side had started. Wine Immortal didn't object. In truth, he wanted to know who Lin Fei would choose to fight. Which 2 are you planning to choose? Invincible True Immortal was impatient. His personality was like this. Once a bet was made, he wouldn't sit still. He had to start immediately. Invincible, do you dare to open a bet? Qi Lian Heavenly Demon, who had been silent all this time, asked. Invincible True Immortal acted as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Of course, I'll open a bet. Could it be that you want to join in? Of course. Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon laughed. Recently, I've been extremely poor. I want to make some money from you. No problem. Invincible True Immortal's eyes lit up. It was the joy of a gambler. What do you want to bet? The other 3 looked at this scene helplessly. This invincible old ghost, whenever he was involved in a bet, he would run off to God knows where. I want to compete with Wine Immortal Sr. and Potbelly Sr. Lin Fei said. That's good. Wine Immortal was very satisfied. Seeing that you chose me, I won't say it out loud. I'll give you some face. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Wine Immortal was quite interesting. Potbelly True Immortal laughed. Wine Immortal and I are the same. Since you chose me, I won't let you lose too badly. On the other hand, Flower Demon was startled. F***CK. Why didn't you choose me? It's too boring. Invincible True Immortal rolled his eyes. Who asked you to be so powerful? I'm a good kid. Competing with you is just courting death. You. Big Brother Lin, are you confident? Golden Phoenix asked worriedly. Don't worry. I won't admit defeat so easily. Lin Fei said. Brat, who do you want to choose first? Invincible True Immortal immediately agreed with Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon. There's wine and delicious food. How about immortal delicacies and wine? Lin Fei thought for a moment and said. This order was immediately approved by everyone. First enjoy the food, then drink the wine. Everyone present would like this. The four great evildoers also had a certain interest in eating and drinking. Lin Fei's suggestion of this order was the most suitable. Lin Fei took out a silver-white cauldron. It looked strange, but it was actually a technological tableware. When he bought it, even he was shocked. This thing looks very strange. It should be a tableware, right? Pot-bellied True Immortal's eyes did not move, so he recognized it at a glance. Everyone, make way. Everyone made a small space. Lin Fei pressed the red button, and a rectangular dining table appeared in front of him, as well as a series of tableware. Chapter 557. It was the first time for Lin Fei to see such a high-tech product. It was the best tool for camping. If he didn't use it, he could put it away without any trouble. Lin Fei put on a set of white chef's clothes and a high and mighty hat on his head. His entire aura and spirit changed. At this moment, Lin Fei didn't look like a powerhouse. Instead, he looked like a chef with an air of elegance. Foodie, why does this guy's clothes look so awkward? Invincible True Immortal nudged Pot-bellied True Immortal. Pot-bellied True Immortal didn't move his eyes. What do you know? You only know how to gamble. I told you to study hard. If I'm not wrong, this should be a chef's uniform. Invincible True Immortal and the others almost vomited blood. F***CK. What kind of explanation is that? Everyone knows it's a chef's uniform. Don't look so smug. This kid is really something. It turns out that he has to wear such a uniform before cooking. Only then will he look elegant. Pot-bellied True Immortal said with a look of understanding. I've learned something new this time. Then, he put on a white chef's uniform. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, he didn't. Today, I'm cooking the Three Kingdoms, Lin Fei said. As long as Senior Pot-bellied can guess the ingredients I'll use, I'll admit defeat. Pot-bellied True Immortal laughed. That's easy. It's a good name. I just don't know if there are any ingredients. Don't use any ordinary ingredients. Otherwise, I'll recognize them at a glance. Lin Fei said confidently, I won't disappoint you, Senior. He took out a big wok and put the divine flame in it. Pot-bellied True Immortal was shocked when he saw the divine flame. This flame is so special. It looks like a heavenly unusual flame. No, it's not. Heavenly unusual flames aren't so overbearing. Why do I feel a dangerous aura from it? Could this be the legendary divine fire? Invincible True Immortal was very knowledgeable. When this thought popped up in his mind, he was also shocked. Lin Fei didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to immerse himself in the Three Kingdoms. It had to be said that after Lin Fei used this move, the expressions of the four great evils turned grave. This brat really surprised them in every aspect. The Three Kingdoms formation was actually quite simple. He first put in the ingredients, which were all purchased from the system. After a certain amount of time, Lin Fei took out the red, violet, and black ingredients and placed them into the pot. Lin Fei was probably the only one who could use divine fire to cook dishes. Foodie, did you see what I put in earlier? True Immortal Wine asked. They were not good at identifying ingredients, so they could only ask the pot-bellied True Immortal. You'll only know after eating it. The pot-bellied True Immortal replied discontentedly, his gaze turning back to the surface. Lin Fei, he can cook. Shang Guanhong asked Old Devil Qi Lian. I don't know, but it looks pretty good. How would the Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon know? It smells really good. I really want to go up and have a bite. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out of the pot. This aroma tempted everyone like a glutton. The four great evils had really underestimated Lin Fei. The fact that he could cook such a fragrant dish had indeed surprised them. The pot-bellied true immortal kept nagging, "This seems to be Shanxi flower, 6 banyan leaf." A bunch of names that no one could understand came out of his mouth. Boom! A loud roar reverberated in the space. There are demonic beasts? Everyone was shocked. This was an immortal artifact. How could there be demonic beasts? Quick, look at the pot. At this moment, Lin Fei opened the lid of the pot, and 3 phantoms rushed out, instantly forming 3 unknown demonic beasts. They fought fiercely, attracting attention even if they did not want to. This is a battle between demonic beasts. What demonic beasts are these? Why haven't I seen them before? The 3 demonic beast phantoms were a bird, a giant bear, and a flying fish with wings. They were fighting intensely. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. These are peak-level demonic beasts. You guys probably don't know about them. At the very least, Lin Fei had never heard of these demonic beasts, nor had he seen them in any records. Most likely, they had never seen them before either. The 4 great evils stared at the 3 demonic beast phantoms with puzzled gazes. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not recognize the names of the 3 demonic beasts. Strange. Strange, this is too strange. True immortal flower demon's eyes widened. What kind of demonic beast have I not seen before? Why haven't I seen these 3 demonic beasts before? Could they be mutated demonic beasts? An old monster who had lived for more than 1,000,000 years felt embarrassed when he could not recognize the origins of these 3 demonic beasts. He felt like he was bullying them. Seniors, this is the 3 kingdoms confrontation. Everyone, let's try it. Actually, there was no need for Lin Fei to say it. Everyone wanted to try the taste of this pot of 3 nations confrontation. I'll go first. The pot-bellied true immortal thought to himself, I don't believe that I can't recognize these demonic beasts. In the past, the pot-bellied true immortal had even killed one of the top-tier demonic beasts on the continent. He did not believe that there was a delicacy that he had not tasted before. The pot-bellied true immortal first made a bowl of soup for himself. He placed some meat slices in it and used divine fire to cook it. The meat slices were not difficult to cook and were very springy. After taking a bite, the pot-bellied true immortal closed his eyes as if he wanted to eat the demonic beast's name. The pot-bellied true immortal had an unforgettable ability. Anything that he had eaten or smelled, he would never forget. He would remember it completely. However, after taking a bite, he felt a mysterious sensation that he had never felt before. It was as if he was in the vast universe, and everyone else was the same. With such a delicacy before them, they naturally could not resist. After taking a bite, they were all immersed in it. It's this delicious? Lin Fei was shocked when he saw this. He made a bowl for himself as well. Then, he felt as if he was in the universe. The feeling of vastness was extremely realistic. As expected of space demonic beasts. Even their meat contains the aura of the universe. No wonder they have such expressions. Lin Fei immediately understood what was going on. Kid, you have killed space demonic beasts before. When Lin Fei came back to his senses, the pot-bellied true immortal had grabbed Lin Fei, looking as if he was going to eat him. The others also came back to their senses. They looked at Lin Fei with very strange gazes. They were not in a hurry as they continued to eat. These are all mine. No one is allowed to snatch them from me. Seeing them snatching the delicacies in the big pot, the pot-bellied true immortal was furious. He reached out and wanted to keep the whole pot. Foodie, how dare you? Snatch them. The 4 evildoers attacked one after another, fighting over the pot of delicacies. They always do this. Lin Fei could not help but ask as he was also chased out. The scarlet refining heavenly demon raised his hand. Kid, you are amazing. I didn't even know that you can cook good food. Where did you get this demonic beast? My divine sense actually improved. Lin Fei chuckled. It's a secret. Every time they attacked, the cauldron would fly around in their hands. Not a single drop of the cauldron splashed out. This was because they had perfect control over their power. Otherwise, with their strength, the cauldron would have been destroyed long ago. It is finally mine. The pot-bellied true immortal was the last to make a move. He waved his hand and kept the big pot. The other 3 evildoers were furious. Foodie, how dare you keep it for yourself? I will make you suffer in the future. This is cooked by Lin Fei for me. It belongs to me. The pot-bellied true immortal was very shameless. This time, I lost. I didn't expect that you could even get the ingredients of star beasts. I really admire you. If there was an ingredient that he had never eaten before, the pot-bellied true immortal dared to say that the star beasts that ran amok in the universe were the most delicious. However, each of these star beasts was very powerful. It was very difficult to catch one. Until now, the number of star beasts that the pot-bellied true immortal had tasted were very few, let alone this kind of star beast. Lin Fei really admired this pot-bellied true immortal. He could even recognize a star beast. Most people wouldn't know that this was a star beast. At most, they would think that it was a monster beast. Kid, where's your wine? The pot-bellied true immortal hurriedly said to Lin Fei. He had been stimulated and couldn't help but look forward to the final wine. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lin Fei relied on the ingredients to make the pot-bellied true immortal admit defeat. This was very rare. It was completely beyond their imagination. Thus, the wine immediately attracted their attention. Lin Fei took out the wine from his spatial ring. However, he had just taken it out when he felt a shadow flash before him. The jade bottle in his hand disappeared. When he looked again, it had landed in the pot-bellied true immortal's hand. No fragrance. The pot-bellied true immortal uncorked the bottle and frowned. This doesn't make sense. Why does this wine not have any fragrance? Are you trying to fool me? Lin Fei was speechless. The system wouldn't play a joke on me, right? This is wine. It's the real deal. Lin Fei hurriedly explained. The pot-bellied true immortal was clearly suspicious. Really? Why don't you try it first? Previously, the food cooked by Lin Fei had been so captivating. This wine did not have the fragrance he had imagined. This was indeed beyond the pot-bellied true immortal's expectations. Just a sip will do. Before Lin Fei could say this, the pot-bellied true immortal gulped it down. No matter how Lin Fei looked at it, this mouthful was definitely more than that. So fragrant. The pot-bellied true immortal's eyes lit up. My head. Then, everyone saw the pot-bellied true immortal collapse onto the grass, snoring loudly. He's drunk? Everyone was dumbfounded. How could a pot-bellied true immortal get drunk? How was this possible? He wouldn't get drunk even after 1,000 cups. There didn't seem to be any wine on this continent that could make a pot-bellied true immortal drunk. I'll have a sip too. Don't snatch it. In less than a moment, everyone had drunk a mouthful. Then, they collapsed onto the ground one after another. You didn't drug this wine, right? Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Do you think that I have such a powerful drug on me? Why don't you try it? The Scarlet Demon hesitated. I'll drink a little. However, with that, the Scarlet Demon also collapsed onto the ground. He was drunk. All of you are drunk. Shang Wanhong had never seen such a thing before. At their realm, there was still wine that could get them drunk. What wine is this? Why is it so powerful? Lin Fei was also dumbfounded. This heavenly immortal intoxication was too domineering, wasn't it? Chapter 558. What kind of wine is this? This was the first thing they said after they woke up from immortal intoxication. It was already noon 3 days later. The 4 fiends had tasted all kinds of wine, but 3 days ago, they got drunk from just one sip. Only then did they realize that there was such a magical wine in this world. They were all high-level loose immortals, and they had never gotten drunk before in their lives. The only thing they did not expect was that they were completely drunk this time. Most importantly, they only took a small sip, and they could not even resist it. That kind of tyrannical drunkenness made them collapse in an instant. It was really too tyrannical. So when they woke up, the first thing they did was run over to ask. Immortal intoxication. Lin Fei said the name of this wine. The four fiends sighed, this name is really good. It's ordinary, but after drinking it, it will overflow the sky. Even a celestial immortal would get drunk from it. There were at least a few wines that could make them comment together. Lin Fei, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. The wine immortal was very straightforward. Ever since I became known as the wine immortal, I have never gotten drunk. This is the first time I have gotten drunk. I don't care where you got this heavenly immortal intoxication from, I admit defeat. Wine immortal intoxication was not lazy to be able to make this kind of wine. However, you must give me a bottle of this wine every month. Wine immortal intoxication said, the taste of getting drunk is really good. I also admit defeat. Invincible true immortal said, however, I also want a bottle every month, or else, damn, you are the four fiends, how can you extort people like this? One bottle of immortal intoxication was worth 5 million points. 4 bottles would be 20 million points, and 1 year would be more than 200 million points. Wasn't it obvious that he was going to eat himself poor? This is extortion. Lin Fei smiled bitterly, I can't do it even if you want me to. What's so troublesome about this? Just tell us what materials you need, we will help you find them. Wine immortal intoxication said with dissatisfaction, there is really nothing in this continent that we cannot find. Lin Fei said in an aggrieved tone, the ingredients for immortal intoxication are very difficult to find, and refining it is also very troublesome. I really can't make 1 bottle a month. The 4 great evils were all people who loved wine. The heavenly immortal drunk wine was probably the only one in the continent. It might not be found elsewhere. At their cultivation realm, even if they did not use Jin Yuan, with their huge physiques, they would not be able to get drunk. It was rare for such fine wine to appear, so they did not hesitate to extort it. If it had been someone else, they would have done it themselves instead of asking so kindly. Lin Fei hoped that there was something they liked. As long as there was something they liked, everything would be fine. For experts of this realm, there weren't many things they cared about. There really weren't many. At most, I can give you 4 bottles of immortal intoxication a year. Lin Fei thought for a while and said. He had originally planned to wait for 10 years, but then he thought that it would not be good if it was too long. 4 bottles of immortal intoxication a year would only be worth 20 million points. With their help, earning this amount of points would be a piece of cake. 4 bottles a year is too little. True immortal intoxication blinked. How about this? When the time comes, give us a chance to enjoy a delicious meal. It has to be top-grade ingredients. No, 1 for each of us. That's 4 times. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. What kind of people was he trying to recruit? In truth, Lin Fei was very excited. 30 to 40 million points a year in exchange for 4 high-level loose immortals. This sort of recruitment was simply too cheap. You're trying to kill me. Lin Fei complained. In any case, we've already spoken. You have to agree to our request no matter what. Invincible True Immortal said. How about this, I'll help you destroy one of the major powers in Nifa's paradise. Do you want to kill them all or capture them alive? There was no need to doubt these words coming from the mouth of the 4 great evils. They were strong enough to destroy a power easily. If you want to destroy a power, we'll help you, True Immortal Flower Demon said. There were very few people who could make them take the initiative to ask for help. It could be said that Lin Fei was taking a huge advantage of them. Ordinary people wouldn't even think about it. Let's go out and destroy a power. Pot-bellied True Immortal tore through space and left. Wait for me. In an instant, the remaining 3 evils chased after him, disappearing without a trace. Bloodhand. Lin Fei hastily summoned Bloodhand. When Bloodhand arrived, Lin Fei immediately gave the order. Immediately bring experts and arrange for scouts. If something happens to that power, immediately bring people to deal with it. Understood. Once Bloodhand left, the scarlet refined heavenly demon staggered out. After drinking a small mouthful of immortal intoxication, he passed out. They went out? They didn't go out. They want to let me know their strength. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. Then, they'll extort a fortune from me. Qi Lian heavenly demon rolled his eyes and said, just laugh. The fact that the 4 great evildoers are willing to help you is something that many people would be envious of. They might not even help even if they offered a high price. This time, Big Brother has helped you so much. You should at least give me some immortal wine. Great, yet another one fell in love. No problem. Immortal intoxication costs several million points per bottle. Lin Fei didn't really care. He thought to himself, immortal intoxication is so powerful. It seems I can try other wines in the future. In the system, immortal intoxication was not the most powerful. There were even better wines. Those wines were probably not ordinary. 15 minutes later, the 4 great evils returned once more. 10 odd loose immortals appeared in the hall. All of their auras were suppressed, and their faces were filled with fear. Lin Fei, we've captured all the upper echelon elders of this heaven-shrouding faction. As for the remaining small fries, you can arrange for your men to deal with them. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. This heaven-shrouding faction was one of the major factions. It was said that they had high-level loose immortals. Who would have thought that in less than 15 minutes, all the upper echelon members of heaven-shrouding faction would be captured? Killing a person was easy, but capturing them was very difficult. One must use absolute strength to suppress the other party in order to capture them. Seniors, you are too ferocious. It's just a gang of high-level loose immortals. From our point of view, destroying them will be a piece of cake. True Immortal Wine disagreed. From now on, you can just treat us as your consecrators. If you can give us a bottle of immortal intoxication now, that would be the best. The upper echelon members of heaven-shrouding faction were all dumbfounded. The mythological tower was so powerful. They sent out 4 high-level loose immortals at once. No problem. Lin Fei was in a good mood. He bought 5 bottles of immortal intoxication and gave one to each of them. This is this year's supply. I can't take any more. It's okay. Don't disturb us. The 4 left. Lin Fei controlled the celestial artifact and knew that they had chosen a space. Big Brother Scarlet Serpent. This is yours. Lin Fei took out the last bottle. Keep it well. Don't let them find out. If not, Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon kept it immediately. You can have this high-level loose immortal. I'll take the rest. Lin Fei knew that if Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon wanted to increase his strength, he had to devour experts to quickly recover his energy. Go ahead and take them. Lin Fei didn't have any objections to this. Scarlet Serpent Sky Demon waved his hand and brought the upper echelon members away. Only the leader of heaven-shrouding faction was left. Don't kill me. I can tell you a secret. They are targeting you. Heaven-shrouding faction panicked. As long as you let me go. You are in my hands. You have no right to bargain. Lin Fei said calmly. You have to swear to the heavens. Otherwise, I won't tell you. Heaven-shrouding faction seemed to know that this was his only chance. Do you really think that you are smart? Lin Fei snorted coldly. He used the soul-searching technique. His divine sense was stronger than his opponent's. He forcefully looked through his memories. Then, heaven-shrouding faction lost his mind. You want me to swear to the heavens? You really think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei collected the other party and tossed him into the heaven and earth smelt, where he turned into waves of true energy and immortal power. You want to set a trap for me? I can catch all of you at once. From the soul-searching memories, Lin Fei knew that Heaven-shrouding faction and Sin Paradise had held a secret meeting. They were prepared to eat up the Myth Tower. Their plan was simple. They wanted to use a trap to invite him over. Then, they would kill him with lightning speed. The Myth Tower would use a sneak attack to catch him off guard. It was a simple plan, but it was very useful. I thought that I was being secretive. Who would have thought that they would be able to find out? Lin Fei was slightly startled in his heart. However, this is good as well. Since you all want to hold a feast at Hongmen, I can take care of all of you in one fell swoop. However, I wonder if anyone knew that the 4 great evildoers attacked earlier? Lin Fei thought about it and felt that the possibility of that was not very high. Be it divine abilities or other aspects, the 4 great loose immortals were top-notch. How could others know about them? 2 hours later. His subordinates brought back news that the entire Heaven-shrouding faction had been eaten by the Myth Tower. After killing some of the rebels, the rest surrendered and were unwilling to continue fighting. The news that the Heaven-shrouding faction had been easily eaten by the Myth Tower caused an uproar in Sin Paradise. No one had expected that the Heaven-shrouding faction would be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. Most importantly, they had been paying attention to the Myth Tower. They had no idea that they would suddenly attack. Another suspicion was that the higher-ups and leader of the Heaven-shrouding faction had all disappeared. Without anyone to lead them, they had lost completely. Thus, the Myth Tower had eaten them. Everyone thought that the Myth Tower would rest for a while. Who would have thought that they would bare their fangs again so quickly and eat the Heaven-shrouding faction? Chapter 559. P.S. 10 chapters completed. It's very tiring. This is also the first time I've done 10 chapters in a row. I hope I'll have more opportunities in the future. I'll also ask for a few monthly tickets. Lin Fei originally thought that these large factions would invite him to their Hongmen banquet a few days later. But on the morning of the 3rd day after the Heaven-shrouding gang was destroyed, someone who claimed to be an emissary personally delivered an invitation. It seems like they can't sit still anymore. In the hall. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demon played with the invitation in his hand. They definitely don't know that Heaven-shrouding Sage is already dead and those higher-ups are in our hands. They're betting on us not knowing the inside story, but it's a pity that they've misunderstood. Lin Fei had already told the Scarlet Refined Sky Demon and Shangguan Hong about the Hongmen banquet. Therefore, in their imagination, it was not surprising that they had sent the invitation letter. If they had not sent it, it would have been the strangest thing. They're desperate. Heaven-shrouding gang was destroyed, they can't wait to get rid of us. Shangguan Hong smiled. They took the initiative to invite Lin Fei this time to catch us off guard. If I'm not wrong, the higher-ups of Sin Paradise definitely don't want us to grow too big and affect their control. When the time comes, they won't be able to deal with us, so they can only use this method to deal with us. Sin Paradise seemed to be filled with large factions, but in reality, there were shadows of the higher-ups of Sin Paradise behind them. Who knew which faction might have the support of the higher-ups? The rise of the Myth Tower first got rid of many mid-tier factions, then quickly got rid of Ji Treasure Tower, becoming a large faction in an instant. This step was a bit big, and not long after, they also got rid of the Heaven-shrouding gang. This was the beginning of the signs. The higher-ups of Sin Paradise weren't happy, so they used other big shots to invite him, wanting to get rid of the Myth Tower. No matter where they went, they wouldn't let others talk about them. Let's eat up these factions first, and see if they can still hold on. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demon sneered. They had methods to deal with immortals in the past, but now it's just an empty title to scare ordinary people. The Scarlet Refined Sky Demon didn't believe that Sin Paradise had such tyrannical existences. He might have believed it a million years ago, but he definitely wouldn't believe it now. We have to be careful. Lin Fei said. Experts of that level will not come out. At most, they will send high-level loose immortals. With the 4 fiends present, we should be able to resist them for a while. Lin Fei estimated the strength of the 4 to be around 8 tribulation-scattered immortals. For tribulation-scattered immortals was very strong, for tribulation-scattered immortals, for tribulation-scattered immortals. Could even 1/9 tribulation scattered immortal to them? We'll eat them first, Shang Guanhong said. But they'll definitely stop you from bringing people in. No. Tian. Lin, he. I'll take it. Bit. By. The heaven and earth smelt belongs to another space, and it's under Lin Fei's control. Even if the other party has a powerful Shantian spiritual treasure or an immortal equipment, they can forget about finding it. 3. Tian. A saint-level demonic beast carriage appeared in front of the mythological tower. Lin Fei had long since made preparations. After coming out of the myth tower, all of them knew of his existence. As such, there was no need for him to conceal himself. If he were to kill them tonight, no one would know about it. Please get in the car. Lin Fei strode into the carriage and sat firmly in it. Aren't you bringing any attendants? The man asked. This is Sin Paradise. Isn't it just a banquet? Are you going to eat me? Lin Fei said with a look of disdain. That person laughed dryly and sat in the carriage. A look of joy quickly appeared in his eyes. Lin Fei was sitting in the carriage and saw everything. I didn't bring any attendants, which is exactly what you want. I also pretended to be the king. I don't believe that you won't let your guard down. This result was exactly what Lin Fei wanted. Very soon. The carriage stopped in front of a mansion. Other than himself, Lin Fei realized that not only did they invite him to the banquet, but they also invited everyone else. Are they planning to make an example out of me? Lin Fei could tell with a single glance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have invited so many leaders to kill him. This was to warn those ambitious leaders that if they were too ambitious, their outcome would be tragic. Young Master Lin, we have arrived. You can come down now. After getting off the carriage, Lin Fei used his powerful divine sense to scan the entire mansion. He laughed coldly in his heart. So many experts are lying in ambush. Looks like you guys are really going all out to kill me. It's a pity that you guys will be the ones regretting it. There were many experts lying in ambush in the mansion. They were well hidden and had formations set up on them. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through them and would be able to deal a huge blow at a crucial moment. If it was in the past, Lin Fei wouldn't have dared to use his divine sense to scan the mansion. Now that he had a new understanding of divine sense, he could silently scan every corner of the mansion. When he walked past a doorstep, Lin Fei discovered the person leading the way. A look of joy flashed in his eyes. After checking with his divine sense, Lin Fei immediately knew what was going on. They really use celestial artifacts to check if I'm carrying Senfu or something like that. It's a pity that you guys didn't expect that I have the divine flame space. A mere celestial artifact is nothing to me. At their level, immortal residences and the like were not very expensive. Many people could afford them. Carrying an immortal residence with them and leading a large number of subordinates was something that leaders liked to do. In fact, there was indeed a support celestial artifact on the doorstep that could check if someone was carrying Senfu. The person leading the way was naturally happy that Lin Fei didn't bring Senfu with him. He immediately spread the news through a secret channel. In a space under the mansion, a few people were sitting together, anxiously waiting for news. Lin Fei didn't bring any servants? Hearing this news, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The result was different from what they had expected. Could he have brought Senfu with him? It should be possible. Lin Fei was able to leave sinful paradise back then, so he should be a very cautious person. Don't be careless and fall into his trap. When the second news came, they were all surprised. Lin Fei didn't bring Senfu with him? When this news came, everyone was quite surprised. Lin Fei, the person in charge of the mythological tower, didn't bring Senfu or servants with him? Did he really not know that they had set up an ambush? This was a very unexpected result. Before, they had thought that Lin Fei would at least bring servants. No matter who came to the banquet, they would bring servants. But now, he didn't bring any servants, nor did he bring Senfu with him. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? This Lin Fei is too arrogant. He must think that we don't dare to do anything to him. He's too bold. He doesn't take us seriously at all. Sage shrouding the heavens shouldn't have fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come alone. I wonder where Sage shrouding the heavens and the others went. We've arranged experts in the mansion, and we've even sent out high-level bodiless immortals. We must capture Lin Fei in one fell swoop. This time, Lin Fei won't be able to escape even if he has wings. He dared to come to the banquet without his servants. He's courting death. He wants to provoke us, and this is exactly what he wants. Lin Fei must die. Otherwise, we might become the next heaven-shrouding sect. The few big shots in the underground space quickly stood up. Since the main character of the show was on the stage, they naturally had to go on the stage as well. They casually checked, in case Lin Fei really brought Senfu with him. That wouldn't be easy to deal with. This matter was very important, so they had to be careful. They knew what happened when Lin Fei left last time. So many people went to chase him, but in the end, they returned empty-handed. When he returned a year later, Sage Ji Bao was killed, and the celestial artifact was in his hands. This action was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react. The other party took over Ji Bao Tower and obtained the celestial artifact. Losing the biggest auction house, Ji Bao Tower, had a big impact on these big factions. In the past, when Ji Bao Tower was still around, many of their things were handed over to Ji Bao Tower for auction. They worked together very well and became partners. But after Ji Bao Tower was destroyed, they were stuck in this aspect. The Myth Tower didn't care about them. An existence that could destroy Ji Bao Tower wasn't something that people would dislike. The Myth Tower controlled Ji Bao Tower's celestial artifact, so the interior hadn't changed. It was very tight, so it had always been very popular. For those who often participated in auctions, there wasn't much of a change. It was just a change of owner. But for the other big factions, the items they had couldn't be auctioned, so the impact was huge. As the saying went, cutting off one's wealth was equivalent to killing one's parents. No one could take this lying down. They also had auction houses under them, but compared to the Myth Tower, they were far inferior. They weren't on the same level. In the end, they suffered. They could only watch helplessly as their items couldn't be auctioned, causing a large number of losses. This time, they joined forces to occupy this Myth Tower. With them controlling it together, they wouldn't have to worry about this kind of change happening again. The few factions joined forces and everyone advanced and retreated together. This kind of situation where they were choked by others wouldn't happen again. Tonight, Lin Fei had to die. No matter what, he couldn't leave here alive. As long as Lin Fei died, the backup plan that they had set up could be implemented. There were experts in the mansion, and with them personally taking action, even if Lin Fei was unparalleled, he would have to die in the underworld. They had Lin Fei in their hands. Chapter 560. When Lin Fei walked into the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Because he was too young, it was impossible for him not to attract attention. Everyone present was old, and there were very few people as young as Lin Fei. Some people mistook him for a young master of a gang. Then, a series of questions popped up in their minds. Was a young master of a gang worthy of such politeness? Lin Fei? No one knew much about this name. But when another name was mentioned, their expressions changed. It was as if they had encountered a peerless demon king. Their eyes were filled with a rare fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. The leader of the mythological tower. The predecessor of the Bloody Hand Hall? One had to say that the mythological tower and the Bloody Hand Hall, no matter which name, brought them endless fear. There was no need to say more about the mythological tower. The entire heaven-covering gang had fallen, and the higher-ups were nowhere to be found. The Bloody Hand Hall had gotten rid of the treasure tower and snatched their immortal artifact. Who would have thought that the person behind the scenes would be so young? No one would have thought. Lin Fei, isn't he the one who carried the treasure map of the secret heaven treasure vault last year? Someone suddenly mentioned this. Everyone suddenly thought of a name. No one who was invited tonight was a fool. Thinking back to what happened a year ago, it was a very sensational event. So it was him. Those who wanted to go up and strike up a conversation chose to remain silent. The leader of the mythological tower. Recently, Sin Paradise had been speculating about the person behind the scenes, and he was an opponent in the eyes of many major forces. A young man with great ambitions. Currently, all the forces in Sin Paradise were wary of the mythological tower, fearing that they would be eaten up by the other party. They were quite xenophobic. Some smart people seemed to understand the true purpose of this banquet. Don't look down on the intelligence of others. They might not know it a moment ago, but when they heard that Lin Fei was the person behind the scenes, the nature of the banquet naturally changed. Lin Fei did not care about the gloating in their eyes. These big shots had good methods, but it was a pity that they had misjudged him. Now that I've pointed out my identity, those big shots should be coming out soon. Lin Fei casually sat down. No one dared to appear nearby, so he was happy. Otherwise, this show won't continue. As expected. After the news of Lin Fei's identity spread, the supporting cast all went on stage. There were more than 10 major factions in Sin Paradise, and 7 or 8 of them had gathered here. The moment the big shots appeared, they were dignified and imposing. They were like lions, causing people to feel the urge to worship them and not dare to resist them. The entire hall instantly quietened down. 5 high-level loose immortals and 3 mid-level loose immortals. What a feast at Hong Men. Lin Fei concluded that if he did not have the help of the 4 evil men, these powerhouses might have eaten him up once they made a move. Lin Fei estimated that there were at least 10 high-level loose immortals and countless mid-level loose immortals. They were the elites of the elites. Welcome to tonight's banquet. It was the Bright Moon faction's leader, Reverend Shueyue. She was a woman, and her expressionless face revealed a rare smile. In the eyes of the crowd, this smile was extremely cold, so cold that it chilled their hearts. Before tonight's banquet begins, this Reverend wants to introduce a junior. Perhaps everyone doesn't know him, but I believe everyone will know him soon. Reverend Shueyue's gaze shifted. He is the one who recently destroyed the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding faction, Lin Fei. Kill him with a stick. Attract hatred? Lin Fei felt disdain. They wanted to raise his status and then suppress him. Good plan, good plan. From the moment they appeared, 8 tyrannical auras locked onto Lin Fei. Their gazes were like prey in the mouth of a lion, prey in a spider's web, unable to escape even if it had wings. Many people were still guessing before, but after hearing this, fear, jealousy, and hatred shot out from their eyes. Although it was very vague, it could still be detected. Actually, you don't have to go through so much trouble. Lin Fei smiled and stood up. He could clearly feel the emotional fluctuations of these 8 big shots. Isn't it just a banquet? Why hold it especially for me? This will make me feel embarrassed. How will everyone look favorably upon me? It's better to hold such banquets less in the future. The 8 big shots were shocked, and anger flashed through their hearts. They were inadvertently teased by Lin Fei. Just now, they were really worried that Lin Fei had sensed their intentions and wanted to force them to make a move. They could suppress the other party on the surface, but in private, all kinds of gossip would undoubtedly affect their reputation. This Lin Fei was really sinister. The 8 big shots cursed in their hearts. Pfft! Someone couldn't help but laugh. In front of these 8 big shots, Lin Fei of the Myth Tower still dared to put on airs? He clearly didn't take these 8 big shots seriously. But they didn't see any change in the 8 big shots' expressions. It seemed like they didn't take it seriously. What was this? Didn't they say that they had always been enemies? Many people couldn't understand it. A hint of anger flashed on Venerable Shueyue's face, but she soon returned to normal. It was so fast that it was hard for others to notice. Tower Lord Lin, you're a straightforward person. As a newly promoted major faction, this banquet is indeed prepared for you. There's no need to put in much effort. Your myth tower has used its strength to prove itself. Everyone can see that. But in their hearts, they were saying that this was a banquet set up for Lin Fei to die. Venerable Shueyue's killing intent had been aroused because of Lin Fei's words, but she concealed it very well. All right, I like this banquet. Lin Fei smiled and said, to be honest, I'm very excited that all the big shots are here to welcome me. I believe that we'll definitely have many opportunities to cooperate in the future. Cooperate my A*S. Only a ghost would want to cooperate with you. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking, so he wouldn't let them feel good. When he saw everyone present, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. It would definitely anger them to death. Tower Lord Lin, I like what you said. We should cooperate well. At this moment, another big shot spoke. Lin Fei knew that this big shot was called Tu Shanjinren. If there's any cooperation, you can find me. We can get to know each other better. Lin Fei heard endless resentment from his words. Why was Tu Shanjinren so resentful? In fact, he controlled an auction house and auctioned all kinds of things. At the same time, he had connections with the Supreme Treasure Tower. However, after the Supreme Treasure Tower was destroyed, Tu Shanjinren's auction house wasn't in a good situation. A large number of items couldn't be auctioned and were squeezed into piles. On the surface, Tu Shanjinren said that he wanted to cooperate with Lin Fei, but in fact, he wished that Lin Fei would die as soon as possible so that he could divide the profits. Otherwise, if this continued, it would be very disadvantageous to the faction. Naturally, he wouldn't show it on his face. I like cooperation. Lin Fei acted as if he didn't hear it. Since everyone is here, I happen to have something in my hands. I was planning to auction it, but since everyone is here, if Tu Shanjinren doesn't mind, I'm willing to share it with everyone. Tu Shanjinren's expression slightly changed. What a jinx. What did I say just now? But soon, he recovered. The 8 powerful figures didn't have any objections. Lin Fei was already like a turtle in a jar, and they didn't need to worry about where he could run to. They wanted to see how powerful this Lin Fei, who could rise up so quickly, could be. Tower Master Lin, since you have something good to share, why would we mind? Tu Shanjinren smiled and said, I think you all have the same idea. How could the others refute Tu Shanjinren's words? In fact, they also wanted to see what good things this Lin Fei could take out. Lin Fei took out something here on a whim. The 8 powerful figures were going to be destroyed anyway, so it was meaningless to just destroy them. Therefore, he might as well promote his own things. The things that Lin Fei was promoting were naturally the treasures in the system store. Many of them were nothing to Lin Fei, but to outsiders, these were definitely good things. As for why he wanted to take them out, it was to expand the influence of the Legend Tower. In fact, it was equivalent to increasing the sect's prestige. Originally, Lin Fei didn't care too much about it. But since he could exchange his sect's prestige for points, he was naturally willing to do such a good thing. Not only could he increase his sect's prestige, but he could also exchange it for points. Only a fool would refuse. There were many good things in the system store, and the prices weren't high either. For example, medicinal pills and so on. These medicinal pills were useless to Lin Fei, but to others, they were definitely very useful. They could be said to be extremely rare. With such a good opportunity, Lin Fei would definitely make use of it and publicize it. In any case, they believed that he wouldn't be able to escape from Lin Fei's grasp. Lin Fei was happy to see that this was a ready-made opportunity that he had carefully prepared for himself. He wanted them to lift a rock only to hit their own feet. In truth, they also didn't believe that Lin Fei could take out anything good. In any case, it was still early, and they weren't in a hurry to deal with him. Using their gaze of victory to look at a defeated person was a feeling that they wouldn't be able to experience normally. Lin Fei strode up to a high platform that was 1 level higher than everyone else. Facing the crowd, he said indifferently, everyone should know me. Originally, these items were prepared for the auction in a month's time. However, after seeing seniors being so courteous and setting up a welcoming banquet for me, I felt apologetic in my heart. Therefore, I made a last-minute decision to use the good items for the auction here to let everyone get to know me." When he said that, everyone's interest was piqued. The auction that the Legend Tower was preparing for a month's time? They were all at a loss. Was there such a thing? An auction that was meticulously prepared definitely wouldn't be a small-scale auction. The treasures that could be used as the finale must be extremely precious, right? The expressions of the 8 big shots changed slightly. They rejoiced inwardly. They had set up this hangmen banquet and invited Lin Fei over. Otherwise, if the auction was successfully held a month later, it would be a huge blow to them. With a thought, they also wanted to understand what treasures the Legend Tower was going to put out. The greater the influence of the Legend Tower, the more worried they were. Everyone must be guessing what the Legend Tower is going to put out. Immortal equipment? Battle armor? Lin Fei shook his head. I'm sure that everyone won't feel at ease holding these items in their hands. Therefore, we won't be auctioning these items. Everyone thought about it and felt that Lin Fei's words made sense. Even though they were somewhat fearful of Lin Fei, it didn't mean that they wouldn't give up on certain things. Our Sin Paradise emphasizes strength. Therefore, the items that the Legend Tower is going to auction are the elixirs that everyone has been paying attention to. Lin Fei revealed his objective. The classification of elixirs was actually the same as realms. Starting from profound-grade elixirs, there were spirit-grade elixirs, king-grade elixirs, imperial-grade elixirs, ancestor-grade elixirs, exalted-grade elixirs, saint-grade elixirs, and regal-grade elixirs. Chapter 561. No one was surprised to hear that Lin Fei wanted to promote elixirs. Elixirs were very popular in Sin Paradise. After all, this place often had all kinds of battles, so elixirs were highly valued. Healing elixirs, strength-enhancing elixirs, all kinds of elixirs were very popular. Moreover, Sin Paradise was a place where all kinds of illegal goods ran rampant. Elixirs were also very popular. Many forces secretly set up branches in Sin Paradise to purchase all kinds of elixirs. Elixir? I wonder what kind of elixir Lin Fei will take out. It should be a supreme grade elixir, right? Because this elixir is the most popular. I think it should be a Grandmaster grade elixir, or a Saint grade elixir. As for an Emperor grade elixir, it's not very likely. Many people began to discuss. Elixirs had always been indispensable in the eyes of forces of all sizes. Recruiting subordinates required elixirs and true essence crystals. Both were indispensable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be willing to work for you. Since Lin Fei was selling elixirs, they were naturally very concerned. Although they were enemies, they didn't hate elixirs. As long as the elixir was good and the price was reasonable, they would buy it. No matter who it was, they would make the same choice. There wouldn't be too much of an accident. Tushan enlightened, what do you think this Lin Fei is doing? A big shot asked. Who cares what he's doing? Tushan enlightened didn't care. In any case, this kid Lin Fei is working for nothing. In the end, it's still us who benefit. That's right, Lin Fei is helping us. Enlightened Shueihua sneered, I really wonder how this Lin Fei can get rid of the treasure tower and the heaven shrouding gang. Lin Fei saw the expressions on everyone's faces. This was exactly what he had hoped would happen. Humph. You'll find out soon enough. Everything I've done today will be for nothing. Instead, I'll be able to increase my sect's prestige. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. How could he not know what they were thinking? Everyone must be very curious to know what kind of medicinal pill our mythology tower is auctioning. Lin Fei first dropped the crowd's appetite. Now, I'll tell everyone that there are a total of 3 types of elixirs in this auction. I believe that every one of them is suitable for all of you. I believe that other than our mythology tower, no one else can refine these elixirs. So awesome? Many people had a question mark in their hearts. What kind of pill was so powerful that no one else could refine it? Could it be the legendary lost pill formula? Other than this explanation, there seemed to be no pill that could not be refined. In the Xiantian continent, alchemy was rampant, and there were countless different types of alchemy. As long as the effects were similar, sooner or later someone would be able to decipher it. It could be said that there were very few unique alchemy in the continent. Of course, the higher the grade of the pill, the harder it was to decipher. All in all, there was practically no one who could decipher a saint-grade medicinal pill. That was because every single one of these medicinal pills were concocted by their own sect, and the pill formulas were also in their hands. Normally, outsiders wouldn't be able to concoct them. Aside from that, there were also lost ancient pill formulas. The various sects had declined, resulting in the appearance of certain pill formulas. Every single pill formula required special ingredients to be concocted, and the effects were quite astonishing. It was no wonder that they would think this way. When they heard that there were 3 types of medicinal pills up for auction, they couldn't help but feel surprised. The first pill will be useful to anyone. We call it the blood replenishing pill. Lin Fei said. This blood replenishing pill doesn't have a grade yet, but its effects are comparable to a saint grade pill. No matter what kind of injury you suffer, as long as you consume the blood replenishing pill, you will be able to quickly recover. What? A blood replenishing pill comparable to a saint grade pill? Is it really that miraculous? This blood replenishing pill has such a good name. I wonder if its effects are like that. If it really is that miraculous, it will definitely be the most powerful healing pill below the emperor grade. When they heard that the first pill Lin Fei was going to concoct was a healing pill, everyone's eyes lit up. Nifa's paradise was a place with many sections. From time to time, battles would break out, and it was hard to guarantee that no one would be injured. Almost everyone had a healing pill on them to help them recover. The quality of the healing pill was extremely important. A good healing pill would allow one to recover from injuries quickly and regain their battle prowess. Without a doubt, they would be able to obtain victory or survive. If the healing pill was bad, others could easily kill you. It was just that simple. Tower Lord Lin, are your healing pills really as miraculous as you say? One of the leaders of the sects couldn't help but ask. That's simple. Lin Fei smiled. If it was under normal circumstances, I wouldn't show it here. But on account of the seniors here, I'll let you all gain some knowledge. Lin Fei appeared in front of a young man and struck him with his palm. The young man spat out blood and was on the verge of death. Everyone, have you seen it clearly? There was no change in the crowd. The young man had suffered heavy injuries. If he wanted to recover, he would need around half a month to recuperate. His injuries will require around half a month, but if he consumes our blood replenishing pill, he will be able to recover around 70% of his battle prowess within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Lin Fei said proudly. What? 70% of his battle prowess within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn? Impossible, it's definitely impossible. Many people didn't believe it. Right now, the healing pills on the market didn't have such an effect. They really didn't believe it when they heard that there was a pill of this level. If this kind of injury could recover 70% of one's battle prowess, that would definitely be a huge surprise. They couldn't help but be surprised. Usually, healing pills could recover 20% of one's battle prowess, which was considered very powerful. As for 70%? Unless it was a supreme grade healing pill. Lin Fei took out a pill. You can have it. He let the young man eat it. Everyone, please take a look. The pill Lin Fei took out was the one he bought from the system store. The price was very, very cheap. Quickly look, this kid's injuries are rapidly recovering. This is too magical, this blood replenishing pill is too magical. A supreme grade saint grade pill. When the young man on the ground recovered rapidly, everyone was dumbfounded. When did healing pills have such a good effect? It was too miraculous. If they didn't believe it before, they were all surprised when they saw the young man recover. The expressions of the 8 big shots changed, and greed appeared in their eyes. Even though they were big shots, they couldn't stop their greed, especially Tu Shanjinren, who knew the effect of this pill at a glance. Who didn't like healing pills? For the big forces, the better the effect of the healing pills, the more they liked them. The pill that Lin Fei took out immediately caught their attention, and they wanted to take it for themselves. Of course, it would be best if they could get the pill recipe. They secretly rejoiced. If they didn't invite Lin Fei over tonight and set up this hongmen banquet, perhaps when this pill was auctioned, it would definitely bring about a huge response. When one's strength reached a certain level, who didn't want to have healing pills on them? When they encountered danger, they could quickly recover from their injuries. Perhaps with a healing pill, it could help them at a crucial moment. The blood-replenishing pill that Lin Fei took out immediately brought about a huge response. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, 70% of his injuries were healed, which meant that he had the fighting strength to save his life. This pill had to be bought no matter what. It was a must-have item when going out. Tower Leader Lin, how much are you selling this pill for? We want the blood-replenishing pill. Tower Leader Lin, name your price. No one was willing to fall behind. Healing pills were equivalent to life-saving pills. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? They couldn't miss it. Everyone, don't worry. There are still 2 types of pills left. Lin Fei knew that they couldn't resist this temptation. Everyone calmed themselves down. How could they forget about the 2 remaining pills? The first healing pill had such a good effect. What about the other pills? They were starting to look forward to it. The second pill is a type of pill that explodes one's strength. Lin Fei said, this pill is called the potential pill. It can explode one's potential. After exploding, the side effects aren't great. At most, one will be weak for half a year, and during this period, one can't use martial arts. What? There's such a good thing. Potential pill can explode one's potential? Where did this Tower Master Lin find this kind of pill? If the effects are really that good, it can definitely become a trump card. Who doesn't know that the current forbidden pills, once consumed, can explode with an extremely great amount of power? Generally speaking, it will affect one's cultivation level. This shouldn't be possible, right? The side effects are so small. The second pill Lin Fei mentioned was even more surprising than the healing pill. It was a type of forbidden pill. There were countless forbidden pills in the Xintian continent. The only benefit of forbidden pills was that they could help one in times of danger and kill incoming enemies. No matter what kind of forbidden pill it was, there was something that people couldn't overlook, and that was the side effects. All sorts of forbidden pills had different side effects. Some were serious, while others were light. For example, some forbidden pills could be used for a very long period of time after being consumed, but once the period of time was over, one's cultivation level would plummet. This was a publicly acknowledged side effect. Thus, after consuming a forbidden pill, one had to first be prepared for the side effects. For example, a drop in cultivation level was normal. The side effects of the potential pill that Lin Fei mentioned were as good as nothing. This was their lucky star. Rest for half a year? To them, this wasn't really a side effect. To be able to consume the potential pill, one would definitely be able to survive in times of danger. The side effects were so small that if someone else had said it, they might have thought it was a joke. But after the previous scene, they felt that it was completely possible. Tower Lord Lin, can I give it a try? At this time, there was no need for Lin Fei to speak. Someone had already spoken up, wanting to test the effects of this pill. Tower Lord Lin, why don't you let everyone try it? Someone immediately started to jeer. There was nothing they could do. Lin Fei's words were so pleasing to the ear. A forbidden pill that could explode one's power had such small side effects. Everyone would care about it. If they could personally test it, that would be the best result. In the eyes of these major powers, who didn't have forbidden pills on them. However, they wouldn't use these forbidden pills unless they were in dire straits. The effects were too great, and they didn't dare to use them. If Lin Fei's potential pill really had such an effect, it would undoubtedly be able to replace all sorts of forbidden pills and become the #1 forbidden pill. That wouldn't be a problem at all. No problem. Lin Fei laughed. However, you have to be prepared to rest for half a year. Isn't it just half a year? It's nothing to me. That person didn't think much of it. The prerequisite is that your forbidden pill has such an effect. Lin Fei sneered in his heart. Since you guys want to ruin my reputation, I'll let you know what regret is. Chapter 562. Originally, the 8 bigwigs did not think much of Lin Fei. What was important was that he was within their control, so they did not have to worry about him playing any tricks. However, when they saw the popularity of the medicinal pills they had put out, their expressions changed. This did not seem to be a good sign. The blood-replenishing pill was comparable to a sacred-grade pill. It had already caused everyone to go crazy. They didn't feel good about it. They didn't expect Lin Fei to play tricks in front of them. The blood-replenishing pill that Lin Fei took out had such a good effect. They were already dissatisfied. However, they all nodded in agreement. It wouldn't be appropriate for them to cause trouble at this time. Therefore, when Lin Fei mentioned the second pill, one of the big bosses immediately signaled one of his subordinates to experiment. He was prepared to mess things up so that they would have a good reason to stand out. These big bosses from Sin Paradise were usually very dignified and cared a lot about their reputation. After Lin Fei showed that he was different, they were dissatisfied. They didn't want to see a person who was under their control change. That person gave him a provocative look. It doesn't matter. As long as your pills are as good as you say they are, it's fine as long as you don't come up with some fake pills. Lin Fei threw out a pill. He didn't allow the other party to resist and directly shot it into his body. Now, enjoy it. This ability directly stopped the other party's tricks. Lin Fei could understand this. He wasn't worried that he would play any tricks later. It would be good to let the other party see it in person. This young man had indeed wanted to use this trick to cross the sea, swapping out the medicinal pills and tarnishing Lin Fei's reputation. However, he had not expected Lin Fei to see through his intentions and directly insert the medicinal pills into his body. What are you afraid of? All pills have side effects. I don't believe that the side effects are so simple. The young man was sure that Lin Fei was lying. Everyone, please take a look. This young man is at the intermediate stage of the sage realm. According to the potential pill, he should be able to explode with the strength of a perfect sage or an initial stage emperor realm expert. Normally, he can maintain it for 30 minutes. Lin Fei said calmly so that everyone could be prepared. Everyone, don't use the elixir. The potential elixir won't affect your thoughts. You won't lose control of your thoughts and go crazy like you're imagining. Lin Fei was very clear about the effects of the potential pill. More importantly, this was a pill provided by the system. After buying the immortal intoxication pill from the store, Lin Fei was very confident in the potential pill. Whatever the system said, it would be. There would definitely not be a different situation. With Lin Fei personally keeping an eye on them, he did not have to worry about the other party playing any tricks. With his powerful divine sense, he could observe the other party's every move. As long as the other party dared to try anything, he would be able to restrain them immediately. If the other party played any tricks, Lin Fei would like it from the bottom of his heart. He would give them a heavy slap in the face. Boom! After swallowing the pill, his aura surged. Everyone immediately saw it. The pill's effect has started. That young man originally wanted to pretend to be crazy, but after the effect of the pill took effect, his entire mind was clear. He didn't pretend at all. The people present weren't so easy to deceive. If he pretended to be crazy, they would be able to see through it. Because of the divine sense on his body, he couldn't fake it at all. Saint Great Perfection. Emperor Realm Initial Stage. The potential pill immediately took effect. In the blink of an eye, that young man's strength reached the Emperor Realm Initial Stage. No matter who it was, they were all surprised when they saw this scene. The kind of craziness that they imagined didn't appear. Normally, after taking the forbidden pill, it was inevitable that one would lose control of their thoughts. Bedevilment. The forbidden pill had the feeling of being bedeviled. Everything in front of them was killing. Many pills were a kind of killing. However, they noticed that the other party didn't have any intention of going crazy. He was very clear-headed and his judgment was very clear. This is too magical. Just from this point alone, they knew how effective the pill was. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, that young man's combat strength remained at the Emperor Realm initial stage. Everyone could see with a glance that there wasn't any change from beginning to end. This is too amazing. This potential pill didn't have any side effects of causing one's realm to plummet. This person is exhausted. His whole body needs to be replenished with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. He should rest for half a year. Amazing. It was their first time seeing this kind of forbidden medicine, and they were shocked again. It could be said that they were shocked for the second time. This Lin Fei of the Mythology Tower was truly capable. Just where did these pills come from? Just by looking at these two pills, they seemed to understand how powerful the Mythology Tower was. With the blood replenishing pill, they had the upper hand in battle. He could recover his combat strength quickly, but the other side could not. The result was destined. The recovery time of the potential pill varied, and it was also a threat to them. Damned Lin Fei, where did he get all these pills from? Could it be that he dug up some kind of mystic realm? The big shot's expressions changed. All along, they had not thought much of the mythical tower. But after seeing these pills, they realized how amazing they were. The heaven-shrouding sect and the Supreme Treasure Tower were both likely to be destroyed because of this. As long as the Mythology Tower had these two kinds of pills, they would definitely have a great advantage. In the long run, the ones who would suffer losses would be the Xi Treasure Tower and the Heaven-Shrouding Gang. No matter what, we have to get this pill recipe. Lin Fei must have many pill recipes on him. Maybe he found an ancient sect's mystic realm. No matter what, we can't let Lin Fei leave tonight. This kind of person is definitely our greatest enemy. Fortunately, we knew in advance. Otherwise, if we attacked the Mythology Tower, we would be the unlucky ones. Right now, I can't wait to kill Lin Fei. However, let him be happy for now and publicize the pills. This will save us time. As long as we have these pill recipes, we can become a unique faction on the continent. No matter who it is, they will beg us to sell the pills to them. These big shots reacted very quickly. They knew how to maximize the benefits. They were all experts in this aspect and immediately realized the benefits. Now, everyone will like the third pill. Lin Fei said with a smile. This third pill, the Emperor Breakthrough Pill, is not a forbidden medicine. It is a type of advancement pill. It is a sacred grade pill that can increase the success rate of advancing from the Sage Realm to the Imperial Realm by 70%. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, there was an uproar. It should be said that there was a huge uproar. Although they were shocked by the first two pills, they were not as shocked as this one. Lin Fei had almost no obstacles in his cultivation. However, for others, they did not have such good luck. They needed to cross many thresholds and finally become experts. The higher the realm, the harder it was to advance. The barrier for Sage Realm to advance to the Imperial Realm was very difficult. It was unknown how many people were stuck at this step. They were all excited to have a 70% chance of advancing to the Imperial Realm. Among the people present, many were stuck at the peak of Sage Realm. They were only one step away from the Imperial Realm. However, they did not know when they would be able to cross this step. Only by becoming an Imperial Realm could they pass the tribulation. Even if they could not become a celestial immortal, they could still become a powerful rogue immortal. However, if they could not cross this step, everything would be a waste of time. 70% chance. Did I hear wrongly? I must have heard wrongly. How could there be such a pill? Impossible, it must be impossible. Many people started to shake their heads. 70% chance of advancement. It could be said that as long as one's luck was not too bad, they could generally advance to the Imperial Realm. The expressions of the 8 big shots changed again. When a faction nurtured experts, the Imperial Realm was the bottom line. As for Sage Realm experts, they did not care. After all, it would take a long time to nurture them. There was no need for Imperial Realm experts. Unfortunately, it was very difficult for Sage Realm experts to advance to the Imperial Realm. The success rate was not high. Some people kept on breaking through but were unable to cross this step. Even if they had the combat power of an Imperial Realm expert, the gap between realms was like a chasm. No matter how hard they tried, they could not cross it. Everyone did not hear wrongly. The Emperor Breaking Pill is that miraculous? Lin Fei said. These are the 3 pills that our mythology tower will be auctioning. Among them, the Emperor Breaking Pill, due to its value and refinement, I cannot let everyone test it. I believe that after seeing the blood replenishing pill and potential pill, you will have a better understanding of the Emperor Breaking Pill. If Lin Fei had taken out the Emperor Breaking Pill earlier, they would definitely not have believed him. However, after seeing the blood replenishing pill and potential pill, their minds were shaken. Tower Lord Lin, is your auction really in 1 month? Are there any requirements to participate in this auction? We also wish to participate in this auction. I wonder if it is possible. Everyone could no longer sit still. The temptation of the Emperor Breaking Pill was too great. They could not resist it, especially the sages. Some of them had relatives who were at the Sage Realm and were about to break through. If they could break through this time, they all wanted a chance. Perhaps everyone will doubt it. However, everyone can wait and see for the auction in 1 month. Lin Fei threw out another piece of news. Ding! Congratulations player, you have obtained 10,000 sect reputation points. Please continue to work hard. 10,000 sect reputation points was not a lot. However, Lin Fei knew that after tonight's banquet, this news would spread to the entire Sin Paradise. Tower Master Lin, you've truly given me a huge shock. This is a huge sum of money. Tushan Enlightened walked up and the corner of his eyes twitched. This mythology tower really deserved to die. They could even obtain these pill formulas. If they really held an auction, wouldn't they snatch away all their profits? At this moment, Tushan Enlightened was in a good mood. Lin Fei knew what they were thinking. I really have to thank you guys for what happened today. If not for you guys, would not have had the chance to advertise. In the future, if you guys want to auction pills, I will definitely reserve a few good spots for you. The few of us actually wanted to find you to understand this pill. I wonder if you are interested in studying it together and teaching the younger generation? Lin Fei directly ignored the first sentence. Teaching the younger generation? That's not too good. Another big shot walked up. There's nothing bad about it. Tower Lord Lin, you are now the idol of the younger generation in Sin Paradise. Who knows how many people want to learn from you? How can you disappoint them? Damn, you guys are really vicious. You want to use the younger generation to learn from each other. Who doesn't know that these disciples are all geniuses? If they kill themselves during the learning process, nothing will happen to you guys. Instead, I will have a bad reputation. Lin Fei instantly saw through their plan. That's good too. I forced them to take the initiative. This gives me a moral advantage. In the eyes of others, they will think that I am not deliberately targeting you guys. Lin Fei's hesitant expression fell into the eyes of the others. Tower Lord Lin, you are the Tower Lord of the Myth Tower. Can't you give them some advice? That big shot continued, you shouldn't disappoint them. Anyway, you are just teaching them. Nothing will happen. This was exactly what the few big shots had been planning. Originally, they were prepared to fight at the beginning. However, there was a small accident. Later on, they thought it was better to not fight at the beginning and be seen through. This was the best reason he could come up with. If Lin Fei did not agree, they had ways to make Lin Fei agree. It could be said that no matter how Lin Fei refused, he had to agree. Lin Fei made up his mind. Since they worship me so much, it will be bad if I don't teach them. However, I have to make one thing clear. If any accidents happen during the teaching process, I will not be responsible. Saying that was exactly what they wanted. Accidents are inevitable. Everyone knows this. With regards to Lin Fei's strength, they thought that he was around the itinerant immortal tribulation or second tribulation. There must be an expert behind him to be able to destroy the treasure tower and the heaven-shrouding gang. They were not afraid of the experts behind them. Lin Fei was only this strong. It was best if they didn't make a move. Using the geniuses under them to deal with him would undoubtedly strengthen their reputation. The prerequisite was that they could kill Lin Fei. During the teaching process, if their skills were inferior and they were killed by the other party, no one could say anything about this. It was truly a flawless plan. Lin Fei knew that they would say this. This was also good. If he killed them, they would not look good. All right, I am in a good mood today. I will teach 3. Lin Fei thought about it. The big shots didn't care about 3. The genius experts they arranged all had explosive combat power. Just one of them was enough to kill Lin Fei. 3 was more than enough. It was unknown how many times they could kill Lin Fei. Very soon, a silver-clothed young master walked up. He exuded the aura of a superior. With one look, it was obvious that he was in an extremely high position. When the silver-clothed young master came out, someone immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that the genius warrior of the Iron Veins Hall? I think he is called Jianghu. His nickname is the Silver-Clothed General. His strength is rather terrifying. I really didn't expect the Iron Veins Hall to send Jianghu up. I wonder if this Tower Master Lin can stop him. Who knows?" Back then, Tower Master Lin was able to escape from the encirclement and return a year later. His strength shouldn't be too weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come tonight. Chapter 563. Please guide me. Jianghu didn't give Lin Fei any chance. He strode out with a spirited gaze and gestured for Lin Fei to attack. Since it's a guide, bring out your strongest attack. Otherwise, you won't be able to come out of the cell phone association. Lin Fei spoke very softly and indifferently. As one of the generals of the Hall of Iron Veins, Jianghu had fought in countless battles. The number of people who died at his hands numbered at least 1,000. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Earth roar. Jianghu took a step forward and punched out with both fists. The ground beneath him turned into a country, and everyone seemed to be in an extremely mysterious place. It's just an illusion realm. Go back and train for a few more years. Lin Fei stomped his foot, and the omnidirectional control shattered like a mirror. A cold light shot out from his finger and penetrated the general's head. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Jianghu is dead. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Lin Fei was too powerful. A general of the Hall of Iron Veins was killed with a single finger. Tower Lord Lin, you are too ruthless. The 8 big shots were unhappy that Jianghu was killed with a single finger. This was especially so for the Hall of Iron Veins' big shot, Venerable Iron Blood. I thought that this fellow was quite powerful and could block my finger. Who knew that he would be so useless? Lin Fei had a depressed expression. If you had told me that this fellow wasn't strong, would have definitely shown mercy. After saying that, he shook his head with a disappointed expression. Jianghu was a second tribulation scattered immortal. After being killed with a single finger, everyone had a better understanding of Lin Fei's strength. This fellow had really hidden his strength deeply. Tower Lord Lin is right. Jianghu can't blame others for being inferior. Venerable Tushan's expression was also unsightly. However, such accidents happen often. Let's go to the next one. The 8 big shots actually didn't think that Jianghu would be able to kill Lin Fei. They just wanted to test him and let the other 2 have an understanding of him. Regrettably, Jianghu was too useless. He couldn't even block a single move and was killed. He couldn't test anything at all. Let me. At this time, another young man with a powerful aura walked out. Compared to the previous Jianghu, this person's strength was more than a level higher. Simply by standing there, he was like an insurmountable mountain. Lin Fei still said the same thing, go all out, lest I have to go easy on you again. Disdain, extreme disdain. Heaven-suppressing tower. This person was quite smart. He immediately used a profound heavenly spirit treasure, and it was an extreme grade 1 at that. He wanted to suppress Lin Fei on the spot. Using a profound heavenly spiritual treasure to attack was actually crossing the line. Not bad. Lin Fei looked up and saw the illusory hand grab the profound heaven spirit treasure. With a cracking sound, the top-grade profound heaven spirit treasure was destroyed. That person coughed up a mouthful of blood. Too cruel. He even crushed a supreme-grade profound heaven spiritual treasure. What kind of strength is that? Seeing this scene, everyone simply shut up. The expressions of the 8 powerhouses were even more unsightly than before. They understood that it was impossible for them to kill Lin Fei on the spot with their geniuses. They had to make a move. This Lin Fei was very strong. At the very least, they could sense a dangerous aura from him. Since they couldn't instruct and spar, they didn't plan to continue wasting time. Tower Lord Lin, what are your intentions in injuring my subordinates? A powerhouse walked out, his eyes filled with killing intent. Give me an explanation. In the void, a huge black finger immediately shot out. The domineering aura clearly wanted to kill Lin Fei with one finger. They finally couldn't help but make a move. Lin Fei had long wanted them to make a move. Therefore, during the spar, he might as well kill them. Mince. Lin Fei didn't dodge. He shot out 2 sword lights. A huge pair of scissors appeared in the void. Crack, crack, crack. The huge finger was cut off, and the scissors charged towards the 8 powerhouses. Crack, crack, crack. You dare. The 8 powerhouses quickly dodged, but the people beside them weren't so lucky. They were immediately cut in half, and even their primordial spirits were cut in half. Voila! The hall was in complete chaos. Even though everyone had guessed it, when it really happened, they were still shocked. Old fart, you just want to deal with me. Why are you playing tricks? Just kill them directly. Lin Fei didn't think about killing them one by one. 5 high-level loose celestials and 3 mid-level loose celestials. Each of them had the combat power of a high-level loose celestial. They weren't that easy to kill. Lin Fei, as long as you submit to us and hand over the celestial artifact and the treasure map to the secret heaven vault, we can spare your life. Venerable Shueiyue said loudly. Lin Fei didn't think much of it. Do you think I will believe you? Don't use such a ridiculous reason. Suppress him. The 8 powerhouses realized that this Lin Fei had the combat power of a mid-level loose celestial. Suppress. The 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Lin Fei instantly felt the pressure. After all, they attacked together, otherwise, a high-level loose celestial would be too worthless. Legend Tower is going to be destroyed. Seeing the 8 powerhouses attack, everyone sucked in a cold breath. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they attacked together. This was a relatively rare thing. The 8 powerhouses attacked at the same time. Every attack contained immortal power. In less than a moment, Lin Fei's body exploded. He's finally dead. The 8 powerhouses heaved a sigh of relief. In the next second, their expressions changed again. Lin Fei recovered again. Old fart, you really have some power. To be able to last for a while against the 8 powerhouses, Lin Fei's name would spread throughout the entire continent. Flesh rebirth. They recognized it at a glance. Flesh rebirth could only be cultivated to a certain level to have such an effect. They realized that it would be difficult to kill Lin Fei. If the 8 of them attacked, anyone would be killed. After Lin Fei was destroyed, he could regenerate his flesh and blood. That was the result of his flesh and blood cells being incomparably powerful. Not bad. Lin Fei laughed. Now, this daddy will not be finished with you guys. Just now, Lin Fei wanted to test how long he could last under the attacks of a high-level loose celestial. The strength of a high-level loose celestial was far stronger than he imagined. Fortunately, my flesh rebirth has reached a certain level. My flesh cells are very powerful and cannot be destroyed by immortal power. Iron Blood sneered, no matter how powerful your flesh rebirth is, against our continuous attacks, let's see how much true essence you can recover. Even though Lin Fei's flesh rebirth was relatively hard to deal with, each recovery required a large amount of true essence. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill him with their methods. Heaven and Earth Furnace. A huge whirlpool descended from the sky, trapping the 8 powerhouses. Lin Fei also took the opportunity to enter. The Heaven and Earth Furnace instantly turned into dust. What's going on? Where did they go? Could it be an immortal weapon? They really disappeared. When Lin Fei used the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the people in the hall couldn't sense it at all. It disappeared in a flash, leaving no traces. So the moment the 8 powerhouses disappeared, the high-level loose celestials who were lying in ambush rushed in one after another. Their expressionless faces were filled with surprise. Disappeared again? When these mid- and high-level bodiless immortals appeared in the hall, a mysterious force pulled them to a mysterious place. Strange. Dangerous aura. It lingered in everyone's hearts. So the Heaven and Earth Furnace can be used like this. The one who sucked in the high-level and mid-level loose celestials was Lin Fei. The Heaven and Earth Furnace turned into a speck of dust in the world. Lin Fei controlled the dust and used the unique characteristics of the Heaven and Earth Furnace to suck them in one by one. Stinking brat, what tricks did you play on us? The 8 powerhouses couldn't understand how they appeared in this mysterious space with their strength. Welcome to my territory. Lin Fei appeared in front of them. Boom! The moment he appeared, the 8 powerhouses attacked instantly, trying to kill Lin Fei. Unfortunately, their attacks missed, and he appeared in another place. Don't waste your energy. Lin Fei mocked. In my space, I am God, the only God. So the 4 fiends, Shangguanhong, and Qi Lian heavenly demon appeared one by one. High-level loose celestials. Tu Shanzhenren and the others recognized them at a glance. The powerful auras on these people weren't any weaker than theirs. You are the 4 fiends. One of the powerhouses' expression changed drastically. He pointed at Invincible True Immortal, revealing a look of fear. I didn't expect someone to recognize me. Invincible True Immortal was quite surprised. Since you know me, let's have a good game. Whoosh! The divine fire burned and turned into countless fire dragons, separating them and forming a cage. Invincible True Immortal flew over. Since you know my name, let's have a good game. The Heaven and Earth Furnace was Lin Fei's. Lin Fei could control everything, so it was easy for him to separate people. Impossible. Daoist Shueihua panicked. Why would the 4 fiends help you? Ordinary people might not know about the 4 fiends. High-level loose celestials had heard of this name, and many of them had more or less suffered a setback at their hands. These 4 fiends were old monsters who had lived for millions of years. As loose celestials, to be able to live to this extent meant that every loose celestial was extremely powerful. As for emperor-level experts, they couldn't live to this extent because their lifespans weren't enough. The 8 powerhouses originally thought that they would definitely be able to defeat them. However, when they saw the 4 fiends and 2 other high-level loose celestial experts, they felt pressured. Take care of them. Let's go back and drink. Drunken True Immortal shouted. Leave these 3 to me. The rest are yours. Lin Fei chose 3 mid-level loose celestials. They looked like mid-level loose celestials, but in fact, they were all high-level loose celestials. Hua Lin Fei controlled the divine fire to separate them one by one. The divine fire was extremely overbearing, and their physical bodies couldn't withstand it for long. After a while, they were all in disarray. Within the Heaven and Earth Furnace, the divine fire separated many spaces. We underestimated you. The 3 mid-level loose celestial powerhouses were also trapped in a small space, and their expressions were deranged. They had underestimated Lin Fei. If they had known that there was such a heaven-defying existence, they wouldn't have dragged it out. The only thing they could do now was to go all out. Kill. The three powerhouses charged forward, and each of them took out their celestial artifacts. Their celestial might was boundless, and they didn't dare to hold back anymore. Facing the three high-level loose celestial powerhouses, Lin Fei used the divine fire to protect himself. He controlled the divine fire to fight, and it was very intense. With their celestial artifacts, it wasn't difficult for them to kill anyone. However, against Lin Fei, their celestial artifacts were clearly countered. The other party's overbearing divine fire kept shuttling through the void, and they couldn't defend against it. Once they touched the divine fire, their divine souls would be in pain, and their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Fei wasn't as strong as them. In the divine fire space, he used the overbearing divine fire to fight them to a draw, and he kept suppressing them. Gradually, they were at a disadvantage. Just admit defeat. Lin Fei had the divine fire to protect himself, and with the flesh rebirth, he didn't have to be afraid of the three of them. Chapter 564. Sky-flipping immortal art. The three bigwigs consumed a lot of quintessential essence. Lin Fei seized the opportunity to use an immortal art. It was a real immortal art that contained supreme celestial might, as if a real immortal had descended. A huge palm appeared above the three bigwigs, and their expressions changed drastically. You're not a bodiless immortal. How can you use a real immortal art? The three bigwigs were in despair. They could use their immortal artifacts, but they did not dare to use their celestial power. However, as soon as Lin Fei attacked, he used a true immortal technique that was supported by unparalleled immortal force. It was truly like slaughtering gods and destroying Buddhas, truly domineering. Bang! 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 The sky-flipping immortal art shattered the three bigwigs, and their primordial spirits could not escape. It was a true killing move. Sky-flipping immortal art worth 100 million points. Awesome! Lin Fei had bought this immortal art from the system store. It was a sky immortal art worth 100 million points. The attack is domineering, but it consumes a lot of celestial power. Lin Fei's heart ached. I can use this attack 6 times at most before I run out of celestial power. Return. After killing 3 mid-tier bodiless immortals with 1 palm strike, Lin Fei retrieved the remaining celestial power. 3 immortal artifacts. Not bad. The 3 immortal artifacts were all mid-tier bodiless immortals, and they were all offensive weapons. There are still some bodiless immortals over there. Kill them as well. If the opponents were not high-level bodiless immortals, Lin Fei could easily kill them. Only high-level bodiless immortals could contend with them in terms of offense and defense. 1 hour later. The divine flame space quieted down. The 8 bigwigs and the other bodiless immortals were all dead. The 4 evildoers were veteran high-level bodiless immortals. It was not difficult for them to deal with these high-level bodiless immortals. We finally killed them all. Lin Fei killed the last mid-tier bodiless immortal, and the rest stopped. Kid, you used an immortal art just now, right? It looks like a sky immortal art. The invincible true immortal chuckled. You even know that? Which high-level bodiless immortal on our continent doesn't have a celestial art of the heavenly immortal level? However, these celestial arts consume too much immortal force. They won't use them unless it's absolutely necessary. Lin Fei suddenly understood. What about them? What kind of high-level loose immortals are they? They don't even have a complete celestial immortal-grade immortal technique. How dare they call themselves high-level loose immortals? True Immortal Wine said disdainfully. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a thing. Seniors, there are still some loose immortals outside. I need you to suppress them. In the main hall of the mansion. No one dared to leave. The 8 bosses had all disappeared. They wanted to leave, but if they waited for the 8 bosses to come out, it would be hard for them to face them. Although everyone was nervous, they waited at the scene. When Lin Fei came out, everyone was dumbfounded. Then, there were waves of tyrannical auras. The 8 big shots that they had always wanted to see had not appeared at this time. If I were you, I'd rather eat and drink here than take half a step out. A cup of fine wine appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He was very leisurely. Seeing this scene, cold sweat appeared on everyone's foreheads. It seemed like something had happened to the big shots. The situation was very clear. Lin Fei had appeared, but the others did not. Even a fool would know what was going on. Where did our gang leader go? In the mansion, the subordinates of the big shots were all present. Lin Fei suppressed them with his divine sense, and they completely lost their combat strength. The few leaders were directly killed, and the remaining people were frightened. It's over. It's all over. No one expected that there would be high-level loose immortals by Lin Fei's side. The next day, the 8 big gangs in Sin Paradise were wiped out in a single night. It was the mythological tower. The upper echelons of the 8 big gangs were all killed. No one was left alive. Their subordinates were also rapidly devoured. In a single night, the top of the city changed. The 8 big shots were wiped out by the mythological tower. Everyone felt fear for no reason. This was especially so for some of the major factions. They had always maintained a neutral stance, but after hearing about this, everyone was tempted. The mythological tower was too domineering. They had wiped out 8 big gangs in a single breath. Their strength was second to none, and their influence had also expanded to every corner of Sin Paradise. Before they could make a choice, an invitation was delivered to them. When the remaining big shots saw the invitation, they understood one thing. It was time for them to make a choice. Enemy? Or submit? Everyone knew that the 8 big gangs had high-level loose immortals guarding them. However, they had all been wiped out in a single night. As a result, the mythological tower's strength had increased greatly in a single night. 3 days later, the remaining big shots of Sin Paradise were invited to a banquet and made their final decision. As for what they had discussed during the meeting, no one knew. The only thing everyone knew was that after the banquet, these big shots had all joined the mythological tower. Originally, they could still contend against them. However, after they joined the mythological tower, everyone was shocked. After that, the news that the mythological tower was going to auction off 3 rare medicinal pills caused quite a storm. Everyone knew about it. The high-level loose immortals of Sin Paradise don't dare to make a move now. Inside the mythological tower, Shang Guanhong was drinking wine with a happy expression on his face. After dealing with the Hongmen banquet, the mythological tower had annexed many factions, big and small. They had also paid a price to recruit the remaining big shots. Their faction had snowballed, becoming the #1 faction in Sin Paradise. That's it for now. Lin Fei really wanted to get rid of the high-level loose immortals of Sin Paradise, but he couldn't for the time being. Hand over what needs to be handed over. Let's ease things up first. In the words of the 4 great fiends, every single one of those high-level loose immortals was a 9th tribulation loose immortal. They had powerful combat prowess, and they were only a step away from becoming heavenly immortals. Once they became heavenly immortals, they would be peak heavenly immortals among heavenly immortals. Even though Lin Fei had recruited quite a few high-level loose immortals, there was still a gap in strength between them and the high-level loose immortals. Since they were only a step away from becoming heavenly immortals, there were very few people worthy of them making a move. Even if the 4 great fiends worked together, they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hence, they didn't shed all pretense of cordiality. I think that's the only way, Shang Guanhong said. 9th tribulation loose immortals won't make a move easily. They're too strong. Once they make a move, they might attract the heavenly tribulation. They won't make a move unless it's absolutely necessary. 9th tribulation loose immortals couldn't fight them for the time being. Since they couldn't fight them, Lin Fei naturally chose to not offend them. I'll leave the auction house's elixir auction to you guys. You're going back? The Scarlet Refining Heavenly Demon asked. Lin Fei nodded. They've probed me a few times, and I think they're going to make a move on me. Hence, I have to make a trip back. Lin Fei's clone was in the mighty God Empire, so he could communicate with him. Hence, He naturally knew about the Empire's little probing. Moreover, he had been out for almost half a year, so it was time for him to return. With the 4 great fiends overseeing the mythical tower, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. With the 3 types of elixirs being auctioned, Lin Fei believed that the mythical tower's reputation would spread rapidly. After all, it was to increase the sect's prestige. Don't worry and go back, Sheng Guanhong said. Nothing will happen here. That night, Lin Fei and Jin Feng had an intimate moment. During this time, Jin Feng said, "I want a child." At that time, Lin Fei was surprised. "You want a child?" Jin Feng was very serious. "You're usually very busy, and the continent seems to be very chaotic. I feel very lonely by myself. It'll be different if I have a child." After coming to this continent for more than 10 years, Lin Fei really hadn't thought about it. "If you want a child, then let's make one. It'll be best if you give birth to a beautiful little girl." Lin Fei didn't refuse. For an expert of his level, having a child was also a matter of a thought. If he was willing, he could have as many children as he wanted. If he didn't want to have children, no one could force him. Lin Fei also felt that he should leave a bloodline for himself. As his strength increased, he was already in the immortal emperor realm. After accumulating more and more strength, he could try to break through to the heaven immortal realm. He wasn't too sure how the system would break through to the heaven immortal realm. It would be good to leave a bloodline. The accumulation of the immortal emperor realm required too much true essence. According to Lin Fei's calculations, the accumulation would reach the limit in less than 10 years. At that time, it would be time for him to break through. Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei's doppelganger had always been here at the Tenjin Temple. In half a year, he rarely left. His office was moved to the Tenjin Temple. On this day, Lin Fei returned from the outside and replaced the doppelganger. When Lin Jiqing heard about it, she immediately came back. "Fortunately, you are back. What's the reaction of the mighty God Empire recently?" After leaving for half a year, Lin Fei was sure that the mighty God Empire had contacted some big forces. Recently, there are many spies outside the Tenjin Temple. All of them are spies from the Empire's royal family, Lin Jiqing said. Moreover, the royal family has a group of powerful experts. All of them have the battle power of a loose immortal. Another mysterious expert? Lin Fei thought of the Unfalling Dynasty. Didn't the War God sect destroy the Unfalling Dynasty with the help of a group of mysterious experts? Lin Fei remembered this matter clearly. "How did you know?" Lin Fei recounted what had happened after he returned. He mainly mentioned that a group of experts had appeared in the War God sect. In the end, this group of experts had self-destructed. It seems like this force is very, very powerful. Lin Jiqing's tone was solemn. The mighty God Empire has a group of experts. We went to investigate and found that they are all royal family disciples. Their talent is not very good. But now, all of them have the battle power of a loose immortal. According to your calculations, this is not happening only in the mighty God Empire. It seems like the continent is really going to change. Ever since Lin Fei's main body had left, Lin Jiqing had been in charge of the Holy Hall's matters. Through her subordinates, she had learned some things about the Holy Hall's inspectors. Among them, the Empire's experts were the most eye-catching. After the addition of a group of loose immortals, the mighty God Empire's battle power soared, suppressing the surrounding empires. In just half a year, they had conquered 3 empires. Conquering 3 empires in half a year. What did this mean? This was absolutely impossible. Every empire was very powerful, but the mighty God Empire had done it. They had conquered 3 empires in half a year. Lin Fei thought of the underground teleportation tower. Maybe the problem lied in it. That was a passage to cross over to another world. Tenjin Temple must be careful. I suspect that the mighty God Empire will soon reveal their ambition. Lin Fei didn't think that the Saint Hall was very powerful. He didn't see any fear in the mighty God Empire. Why did they endure it the last time? It seemed like they were trying to stabilize themselves. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei really did think of some problems. The mighty God Empire was trying to express a certain meaning. I have already sent people to keep an eye on the princes of the royal family. If there is any movement, we will know immediately. Lin Jiqing nodded. Tonight, I will personally go to the royal family to investigate. It's too dangerous. Lin Jiqing had the battle power of a third tribulation loose immortal. She knew how terrifying the mighty God Empire was. Now was different from the past. She was worried that if she went to investigate, she would be trapped. Lin Fei smiled. It's fine. I have recently mastered another method. They might not be able to see through it. Chapter 565. The mighty God Empire was shrouded in darkness. Cheers and laughter could be heard everywhere. As the citizens of the empire, what they loved the most was the empire's continuous expansion. They would enjoy the benefits of the empire's expansion. In half a year, the mighty God Empire had destroyed 3 empires, expanding their territory many times over. The citizens of the imperial capital were in a state of excitement every day. A speck of dust flew past in the dark night. It was so fast that no one could detect its presence. Lin Fei controlled the speck of dust and aimed it at the imperial palace. After returning from the outside, Lin Fei didn't relax. Instead, he felt an invisible pressure. He wouldn't feel at ease until he figured out what was going on. An empire, a dynasty, both had their similarities. Lin Fei was a person who was searching for his roots. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. With the help of the divine flame space, Lin Fei easily entered the imperial palace. Hiding in the divine flame space, Lin Fei wasn't worried about being discovered. The speck of dust in the divine flame space didn't carry any aura. It was exactly the same as the surrounding speck of dust. No one would be able to tell the difference. Lin Fei headed straight for the imperial palace. If he wanted to understand the situation, he had to start from the imperial palace. Perhaps it was the wrong time, but the imperial palace was very quiet. There wasn't a single person in sight. This was out of Lin Fei's expectation. Not here. The mighty God Empire had been victorious in every battle. The imperial palace should be celebrating every day. He couldn't find anyone in the imperial palace, nor could he see Emperor Xia. Lin Fei didn't mind. It was still early, and he could find the result he wanted. Coming out of the imperial palace, Lin Fei prepared to find the princes. The imperial palace of the mighty God Empire was huge. The princes who were supposed to be sent out were now living in the huge imperial palace. First prince, third prince, eighth prince. Just as Lin Fei was about to go find the princes, 3 figures appeared on the street outside. Lin Fei recognized them at a glance. In the Holy Church branch, there was information on the members of the imperial family. Among them, the eldest prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were the 3 most promising princes. According to the analysis of the Templar branch, in the future when Emperor Xia abdicates, these 3 princes are currently the most qualified to become the next Emperor Xia. Each of them had a faction behind them, and they were equally matched. In order to fight for the throne, the competition was exceptionally intense. Their auras. Even though they were in the divine flame space, Lin Fei could sense that their auras were somewhat familiar. Men in black. Lin Fei remembered. When the black-clothed men from the war god's sect self-detonated, they had this kind of aura. Lin Fei controlled the dust and placed it on the first prince. He believed that they would appear together and would not disappoint him. The 3 of them did not speak along the way, and their faces were expressionless. First, they arrived at a side hall. It was a very remote place in the imperial palace. Most people would not have thought that this side hall would have a completely different world. Underground? The 3 princes walked into the side palace. Then, just as Lin Fei had guessed, a teleportation matrix appeared inside the side palace. It was a small-scale teleportation matrix. When the 3 of them came out again, they were in a huge underground kingdom. It's the teleportation tower again. When they arrived at the underground kingdom, Lin Fei found that the people below were all loose immortal experts. There were no less than 1,000 of them, and they formed a huge aura. He was shocked. When the three princes appeared, people immediately came to greet them. "Princes, His Majesty has orders. You are to go over there immediately. Prepare to activate the teleportation tower." Lin Fei understood that the place they were talking about might be the place where he would unravel the mystery. To go or not to go? In the end, Lin Fei decided to go with them. He was confident in his divine flame space clone. Outsiders should not be able to detect it. He was at least 90% sure. When the huge teleportation tower appeared in front of them, Lin Fei had guessed that the mighty god empire must be related to this. The only thing he did not expect was that they had built a teleportation tower under the imperial palace. Judging from the scale, this teleportation tower was not small. The three princes stepped into the teleportation tower. Immediately, someone opened it. With a flash of white light, the three of them disappeared. It really is a spatial tunnel. It was like a tunnel, boundless and endless. This was the first time Lin Fei had traveled through such a tunnel. The process didn't take long. After the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, they appeared in a dark plain. The entire world was a hazy gray. Outsiders. It's actually the outsiders. When he saw the vast horde of outsiders on the plain, Lin Fei was shocked. Although he had his guesses, when he saw the horde of outsiders, Lin Fei was still stunned. At the end of the teleportation tower was the outsiders' world. Lin Fei immediately understood that he was not in the Xiantian continent. He was in the outsiders' world. Everything below the heaven realm belonged to the mortal world. The mortal world didn't just consist of the Xiantian continent. The entire mortal world was made up of countless worlds of various sizes, some strong and some weak. The outsiders' world was an extremely powerful world. They were a race with enormous ambitions, constantly invading different worlds. Even Lin Fei felt a headache coming on when he saw that vast horde of outsiders. The outsiders had used an ancient method to build the teleportation tower and had also roped in the empire and dynasty. In an instant, Lin Fei understood everything. Building a teleportation tower wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take an endless amount of time, and the outsiders' battlefront was just a distraction. Lin Fei couldn't figure out how they could hide from the experts of the Xiantian continent. If the outsiders built a teleportation tower in the Xiantian continent, it should be easy to detect. How could they not detect it? When the three princes came out, their faces were no longer expressionless. Under the guidance of an outsider, they boarded an enormous warship. Lin Fei noticed that this outsider's world was extremely desolate, not as prosperous as the Xiantian continent. At the same time, the climate was extremely harsh. As Lin Fei saw it, only the outsiders could survive in such a harsh climate. If it were humans, they would have to be at least at the Xian zone level to survive. An hour later, the warship landed on an enormous plaza. Lin Fei saw a strange scene. One by one, humans were topless. Their bodies were surrounded by green runes that were filled with a strange aura. Their faces were sometimes in pain, sometimes in pleasure. Ah! At this moment, a human screamed. An outsider's shadow appeared above his head. Then, his strength soared all the way to the peak of the first tribulation loose immortal before stopping. No wonder the aura on those people was so uncomfortable. They used a secret technique of the outsiders. Lin Fei came to a realization. The mighty god empire probably used this method to produce a batch of experts. As Lin Fei observed, people kept breaking through and entered the loose immortal level. To become a loose immortal, apart from luck, one needed time and resources. But this method was too fast. Lin Fei could see that these people only had a lifespan of 100 or 200 years. After that, they would all die. They used their entire lives in exchange for increasing their strength. For those who couldn't increase their strength, it was completely worth it to use 200 years in exchange for the power of a loose immortal. It was rare to have the power of a loose immortal. Many people were willing to pay the price. Then, a huge black palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. This should be the vanguard camp, Lin Fei guessed. At the same time, he controlled the god fire space to cover his aura. This was to prevent any changes from attracting attention. This was a world dominated by the outsiders. Lin Fei had to be careful. Even though this was a vanguard camp, he had to be very, very careful. If he was discovered, Lin Fei didn't think he could fight them. When the three princes walked into the Black Palace, Lin Fei immediately discovered that there were many humans in the palace. They were all well-behaved. There were many high-level outsiders. Each of them had the strength of a mid-level loose immortal. After they entered, they soon arrived in front of a small palace. Father. When they entered, Emperor Xia and a few other humans were sitting inside. I was wondering why I couldn't see Emperor Xia. So he came to this outsider's world. Lin Fei recognized this Emperor Xia. He was different from the records. At the very least, he was a high-level loose immortal. Hurry up and greet Commander Shalala, Emperor Xia said to them. Sitting next to Emperor Xia was an outsider with a vertical eye. His aura was no weaker than Emperor Xia's. Greetings, Commander. The three princes said hurriedly. They didn't dare to disobey Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia, your three sons are not bad, Shalala said. But they're a bit weak. Emperor Xia laughed dryly. Shalala, my three sons are dragons among men. Although they're a bit weak, it's not a big problem. Lin Fei listened. Only then did he realize that this Emperor Xia was quite ambitious. He was trying to use his own sons to form a marriage alliance and curry favor with Commander Shalala. In the future, when we become brothers in arms, our mighty god empire will stand firmly on your side. Emperor Xia said straightforwardly. Shalala said straightforwardly. Your three sons are indeed dragons among men. I don't know which one my daughter likes. I can only say that it's up to her. Hurry up and thank Commander Shalala. Emperor Xia said. This is your lifetime's worth of good fortune. As the emperor of the mighty god empire, Emperor Xia had pledged his allegiance to the outsiders. If he wanted to stand firm in the future, he needed a backer. Shalala was one of the backers that Emperor Xia had chosen. About half an hour later, Shalala stood up and prepared to leave. At this time, Lin Fei separated himself from the eldest prince and landed on Commander Shalala's back. Lin Fei might not have been able to learn anything from Emperor Xia and the others, but this Commander Shalala was different. From Emperor Xia's flattery, it could be seen that this Commander Shalala had a lot of power in this place. Even Emperor Xia had to use his own sons to curry favor with him. After Commander Shalala left, along the way, all the outsiders and humans lowered their heads, not daring to breathe loudly. This guy's power is really high. This palace was very big. Shalala walked for a long time and finally arrived in front of a palace. Shalala requests to see the Fox Lady. At the entrance, Shalala was stopped by two powerful outsiders' guards. Fox Lady, is she the leader of this stronghold? After a while, the outsiders' guards came out again. Go in. Shalala's face did not show any displeasure. After entering the palace, Lin Fei immediately noticed that there was something different about this small palace. Every part of it was exquisite, unlike the rough exterior. Then, Lin Fei saw 6 maids. Every one of them was enchanting. More importantly, the long tails behind them added to their allure. Demon race? Lin Fei was confused again. Above the 6 maids was a round table. The round table was decorated in an antique style. A pink chiffon separated the inside from the outside. Vaguely, one could see a woman lying inside. Greetings, Fox Lady. Shalala knelt down on one knee. Lin Fei was surprised. Shalala was a high-level loose immortal, but he still had to kneel. Get up. A lazy voice came from inside. What's the matter? The mighty god empire is ready. Emperor Xia wants to know when our army will land on the Shantian continent. Shalala asked respectfully. This is not something you should ask. It was still a lazy voice, but cold sweat appeared on Shalala's forehead. Go back and tell Emperor Xia that we will be notified when we will march on the continent. There is no need to rush. Yes. Shalala nodded. Have you found the person I want you to find? Yes. Shalala said, that person has become the supervisor of the Templar Church. He is currently in charge of the Templar Church branch in the mighty God Empire. Do you need me to capture him? Go and tell Emperor Xia to bring this Lin Fei here. Yes. Lin Fei, who had been paying attention, showed a rare look of doubt. Who is this fox lady? I don't know her. Why would I want Emperor Xia to bring me here? I don't remember offending this fox lady. In his memory, Lin Fei had never had any dealings with the demon race. Now that someone wanted to deal with him, he couldn't figure it out. Stop. Shalala, who was walking outside, suddenly heard a voice coming from behind her. Lady Fox Lady, is there anything else? Did you see a stranger from the human race today? Shalala didn't understand. Emperor Xia's 3 sons came. I met with them. Go down. The voice was filled with doubt. Lin Fei's heart moved. Could it be that this fox lady sensed something? After coming out, Shalala let out a long sigh of relief. What's wrong with the fox lady today? Shalala said to herself, could it be that she is interested in the 3 princes? That shouldn't be possible. The fox lady doesn't seem to like men. Lin Fei didn't leave. Although he wanted to know what this fox lady's background was, knowing that the mighty God Empire had colluded with the foreign races was enough. Perhaps, the war on the continent was also provoked by the foreign races. If that was the case, it would be really troublesome. Who knew how many empires had colluded with the foreign races? If the army landed, it would be a one-sided situation. The foreign races were innately stronger than the human race. Shalala walked back and once again summoned Emperor Xia to convey the Fox Lady's opinion. Please help me tell Lady Fox Lady that this emperor will definitely bring Lin Fei to the savage world. Emperor Xia promised, I will definitely not let the commander down.